Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. With every shot, the train's lighting dimmed momentarily, only to flicker back at full intensity. Aboard the rear carriages Dalong stood his ground, wielding the Roar K-23 electric Gatling gun. Every metal storm barrage tore through hordes of snow wraiths, yet, more climbed aboard. Without Kiki's backup, only Lu Xingchen remained as the sole large-scale ability user. On the train's rooftop, Lu Xingchen stood alone. Gale force blizzards whipped against him. His anti-cold visor was already frosting over. Yet, he exhaled sharply, his breath steaming in the frigid air. This bitter cold is the perfect training ground. Without a hint of hesitation, his flames roared to life. Blazing torrents swept across the rooftop, the sheer thermal shock causing the metal plating to groan under the strain. The snow wraiths swarmed. The creatures reacted. Drawn by the heat, they stopped attacking the steel armor, instead rushing directly at Lu Xingchen. Their decayed bodies reeked of rot. Yet, even in death, their feral instincts remained unstoppable. Lu Xingchen grinned. Good. Good. The creatures had previously been spread across the entire train, making them hard to handle at once. Now. Perfect? Fiery SKY. Lu Xingchen crossed his fingers, compressed his flames, and unleashed a sweeping firestorm across the entire rooftop. Whoosh. At the same time, the electroblade armor deployed. Snap. Slash. The snow wraiths climbing aboard were instantly shredded. Electric arcs danced along the blade edges, cutting down even the sharpest tails of the creatures. Final call, mark level 1. The mountain pass ahead came into view. Lin Xian slammed the brakes. Screech. The infinite train screeched to a halt. Snow poured off the rooftop like an avalanche, while the superheated wheels melted the frozen tracks, sending clouds of steam billowing into the air. Arg. Shriek. The battle had only just begun. A field of corpses, the infinite train ground to a halt. For the next 10 minutes, the crew conducted a final sweep, gunning down any remaining snow wraiths. By the time the last shot was fired, the train's flanks had become a graveyard of frozen beasts, piled high enough to form walls of corpses. The assault had finally ended. Ha! It's so damn cold. Lu Xingchen, completely exhausted, felt the biting chill creep into his bones. Even as a fire ability user, the extreme cold was starting to overwhelm him. Seeing that the battle was over, he turned toward the roof hatch, ready to descend back into the train. But, clunk. The hatch wouldn't budge. It had been completely frozen shut by the howling blizzard. TCH, seriously? With no other choice, Lu Xingchen blasted out another burst of fire, melting the thick layer of ice before finally slipping back inside Car 5. The train struggles against the cold woo-woo. Outside, the roaring blizzard had become the only sound in the endless white wasteland. Inside the train, the gun ports sealed shut, and the heating system roared to life, working overtime to restore warmth. Lin Xian, Shu Qin, and Luo Yi donned heavy-duty cold weather suits, along with temperature regulators and insulated helmets, before exiting through Car 11's hatch to inspect the train. Minus 30 degrees Celsius, the deep freeze. The moment Lin Xian stepped outside, the winds almost knocked him off his feet. The snowstorm had intensified, the blistering winds no longer simply fell from the sky. Now, they swept horizontally, erasing visibility beyond a few meters. Each step crunched through frozen bodies, shattering snow wraith corpses like fragile ice sculptures. These damn things survive the cold when they're alive. But the moment they die, they freeze solid? The irony wasn't lost on him. A voice called out behind him, "Lin, over here." Lin Xian turned, and his brows furrowed. The infinite train's armor was in terrible shape. Deep gashes marred its once solid plating. Holes and fractures spread across the side panels. Some armor plates had even begun to crack apart entirely. "Lin, the temperature's too low," Luo Yi said grimly. "The armor's becoming brittle." Lin Xian exhaled, his breath turning to ice crystals in the air. Creak. Somewhere on the train's undercarriage, the metal groaned. Even without an enemy, the brutal cold was actively tearing the train apart. This natural disaster was just as much of a threat as the nightmarish creatures they faced. Check every section. Do it fast. We need to get back inside before nightfall. Lin Xian's faceplate was already frosting over, a sign that even their protective gear wouldn't last long out here. An unexpected attack whoosh. From beneath the train, a snow wraith suddenly lunged forward, its serrated tail needle stabbing toward Lin Xian's head. Lin! Shu Ken shouted. She dashed forward, but she was too late. Clank! The attack stopped midair. A third mechanical arm had extended from Lin Xian's power armor, gripping the creature's tail in a vice-like hold. The snow wraith screeched, writhing in agony, before finally going still. Crack! Lin Xian snapped the tail clean off, holding it in his hand. Damn! This thing's heavy. Even through his reinforced gloves, he could feel the unnatural density of the severed appendage. Shu Ken caught up, scowling. They're still attacking us, even when we're cleaning up? Lin Xian nodded, tossing the tail away. They're smart. And without thick armor, these things are a pain to deal with. Shaking his head, he resumed his train inspection, but as he reached the front of the locomotive, his eyes narrowed. A silhouette stood ahead of him, barely visible through the blizzard. A frozen warning: activate collision detection. Radar scan, now. Beep. Lin Xian's power suit sensors locked onto the figure, a humanoid shape, half buried in the snow. Then, beep beep, yellow alert, no life signs detected. Lin Xian approached, raising his black rifle, and realized it was a frozen corpse. A middle-aged woman, wearing a thick down jacket, her body entombed in ice. Shu Ken's voice came from behind him. Lin, there's more. Lin Xian looked up, more corpses were appearing through the snow. People, frozen mid-motion, some clutching weapons, others huddled together, all buried beneath the ice. A caravan of survivors had perished right where they stood. Lin Xian followed the trail of bodies forward, and discovered an abandoned vehicle encampment. SUVs, buses, and trucks, all half buried under mounds of ice and snow. A frozen graveyard. The first black SUV was tilted at an angle, stuck in the snow, its roof racks tarp frozen solid. The driver's seat was occupied, a man, his hands locked around the frozen steering wheel, his lifeless body fused to the dashboard. Further in, a bus had tipped onto its side, its emergency exit buried beneath a funnel of ice. A woman in a red jacket had tried to escape, her frozen corpse still dangled from the shattered window. In her arms, a newborn, wrapped in a thick woolen bundle, now nothing but a lifeless, ice-covered cocoon. The scarf around her neck fluttered in the wind, causing tiny icicles to clink like a wind chime. Snow howled through the vehicles, rattling the doors with a sound like a mourner's hymn. Even an SUV's rear-view mirror, which bore a red peace charm, had frozen stiff, its dangling tassels now icicle-sharp spears. Lin, this was a survivor camp. Shu Ken counted the vehicles. 23 cars in total. They were stationed here. Luo Yi inspected the snow-covered remains, a snow wraith corpse, its frozen jaw still clamped around a severed human arm. They were wiped out. Lin Xian sighed. Let's head back. The group turned away from the icy graveyard, hurrying back to the train before nightfall claimed them too. A warning over the radio the moment Lin Xian re-entered the infinite train, the intercom buzzed. Lin Xian, get to the cockpit. We've got a situation. It was Chen Sixuan. Stripping off his gear, Lin Xian hurried to the driver's cabin. What happened? Chen Sixuan gestured at the radio transceiver. Someone's trying to contact us. Lin Xian frowned. We're in a blizzard. How are they reaching us? Kiki answered, the storm's blocking long-range transmissions. Whoever this is. They're close. Lin Xian clicked the receiver. Who's there? The response came instantly, a desperate, ragged voice shouting over the static. You. The train, get out of here. You'll kill us all. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Then, a second voice, angrier and more hostile, cut in, you idiots. You just led the monsters straight to us. Get lost. Kiki bristled. What the hell? She was about to snap back, but Lin Xian stopped her. Lin Xian pressed the comms button and briefly explained the situation regarding the dark marks. So, if you haven't been attacked yet, and we haven't either, that means tonight should be relatively safe for all of us. Even if there's trouble, it won't be too serious. Just stay put and wait until morning. The pack hunting effect and dark marks seemed similar in some ways, but their fundamental nature was different. The former made it difficult for survivor groups to trust each other. Many survivors became hostile toward outsiders, preferring to stick with strong organizations like Phoenix rather than risk forming temporary alliances. But Lin Xian knew they were completely misjudging the situation. The snowfield was crawling with snow wraiths. If these people weren't being attacked right now, it meant they were actually safe. Meanwhile, Infinite Train had just plowed through and wiped out most of the pursuing monsters. Even if the dark mark wasn't fully erased, only traces remained. Under these circumstances, sticking together through the long night posed no real danger. Even if they didn't want to interact, they could simply keep to themselves. But apparently, some of them had already noticed Infinite Train barreling into the mountain pass, and now, they were uneasy. You think we're safe just because you say so? What, you the father of these monsters or something? A hot-tempered middle-aged man barked through the comms, wasting no time in launching into an angry tirade. Do you even know how much we sacrificed to kill those things during the day? You train people have a whole damn rail network, why the hell did you have to stop here? Get lost. Hey, hey, hey. We're speed convoy. That train of yours can just keep going to Dalot town ahead, there's a station there. Can't you not camp here? A woman's voice chimed in. Yeah, seriously, get out of here. Don't drag us into your mess. Another hurried voice added. Tensions rise inside the cockpit, Lin Xian's face darkened. Chen Sixuan, on the other hand, looked downright pissed. These people are idiots. She muttered angrily. Why do they believe in the pack hunting effect but refuse to listen to us? That theory isn't even officially confirmed. Lin Xian exhaled sharply, his expression turning cold. Doesn't matter. He pressed the comms button again and spoke flatly. We're setting up camp here. Stay or leave, your call. If they weren't all fellow survivors heading west towards Lin, he would have already cursed them out. Bastard. The hot-tempered man exploded again. You think I won't blow you to hell with a... Before he could finish, voices interrupted him from his side. Boss, their firepower is no joke. That train has a railgun. Yeah, and they just took down at least 1,000 snow wraiths. Rustle, rustle, rustle. On the comms, a wave of chatter and discussion broke out. A few moments later, the sound of engines rumbling to life reached Lin Xian's ears. They're leaving? Lin Xian, look. Chen Sixuan had a sharp eye. From the higher ground in the mountain pass, a series of faint headlights flickered through the blizzard. They're really leaving? Kiki narrowed her eyes. No, I think they're running. This late? Chen Sixuan was stunned. Are they suicidal? The distant headlights flickered before vanishing into the storm. Several large convoys had begun merging and were now heading deeper into the snowfield. Lin Xian immediately pressed the comms again. It's almost nightfall. You won't make it to Dalot town. Listen to me, staying here is the safest option. Crackle. The comms signal deteriorated as the distance increased. A few distorted voices crackled through, not dealing with this. We're out. Later, suckers. Who the hell believes in that marking nonsense? You watch too many movies. Just go, don't reply. Vroom. Engines roaring in the distance, bang. 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 Gunfire, snow wraiths. Shoot and move, shoot and move. A deadly decision inside Infinite Train, silence fell over the crew. Idiots. Kiki slammed her fist against the nearest console, fuming. It's almost night. Do they want to die? From the sounds of it, those convoys have hundreds of people. Chen Sixuan's brows furrowed as she turned to Lin Xian. I finally understand what you meant earlier. Sometimes, letting them run is better than making them fight. Normal people just can't accept the idea of being hunted. Lin Xian let out a heavy sigh. It's fear. He turned toward the darkening blizzard outside the viewport. They've been running for so long that their bodies have developed an instinctive terror of eerie entities and the darkness itself. Stopping to fight against the dark is 100 times harder than choosing to flee. Nightfall approaches. Whoosh. The blizzard howled. Wind screamed through the armor plating of Infinite Train, sending eerie whistles through the gaps. The comms had gone completely silent. The convoys were gone. Beep, beep. A faint alert sounded, a subtle chime that nearly got lost in the roaring storm. This was a preset warning, adjusted by Wo Yang earlier. Nightfall was imminent. Prepare for enemy contact. Under the extreme cold vortex, even though Lin Xian was confident about the team's dark mark levels, this weather alone was enough to make anyone uneasy. And the endless snow wraiths lurking beneath the snow only added to his concerns. Full alert, Lin Xian ordered immediately. Load your weapons. Snow melt is toxic, put on your gas masks. Even after we seal the shooting ports, wipe down all the melted snow inside. No one drinks any water during this process. The Eerie Cube had been on high alert all day. Snow melt seeped into the train, mixing with the remnants of the monster's dark corruption. The entire crew had been on edge for hours. The moment Lin Xian issued his orders, Shukin and the others snapped into action. Lin Xian turned, walking toward the back with Kiki and Chen Sixuan. He tossed them each a gas mask. Put it on. Don't take it off until we clear this crisis. Outside the windows, the world was now a void of blackness and howling snow. Drip, drip. Inside the carriages, melted snow water trickled onto the floor. Crew members in the living quarters gripped their weapons tightly. Eva Jia Yuan, the youngest among them, held an automatic rifle, her face covered with a mask, waiting in silent tension. A frozen fortress in the storm. Lin Xian sat inside the storage room of Carriage 7, the center of the train. This was where he could use his mechanical heart to monitor and repair the entire structure. Boom. The train's heaters roared at full power, fighting the bitter cold. On the roof, the 1,130 close-in weapon systems and G3 railgun were covered in layers of frost. Each time they rotated, they shattered the built-up ice, only for a new frost to form seconds later. Outside, ice crusted the windows, melting and refreezing in a constant cycle. Crack. Crack. All around, the sound of ice forming echoed from every direction. Lin Xian clenched his fists. If the blizzard buried Infinite Train completely before sunrise, then even he might not have a way out. A deep frustration swelled within him. Darkness. Eerie entities. Natural disasters. This apocalypse never gave anyone a moment's peace. Damn it. Damn it all. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Inside the train, silence reigned. Everyone waited. Outside, nothing but blackness and the endless storm. Lin Xian glanced at his watch. 19:00. It's nightfall. It's been nightfall for a while now. Lin Xian's expression was grim. He stood up, let out a long breath, and tightened his stance as he focused on the outside of the train. At this moment, the entire Infinite Train was already buried under a thick layer of snow. The steel armor plates on the sides had been coated with an icy shell, hardened by the raging blizzard. Between heaven and earth, only the howling winds of the snowstorm remained. Apart from that, there was nothing, just an eerie silence. All carriages, report in. Lin Xian pressed his wireless earpiece without hesitation. Lin, everything's fine. Shu Ken swiftly made her way forward from car number 12, reporting as she walked. Car number 11, all clear. Sasha confirmed. Car number 10, no issues. Miaolu reported. Car number 9, all clear. Lu Cheng stated. Car number 8, normal. Zhao Yuan added. Cars number 6 and 5, no abnormalities. Dalu and Lu Xingchen said as they moved swiftly down the corridor. Cars number 3 and 4, no issues. No further reaction from the blood scourge flora. Ding Junyi reported, glancing at the faint energy fluctuations in the air. After taking down so many snow wraiths, it seemed the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum had already had its fill. Cars number 2 and 1, all clear. Chen Sixuan and Kiki responded. Standing in car number 7, Lin Xian finally let out a small breath of relief. Everyone, keep your thermal gear on. Don't take them off just yet. We'll observe for a while longer. If everything remains stable, we'll rotate for rest shifts. Understood. It wasn't until this moment that the team's collective tension eased slightly. Chen Sixuan began distributing food. Originally, she had planned to prepare hot meals, but Lin Xian was concerned that it would take too long. Plus, the train's heating system was already working at full capacity. To keep things simple, they decided to just eat what was available. In car number 2, Kiki kept switching between radio frequencies, only to find complete radio silence. Looks like the extreme cold vortex has completely engulfed this area. We're not picking up anything, not even the global broadcasts from Zilan City or Phoenix. Even shore-trained survivor radios are dead. Chen Sixuan glanced up toward the train's roof. She knew that right now, high above them, the massive extreme cold vortex was rapidly pulling the world back into an ice age. The snowstorm, laced with the forces of dark invasion, was so intense that it had even cut off dark radio transmissions entirely. At this moment, the Infinite Train had truly become a lone vessel, drifting through the endless wide abyss of the snowfield blizzard. At our current pace, it'll take us at least another 10 hours to reach Zilan. Chen Sixuan estimated. Lin Xian shook his head. That's too optimistic. By tomorrow, the snow will be at least twice as thick. If we can even maintain 50 miles per hour, that'd be a miracle, unless this blizzard lets up. Ah. Kiki's face was filled with worry. She rubbed her hands together and muttered, if the snow keeps getting worse, won't we just get buried alive? If it comes to that, we might have to modify some snowmobiles. Or you'll just have to fly everyone to Zilan. Lin Xian half joked. If things really reached that point, abandoning the Infinite Train might be the only option. Hearing this, Kiki's face darkened immediately. With a distressed expression, she groaned, come on. I thought the worst problem was going to be the train tracks, not this damn blizzard. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan looked at him seriously. Is there no other way? Lin Xian took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then spoke with determination. We'll have to wait and see how the blizzard develops. If the storm weakens later tonight, we'll be fine. But if it keeps getting worse. His eyes sharpened. Then we'll have no choice but to risk it all and push forward. Darkness was a desperate gamble, but getting buried by the snow was certain death. Between the two, even if there was only a slim chance of survival, charging forward was the better choice. At the very least, moving forward, even against impossible odds, was better than staying put, abandoning the train, and either trekking on foot or relying on Kiki to fly them across the frozen wasteland. For now, though, the snow wasn't deep enough to force that decision. Chen Sixuan nodded. I get it. I'll take the night watch. Lin Xian shook his head. No need. Same as always, I'll do it. As an ability user, his mental endurance was stronger than most. Plus, he knew that Hell's Black Chrysanthemum would continue to release energy throughout the night, aiding in the physical evolution of his teammates. Letting them rest properly would maximize their survival chances in the long run. Chen Sixuan hesitated, looking at him with concern, but eventually nodded in agreement. The wind and snow gnawed at the infinite train's outer armor, the blizzards howling forming a ghostly wail. Inside the living carriages, team members huddled in their well-insulated bunks. Those on rest shifts had removed their thermal gear and buried themselves under thick blankets. The heating system was running at full power, but as the blizzard outside intensified, the train's interior temperature barely held at 12 to 13 degrees Celsius. Only areas near the heaters were warm. Everywhere else, the metal walls of the train sucked the heat away, letting in the creeping chill from outside. Fortunately, the infinite train had stocked up on cold weather supplies, and Chen Sixuan had distributed canned meat rations for the night. Everyone stayed tucked in their beds, relatively comfortable despite the conditions. In a small, cozy living pod, Zhao Yuan was wrapped in a thick blanket. She pulled back the blackout panel and peered outside, watching the raging blizzard in the darkness. A trace of worry flickered across her delicate face. Reaching out, she pressed her fingers against the glass. A sharp, bone-chilling cold immediately seeped into her skin, making her frown. Quickly, she shut the panel and curled back into her bed. In the corner beside her pillow sat 2 cans of snow pear preserves, carefully guarded. Fruit preserves were distributed at random, 1 can per person every other day. But Zhao Yuan, unwilling to eat them right away, had been saving hers. She even traded with her teammates to collect only snow pear preserves, carefully hoarding them next to her pillow. Looking at the cans, she smiled sweetly, let out a deep breath, and quickly closed her eyes to sleep. In 4 hours, she'd have to wake up for her night watch shift. Since the blizzard made everything even more dangerous, Lin Xian had assigned a 4-shift night watch rotation, ensuring the team could react quickly to any emergency. Buzz. Buzz. Both the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive remained powered up. Lin Xian kept both engines running, preventing them from freezing over. The train's heating system was already at maximum output, continuously pumping warmth inside. This was a necessary energy expense for survival, but with a Gemini 11R's 100 megawatt thermal output, electricity wasn't an issue. The only real problem was water consumption, not just for human needs, but also for the train's water tanks. Right now, they couldn't use snowmelt to replenish the tanks. Even though Chen Sixuan had topped off the supply beforehand and prepared several large water barrels as backup, the issue remained severe. Time quickly passed, and it was now 9:00 p.m. Extreme cold, minus 40 degrees Celsius. Lin Xian was making every second count, simultaneously producing ammunition while crafting TRP Gen 4 Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Suits. He had to take advantage of this time to build at least 2 more sets. Not only would this improve his mechanical manufacturing skills, but it would also equip more people with exoskeleton power suits, a crucial necessity for moving in this icy terrain. With these suits, mobility in the snow would be greatly enhanced. Lin Xian was becoming increasingly proficient in multitasking. In particular, making bullets had become second nature to him. So, with his left hand manufacturing ammunition, his right hand started working on the power suits. The challenges of making active exoskeleton power suits were similar to those of the PX-05 robots. The exoskeleton material itself wasn't too hard to produce, the real difficulty lay in integrating the specialized intelligent combat system, power source, joint transmission shafts, and hydraulic power hubs. The total weight of the suit was 30 kilograms, equipped with a small high-energy electric drive module and 13 hydraulic power units. These required highly precise manufacturing processes, and since this was his first attempt, he had to start by crafting the main control chip from scratch. However, after reaching mechanical manufacturing level 4, both his production speed and efficiency had significantly improved. In just 4 hours, Lin Xian successfully completed a light gray exoskeleton suit, completely brand new, exuding the fresh scent of industrial materials. This exoskeleton power suit offered almost zero protection outside of the arms, but its biggest advantage was its lightweight design. Despite weighing 30 kilograms, the full body support structure helped distribute the weight evenly to the ground. Additionally, the power system provided an explosive force of over 500 kilograms, a 100-meter acceleration time of 3.5 seconds, and a joint rotational speed of 270 degrees per second. It also came equipped with dynamic detection, a mini-radar targeting system, and biomechanical enhancements. It included several protection thresholds, such as knee joint shock absorbers, arm bone pressure sensor fuses, and cardiac overload warnings. Overall, for Shukin, Chen Sixuan, Lu Chang, and Miaolu, all gene-enhanced individuals, this power suit would be an incredible boost to their combat capabilities. This set goes to Miss Chen first. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, then immediately began crafting the next one. Ding. Conducting reflective scan using non-mechanical energy, scan successful. No fear-related threats detected on the train. Dark energy intrusion neutralized, non-mechanical energy converted. Plus 1,000 mechanical source points. As Lin Xian was about to continue, the mechanical heart interface suddenly popped up before him. Seeing the notification, he couldn't help but smile. Massacring the snow wraiths had its perks after all. Hell's Black Chrysanthemum could actually absorb this much dark energy. Current mechanical heart level, level 4, 2,690 out of 7,000, mechanical manufacturing, 4, 360 out of 2,000, increases construction efficiency. Just crafting one power suit raised my manufacturing proficiency by at least 200. Not bad at all. As his stamina continued to recover under the faint glow of absorbed energy, Lin Xian took a deep breath. With this support, he had to make the most of every minute tonight. Throughout the black night, Lin Xian worked tirelessly, all the while keeping an eye on the howling blizzard outside the train. Every so often, he would glance at the external temperature monitor. It was already approaching minus 50 degrees Celsius. By the time he finished crafting the second exoskeleton suit, it was already 5:00 a.m. Feeling restless, he got up and opened the blackout panels, only to find the windows completely covered in frost and snow. He wasn't sure if the train was simply frozen solid or if the blizzard had finally weakened, but the roaring winds outside seemed to have died down significantly. Shivering slightly, Lin Xian noticed that even with the train's heating running at full power, the cabin temperature was barely in the teens. The carriage junctions and restrooms were completely covered in frost. He quickly donned his power suit, thermal gear, and insulated helmet, then headed toward the nuclear-powered locomotive carriage, preparing to open the cockpit door. Bang! The electric motor groaned in pain, but the door refused to budge. Lin Xian frowned, then reached out to manually force it open. The exoskeleton suit's torque output surged, and from outside the door came the sound of ice cracking apart. It was just like his ice wall. Whoosh! The moment the door opened, an almost solid mass of white frost came rushing in. Under the train's interior lighting, Lin Xian could see that the snow had piled up against the entrance, nearly spilling into the carriage. His expression darkened. The train's entrance was already 1.3 meters above the tracks, meaning the snow outside was at least 1.4 meters deep, an utterly terrifying sight. But what relieved him slightly was that, despite the ferocious winds, the snowfall had stopped. Bracing himself against the frigid gusts, Lin Xian stepped forward, crunch. His entire leg sank deep into the snow. He sighed. At least the snow is deep but not compacted. With great effort, he pulled himself free from the snowdrift, shut the train door, and climbed onto the train roof using the armored steel panels. Aside from the howling wind, the surroundings were shrouded in complete darkness. Lin Xian switched on his flashlight and scanned the area, a vast expanse of white. The infinite train looked as if it had pulled into a pure white station, completely encased in a thick layer of snow and ice. The roof was buried in thick snow, while the train sides were encased in a layer of transparent ice, making it resemble a relic excavated from a polar ice sheet. The engines and heaters hummed faintly, working tirelessly. Lin Xian made his way toward the front carriage, carefully inspecting the train's condition. Low temperature warning. Low temperature warning, the exoskeleton suit's alarm blared. Even through his thick thermal gear, frost quickly formed on his clothes. Walking along the train's rooftop, Lin Xian carefully observed its state. We should still be able to move. As long as it doesn't start snowing again. According to his calculations, there were still 7 to 8 hours until nightfall. If the blizzard resumed, he might have no choice but to risk moving the train through the snow-covered terrain at night. However, with such deep snow, coupled with a dark mark and the possibility of hundreds or even thousands of snow wraiths attacking, there would be no way to suppress the mark again. If that happened, and they ran out of ammo with no resupply, they would be trapped with no escape, doomed to die in this frozen wasteland. After completing his inspection, Lin Xian let out a small sigh of relief and was about to head back, when suddenly, a thought struck him. He immediately jumped down into the deep snow and began moving toward the wreckage of the destroyed convoy. He needed mechanical devour. Materials were scarce, Ever since entering the snowfield, he hadn't even seen a single power pole, let alone mechanical resources. And right now, with a convoy full of vehicles buried in the snow, he couldn't afford to waste this gold mine of materials. But just as Lin Xian stepped onto the tilted wreckage of an off-road vehicle, the snow suddenly shifted beneath him. Thump, crack. A frozen corpse, encased in a solid block of ice, smashed through the shattered windshield, revealing half of its face. Lin Xian calmly shone his flashlight onto the face, revealing wide, frost-covered eyes staring blankly at him. And then, brother. Living is so damn hard. The frozen corpse sighed and spoke. I know. Lin Xian swept the flashlight around the buried convoy before glancing back at the frozen man inside the car. You did well, you managed to bring this many people all the way here. The corpse's stiff neck creaked as it turned to look at the large bus nearby, its voice tinged with regret. But none of them survived. It then looked straight at Lin Xian. Your train can carry even more people. But if they all die, won't that only make things harder for you? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not a savior. I can't guarantee that even my own people will make it to tomorrow. That's why I don't want to take in more survivors, not until I've reached a certain level of power. The frozen man stared at him for a moment before speaking again. You're afraid. Otherwise, you wouldn't be working non-stop like this. Sleep must be a luxury for you, huh? Lin Xian shrugged. I'm an ability user, I have plenty of stamina. Plus, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum converts evolutionary energy to keep me going. So I'm doing just fine. Fine? The corpse reached up, touching its own broken neck before giving Lin Xian a mocking look. Then why can you see me? And why are you having a full conversation with a dead man? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What can I say? Late-night loneliness hits hard. The frozen man let out a sigh before looking at Lin Xian seriously. Be honest. With all this pressure, have you ever considered just joining Phoenix? If you worked with them, life would be so much easier. Your abilities would be a huge asset, and you wouldn't have to shoulder the burden of an entire train by yourself. Lin Xian exhaled, his breath turning to frost in the air. That makes sense. He gazed out at the buried convoy, the frozen corpses, and then back at the man's lifeless body, a body that had clearly been dead for a long time. He wasn't talking to anyone real. Devouring successful. Plus 20 mechanical source points. Plus 10 mechanical devour proficiency, disassembly, obtained high manganese steel times 10, hot rolled forged steel times 10, cold rolled dual phase steel plates times 5, ordinary carbon steel times 20, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material. As the mechanical devour process completed, the off-road vehicle rapidly crumbled into brown-gray ash, leaving behind only scattered junk and the frozen corpse. With nothing left to support it, the surrounding snow collapsed inward, completely burying the body in mere seconds. Good luck. The frozen man's voice echoed softly before vanishing beneath the white abyss. Boom. Suddenly, the snowfield began to tremble. Lin Xian's breath hitched as he saw the snow and even the air itself begin to ripple. He immediately lifted his head. Somewhere far away, a deep, low-frequency roar reverberated across the frozen wasteland. And then, a massive, invisible shockwave swept across the sky, causing the very ionosphere to distort. For a moment, Lin Xian was convinced that a horde of snow wraiths was about to attack, but instead of approaching, the strange boiling sound in the distance retreated. And then vanished completely. The mountains around Al-Ayaztai fell into an unnerving silence. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked toward the distant horizon. Above, at the very center of the extreme cold vortex, lightning crackled violently, illuminating the stormy cobalt sky. Like a titanic cosmic beast, the howling blizzard raged on, an awe-inspiring yet terrifying sight. Chapter 249, Snowlin Wu, Gu. The howling blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Lin Xian devoured every vehicle he could dig out, harvesting a considerable amount of materials in the process. The once snow-covered mounds marking the locations of buried vehicles had now disappeared, leaving behind only a vast, untouched white expanse. As for the people who had perished in the convoy, they were now buried beneath the deep snow, their existence erased by the relentless catastrophe. Back on the train, Chen Sixuan was already awake. Seeing Lin Xian return, she immediately guessed that he had gone outside to devour the convoy's vehicles. Want something to eat? It's freezing out there. Lin Xian nodded, stepping inside. The chilling sensation that had clung to him vanished the moment he entered the train. He knew that besides the cold, the snow concealed fear-based energy, but thankfully, the eerie cube had completely neutralized it. Did you hear that sound earlier? Lin Xian asked. Chen Sixuan nodded. It woke a lot of people up, but nothing seems to have happened. Do you think it was an earthquake? Possible. But I feel like it was some kind of creature. Chen Sixuan's expression darkened. A creature? What do you think it was? I don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. All we can do is stay alert. Since most people are awake now, let's get breakfast ready so we can depart as soon as possible. Got it. Chen Sixuan nodded immediately. Lin Xian noticed that she seemed in good spirits and remarked, "You've changed quite a bit." Changed? Chen Sixuan was grabbing supplies from the storage cabinet in carriage number 1. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she turned her head. In what way? Overall, I guess. You don't seem as fragile as before. Really? Just then, a can of food accidentally slid off the shelf above her head. Without even turning around, Chen Sixuan effortlessly caught it midair, her eyes still locked onto Lin Xian in confusion. I don't feel any different. What makes you say that? Lin Xian. The night was still freezing, and dawn had yet to break. Inside the train, however, the lights were fully lit. This wasn't just to ward off the cold, it was also to help the team mentally recover from the intense stress of the previous day. To boost morale, Lin Xian had Chen Sixuan, Jia Yuan, and Miao Lu prepare hot meals for everyone on board. Jia Yuan, bring me a crate of braised pork cans. In the dining car, Chen Sixuan and the others were busily preparing food. Just then, Miao Lu came running in, holding something carefully in her hands. Chen Captain, look at this. She gently placed a bunch of vibrant green stalks on the counter. This is celery from Director Ding's planting area. A few stalks have matured. Lin Captain said we should add them to the soup. Wow. Really? At her words, the entire dining car suddenly burst into excitement. People gathered around, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the fresh green celery. After so long without fresh food, this was a rare sight. Chen Sixuan walked over, picked up the freshly harvested celery, and breathed in its crisp, clean scent. It grew so fast. This is amazing, we can finally have vegetable soup today. Fresh vegetables, a distant memory for the survivors aboard the Infinite Train, the term fresh vegetables had become almost foreign. After the Black Rain, plants had almost completely perished. At the start of the apocalypse, some lucky survivors had scavenged wild greens and fruits, but over time, such food sources became non-existent. Farming required either land or greenhouses, both of which were impossible for people constantly on the run. On top of that, fresh produce spoiled quickly. Unless it was dried or pickled, it would rot within days. As time passed, fresh food became an unimaginable luxury. But now, this small bunch of celery, grown in the number 4 planting carriage, gave everyone a renewed sense of vitality. In the midst of this apocalyptic winter, it was a glimmer of hope. As people chatted about their past lives, about food, hobbies, and memories, the oppressive despair of the long, cold night seemed to fade away. By 8:00 a.m., most of the crew had woken up, and the temperature inside the train had risen slightly thanks to the activity. After enjoying a steaming hot breakfast, Lin Xian felt fully recharged. Before long, he gathered the key personnel in carriage number 2 to discuss today's plan. The new power suits Ms. Chen, Shukin. Lin Xian handed them 2 freshly crafted exoskeleton power suits. I made these last night. You two should test them out, you should be able to get used to them quickly after activation. Whoa. Power suits. Shasha's eyes lit up instantly. Lin brother, are we finally getting to wear these? Lin Xian gave her a look. You already have a giant mecha. Do you really need this too? Hee hee. Shasha scratched her head, grinning. I just wanted to try it out. Keep dreaming. Kiki, seated on a swivel chair, grabbed Shasha and squished her cold cheeks. Then she looked at the 2 power suits with approval. Not bad. You actually made 2 of these in one night? That's impressive. Chen Sixuan and Shukin, however, looked surprised. Do I really need this? Chen Sixuan hesitated. Maybe give it to someone else first? I'm usually inside the train. Shukin agreed. Lin Captain, shouldn't these go to Kiki and Firebro instead? They're ability users and our main fighters. Just wear them already. Kiki smiled. She understood Lin Xian's reasoning, so she simply told them, these suits boost mobility. You two are gene evolvers, meaning this will make you even stronger. I'd love to play with one, but honestly, it wouldn't help me much. I can already fly, why would I need to run or jump? As for Firebro, he can't use it either. He'd probably just burn it to a crisp. Agreed. Lu Xingchen, leaning against a wall, nodded. This thing would just slow me down. Not practical. Everyone will get one eventually. Lin Xian stated firmly. As a mechanical ability user, my goal is to fully mechanize and arm every person and every carriage on the Infinite Train. But we have to take it one step at a time. He turned to Shu Ken and Chen Sixuan. You two are key members. Get familiar with the suits so you can teach the others later. I'll keep upgrading them over time. As for the other ability users, I have different plans. Fire Bro, for instance, Director Ding told me about nanocarbon ceramic alloy armor used by the Starfleet. It can withstand over 6,000 degrees Celsius and has high durability. Lu Xingchen shrugged indifferently. Honestly, I don't need, it looks really badass. Lin Xian added. Please prioritize its development, Lin brother. Lu Xingchen's expression instantly changed, his eyes filled with sincerity and eagerness. Whoa, does that mean we'll be fighting snow wraiths all the way? Kiki frowned. Aren't you worried that leaving marks along the way will attract even worse trouble in the dark? We'll just have to adapt as we go. Lin Xian stood up. If things go well, we can stop at Chixia or Sufeng village, just like we did yesterday. But if the situation turns bad, we'll have to make a run for Zilan overnight. The best we can do is launch a full-scale defense outside the city to prevent the risk of bringing an even bigger threat inside. Then today's going to be a tough battle. Chen Sixuan remarked. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded and turned to Kiki and Lu Xingchen. And not just later, we have a battle to fight right now. Infinite Train, start. The snow was deep, so deep that the icebreaker shield was nearly 2/3 buried. The tracks and iron wheels were frozen and completely covered in ice and snow. Forget about building up momentum, just getting the train moving was nearly impossible. The only way forward was to have Kiki and Lu Xingchen clear path first. Once the Infinite Train gained enough speed, it could use its own momentum to plow through the snow. At 9 a.m., the entire train was ready. Kiki positioned herself on the roof, while Lu Xingchen was in the cockpit, both preparing to clear the way. We need to be quick. Chen Sixuan warned as she looked at the slopes flanking the mountain pass. The snow up there is thick. If we clear too much at once, it could trigger an avalanche. We only get one shot at this. Once we clear it, we have to rush out immediately. While Uria's mountains wasn't steep, the amount of accumulated snow posed a huge risk. If it slid down, the train could be completely buried. Agreed. We only have one chance. Lin Xian confirmed. No worries. Lu Xingchen rubbed his hands together, warming them with his fire ability as he spoke into the communicator. Kiki smirked proudly from the cockpit. Please. How hard can it be? You think I can't handle a little snow? Fire Bro, you go first. Kiki called out over the comms. On it. The plan was set. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath, standing in the freezing wind, his eyes burning with a fiery glow. Whoosh, a wave of scorching heat burst forth from his body. In an instant, the frost and snow on his clothes evaporated, and heat waves radiated outward. Even the thick ice on the roof beneath his feet rapidly melted. I'll call this move Inferno Blast, Heaven's Road. Boom. Lu Xingchen raised his hands high above his head, and in an instant, a towering pillar of crimson fire shot into the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Then, with a sharp shout, he slammed the fiery column forward. At the same time, a blue-hot mock ring burst from the flames, igniting a powerful shock wave. Boom. Inside the mountain pass, the howling winds were instantly thrown into chaos. The sudden collision of hot and cold air sent a violent updraft skyward, scattering snowflakes in all directions. A massive jet of fire struck the snow directly ahead of the Infinite Train, instantly vaporizing it and opening up a clear path. But it wasn't over yet. Kiki seized the perfect moment, her eyes glowing, hands outstretched. She gripped the roaring fire column with her psychic power, then suddenly pushed forward. Whoosh! Under Kiki's control, the fire exploded ahead, carving a hundreds-meter-long tunnel straight through the snow. The black steel tracks beneath were instantly revealed under the train's headlights, still radiating scorching heat. Not a single trace of ice remained. Now, Lin Xian immediately fired up both locomotives, the engines humming to life. With an ear-splitting roar, the buried steel behemoth came alive, its ice coating cracking apart, snow sliding off its roof. The train's iron wheels turned, beginning its slow, laborious movement. Rumble. But as the train started rolling, the snow on both sides of the tracks began collapsing toward the rails. The immense force from Lu Xingchen and Kiki's attack had triggered a chain reaction, causing the packed snow to split and slide down toward the train. Bam! 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 The Infinite Train accelerated. Chunks of ice and frost shattered against its armor, but Kiki and Lu Xingchen kept blasting a path forward. Faster! Kiki, watch over Fire Bro. Don't let him get buried. Relax, I got this. Boom! The avalanche roared down both sides, temporarily burying the train in darkness, but with its forward momentum, it quickly broke free of the collapsing snow. Speeds up! Chen Sixuan shouted. Fire Bro, get back inside. Lin Xian ordered. Hearing the command, Lu Xingchen immediately retracted his flames and sprinted toward car number 5's elevator hatch, leaping back into the train. At that moment, the Infinite Train hit 80 km/h, Kiki was still using her ability to clear the way. 90 kilometers per hour. Bam. 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 The train plowed through the snow, throwing up massive clouds of ice and dust. 100 kilometers per hour. The snow exploded around them, scattering into the sky. That's enough. Lin Xian called out. I can still keep going. Kiki insisted. Lin Xian grabbed her arm, then reached for Chen Sixuan. Brace for impact. At 100 kilometers per hour, with thousands of tons of steel momentum, and the icebreaker shield at the front, Lin Xian knew they had more than enough force to smash through the snow ahead. He gave the order. Stop using your ability. Boom. Whoosh. The infinite train slammed into a 1.5-meter thick snow wall, shaking violently. Everyone inside felt a massive forward jolt, but the steel behemoth continued cutting through the snow, sending towering clouds of white powder flying. Woo! The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive roared as the deep snow scraped and rattled against the train's armor, the vibrations humming through the cabin. Looking out the windows, the snow level was only a few centimeters away from reaching them. Inside the cockpit, Chen Sixuan watched in awe as the train tore apart the endless snow before them. Lin Xian checked the speedometer, 95 kilometers per hour. This was faster than expected, but they couldn't slow down now. If they lost speed, regaining it would be almost impossible. If another blizzard hit, or the snow got even thicker, the train could be forced to a stop. Right now, the infinite train had no choice but to keep charging forward like a runaway beast. Under the dark sky, the storm winds howled. The train finally cleared the mountain pass, speeding into an endless snowfield. Inside the cockpit, Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan, and Kiki remained on high alert. They had traveled dozens of kilometers already, yet there were no attacks from the snow wraiths. Director Ding. Lin Xian called over the comms. No threats. It's safe. Ding Junyi reported. Safe? That didn't make sense. Last night, they had seen how many snow wraiths lurked beneath the snow. Lin Xian had prepared to fight all the way till dawn, but now, nothing? Weird. Kiki muttered. Could they only come out during the day? No way. Lin Xian shook his head. According to previous radio reports, snow wraiths are even more aggressive at night. There's no reason for them to just disappear now. It is strange. Chen Sixuan frowned, her gaze locked onto the snow ahead, illuminated by the train's powerful headlights. Could we have crossed out of their territory and into another eerie entity's domain? That's possible. Lin Xian mused. There was evidence suggesting that high-level eerie entities had territorial instincts. If no snow wraiths had appeared, it could mean they had entered an area ruled by a stronger entity. But something still didn't add up. Even Hell's black chrysanthemum, which normally reacted to danger, had remained completely still. Lin Xian recalled the low tremor and deep growl from before, the one that had seemingly riled up the snow wraiths. Could that seismic event have somehow driven them away? Well, whatever's going on, stopping isn't an option. Kiki said seriously. Whether there's an eerie entity ahead or not, we only have one way forward. No turning back now. Agreed. Lin Xian nodded. Just as he finished speaking, something black suddenly emerged from the snow ahead. Before anyone could react, bam! The infinite train slammed into it at full speed. Sparks flew. The black mass was sent flying, breaking into several shattered pieces on impact. The crew quickly snapped into alert mode. What was that? Through the windshield, they saw debris scattering, and at the center of the wreckage, a car. A snow-covered vehicle had been lying sideways on the tracks, completely buried in the ice. The infinite train had torn through it like paper, splitting it apart. A chunk of the car frame was now lodged in the icebreaker shield at the front of the train. But that wasn't the worst part. A corpse, partially frozen and covered in frost, had been inside. The body had been flung forward, its hardened remains scraping across the windshield, leaving behind deep ice scars, before it flew off into the snow. A horrible chill crept through the cockpit. For a moment, none of them spoke. That car. How long do you think it's been buried? Kiki finally asked, her voice unnervingly quiet. Chen Sixuan swallowed. Hard to say. But that body was completely stiff. Frozen solid. It must have been there for a while. Lin Xian's grip on the controls tightened. We might be heading straight into a graveyard. And in a place like this, graveyards don't stay quiet for long. The train charges forward. The infinite train thundered onward, cutting through the vast snowfield under the cloak of nightfall. But an unsettling tension had settled over the crew. Every kilometer, more buried vehicles appeared. Some were barely visible beneath the snow, others already crumbling from exposure. The train plowed through them all, the icebreaker shield tearing through metal like paper. Yet, not a single body moved. No snow wraiths. No eerie entities. Just an eerie silence, heavier than the blizzard itself. Something's off. Lin Xian adjusted the controls, keeping the train steady. Where are the scavengers? In post-apocalyptic snowfields, it was rare for remains to go undisturbed. Usually, there were always creatures, whether zombies, snow wraiths, or eerie entities, that would feed on bodies left behind. But here, nothing had touched them. As if even the monsters didn't dare come near. Kiki. Lin Xian called. Try the radio again. See if there's any signal. Kiki quickly scanned the frequencies. Nothing. Still dead silence. Damn it. That meant their location was still within the range of the extreme cold vortex, completely isolated from outside communication. Which meant no reinforcements. Whatever was out there. They were on their own. 30 kilometers ahead. Bam. Another snow-covered vehicle was crushed under the train's massive weight. Chen Sixuan, still scanning the terrain, finally spoke up. It's not random. What? Lin Xian asked. The wreckage, it's following a pattern. Lin Xian's gaze darkened. You think it's deliberate? Yes. Chen Sixuan confirmed. These vehicles aren't scattered randomly. They're positioned at regular intervals, all leading in the same direction. A trail. Like breadcrumbs leading to something ahead. We're being lured in. The black shadow suddenly, Kiki's eyes widened. Something ahead. Lin Xian's hands tightened on the controls. The train's headlights flashed over the horizon, revealing a massive dark shape, standing dead center on the tracks. It was not a vehicle. It was something else. Something alive. Brace for impact. Lin Xian shouted. Bam. The infinite train slammed into it. And this time, the train didn't break through. The thing on the tracks didn't budge. A deep, reverberating sound filled the air, not from the train, but from whatever they had just hit. The cockpit shuddered violently. Outside, the snow began to move. Then came the sound, a low, guttural growl. Something huge was waking up. Chapter 250, Orbital Fortress in the Snowstorm. It looks like they froze to death. Their vehicles have already been buried under the snow. Chen Sixuan's expression was complicated. With this much snow, if you're not using a specialized vehicle, it's nearly impossible to move. Could it be the people from those convoys last night? Kiki asked. Maybe. If it were a convoy like the Big Eagle convoy with their tracked polar vehicles, they might have been able to push through the snow, but there's still the issue of energy supply. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. At -50 degrees, a regular car engine won't start once it's turned off. On top of that, heating needs to be maintained at all times. Without a sufficient energy source, even electric-powered vehicles struggle to maintain long-term endurance in these freezing conditions. Bang! The icebreaker shield continuously plowed through the snow as the infinite train pushed forward. Time had reached 11:30. The blizzard had stopped, and the world was suddenly covered in a vast, dazzling white. Aside from the howling wind, the glistening snow reflected a piercingly bright light, illuminating the entire interior of the infinite train. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. Whoa, it's so bright. The whole grassland has turned into a snowfield. Chen Sixuan gazed into the distance, seeing nothing but an endless white sea. Lin Xian looked at the thick snow outside, the vast, silver-white expanse stretching to the horizon. He sighed. In conditions like this, with snow wraiths lurking and dark invasion toxins contaminating the snow, surviving is no easy task. The infinite train pushed forward through the snow like a burrowing worm, carving a path along the tracks. From the darkness of night into the brightness of day, they had neither encountered snow wraiths nor any other eerie entities, which was highly unusual. With a mix of suspicion and caution, the train pressed on. Before long, Lin Xian spotted a small-town train station ahead. Further in the distance, buildings were buried under thick snow. The station's frozen-over sign was barely legible, but it read, Galop Station. Lin Xian, look. Chen Sixuan suddenly spoke up. Lin Xian and Kiki followed her gaze. In an open area in front of the station, numerous vehicles were scattered, modified survivor vehicles, some clustered on high ground, others partially buried along what used to be the town's main road. There were bullet-riddled billboards along the road, as well as the frozen corpses of snow wraiths. It didn't seem to belong to a single convoy but rather a combination of multiple groups. Further away, at least dozens of vehicles were visible. Several large snowplow trucks and heavy-duty rigs were at the front, likely tasked with clearing the road. But something had attacked them viciously. Two of the heavy trucks were completely caved in, twisted and bent by some immense force. After these lead vehicles fell, the dozens of other modified apocalypse vehicles had tried to flee, only to get trapped in the deep snow. Now, all of them were half buried, their sides streaked with frozen bloodstains, evidence that the battle hadn't been long ago. Yet, there were no signs of life anywhere, everything had been swallowed by the extreme cold. It must be those 4 convoys from last night. Judging by the snow, They were probably dead before the blizzard even stopped. Chen Sixuan said. They had so many snowplows and good equipment, no wonder they made it this far. Kiki frowned. But I feel like they didn't just encounter snow wraiths. Lin Xian, look, those vehicles were flattened. Snow wraiths don't have that kind of strength. Ms. Chen. Lin Xian's eyes stung from the snow's glare. He pointed towards something strange in the distance and asked Chen Sixuan, is there something over there? Chen Sixuan immediately understood. She pulled out the Meteorite 3 sniper rifle and switched its scope to light filtering mode before looking in the direction Lin Xian indicated. Soon, her brows furrowed deeply. Through the scope, she saw something on top of a snow-covered building, a massive wing-like structure, grayish-white, frozen with thick ice. It hung from the side of the building like an enormous billboard, partially covering multiple floors. Its wingtip dragged into the snow, making it impossible to see its full size. Chen Sixuan's face turned grim as she described what she saw. Only half a wing is visible. I don't know what kind of creature it belongs to, but based on the size alone, it must be a large class Class entity. Lowering the scope, she turned to Lin Xian and Kiki. It could be A class. Or even S-class. Kiki's eyes widened. That convoy was strong enough to sever the wing of a large entity? Could it be that they killed it? I don't see any other parts of the creature. Chen Sixuan shook her head. Only that wing structure. Rumble, above them, the extreme cold vortex swirled, blocking out the sky. Sunlight seeped through gaps in the storm, casting fleeting rays of light. Lin Xian's expression darkened. There's no doubt that creatures from the abyss are lurking in that blizzard. The snow and vortex act as a natural screen, hiding them. We need to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, whatever they encountered, will encounter next. Bang. 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 The infinite train charged through the station, crashing through snow-covered support structures and abandoned vehicles. Sparks flew, and the metallic tremors echoed through the air. Whoosh! Without stopping, the train plowed forward. Though it was now broad daylight, the snow wraiths remained hidden. Lin Xian found this odd but also a small relief. At the very least, the farther they traveled, the closer they got to Zilan City. That was all that mattered. The infinite train roared through the icy wasteland, sending snowflakes glittering through the sunlight. Survivors in the living carriages watched the endless white landscape through the windows, their faces filled with vigilance. The pure, unblemished snow gave no sense of beauty, only an unshakable terror. The contaminated snow, the lurking snow wraiths, and the dark invasion's lingering corruption made the environment feel suffocating. Lin Xian refused to relax. The infinite train was navigating an extremely hazardous environment. As the snow piled higher, he remained on guard, ready to activate the mechanical heart to boost power at a moment's notice. They were moving along the western edge of the Parma grasslands, a region entirely covered by the extreme cold vortex. Every surviving group in the area was heading towards Zilan City, not just because Phoenix had a base there, but because Zilan was a major industrial stronghold, a former military fortress with extensive defenses. If Phoenix had chosen Zilan as a support hub for Abyss Zones 3, 5, and 7, it had to be for a reason. According to the last radio transmissions, the city still had survivors, and Phoenix's evacuation was planned in the coming days. Their next phase was to cross Abyss Zone 5's outskirts and chase the Dawn Center. Lin Xian had two possible routes. He could work with Phoenix and use Zilan to upgrade the train's power system, allowing him to follow the Dawn Center across the Kai and Goose Strait by land. If that failed, he'd have to head to Dawn City, take the oceanic rail, and possibly link up with Noah, the floating city. Take a break. Chen Sixuan told him. I'm fine. Lin Xian replied, eyes fixed on the path ahead. Just then, beep. 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 The alarm blared in the cockpit. Kiki's voice came through the comms from car number 2. Lin Xian, radar warning. Obstacle on the track ahead. What kind of obstacle? It's a train. Woo. Kiki held her mobile terminal and deployed a drone to begin scouting. The monitoring screen showed the drone flying over the frost-covered train cars of the Dragon Mountain 1. Through the ice-coated windows, there was no sign of movement inside. On the exterior armor, dense claw marks, puncture wounds, and battle damage from snow wraith attacks were everywhere. Seeing this, everyone's expression darkened. After all, Dragon Mountain 1 had over 1,000 people on board. Its firepower and defenses weren't any weaker than the Infinite Train, and in terms of mobility, it was even stronger. How could it have gotten stranded here? A brutal battle must have taken place, Kiki said while adjusting the drone's flight. But their external armor isn't broken, and the interior compartments still seem intact. That's strange. There's no way this many people could have just disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian frowned. Even if there were corpses, there should be some remains. Back at Dalat Town, They had seen the brutally massacred convoy. If Dragon Mountain 1 had suffered a complete annihilation, the scene should have been even worse. But now, this colossal doomsday fortress just sat silently, motionless in the frozen wasteland, buried under snow, eerily still. Huh? Kiki's drone made another pass and spotted something odd. I remembered Dragon Mountain 1 had 2 intercontinental-class drive cores. But there's only one left? What? Lin Xian stepped forward and zoomed in on the drone's feed. Sure enough, the train's primary drive engine and power locomotive were missing, only the main train head remained. They must have encountered something unexpected. Chen Sixuan said, glancing at Lin Xian. We're going in to check. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. Shuken, Kiki, you're with me. Got it. Lin Xian didn't have time for speculation, he needed to confirm the situation immediately. Dragon Mountain 1 had once been an ally in battle. If they were in trouble, he would help without hesitation. Besides, with the train blocking their path, they had no choice but to investigate. Hiss, the cockpit door slid open, and the 3 of them stepped out, sinking knee-deep into the freezing snow. The snow is too deep, walking is almost impossible. Shuken muttered. Without specialized gear, movement is a nightmare. Kiki. Lin Xian called out. Got it. Kiki flicked her fingers, and an invisible psychic force surged forward, blasting a path through the snow. She then hovered into the air, while Lin Xian and Shuken sprinted toward Dragon Mountain 1. As the snow parted, a gruesome sight was revealed beneath it, layers of frozen snow wraith corpses, stacked like shattered pastries, hidden beneath the pristine surface. The horrifying scene made their scalps tingle. Last night, the Infinite Train had wiped out thousands of snow wraiths at Yasatai Mountain, yet here, the density of bodies around Dragon Mountain 1 seemed even greater. The double-layered armored train cars were covered in marks where monsters had clawed, stabbed, and bitten. Chunks of flesh, bones, and torn skin were frozen solid in the ice crystals, creating a terrifying spectacle. From the air, Kiki flew up to one of the upper train cars. She flicked her fingers again, sweeping away the frost on the windows before peering inside. The interior was empty. These were once crowded living compartments, where Dragon Mountain 1 survivors had turned their train into a mobile fortress, tight quarters, but filled with life and a sense of security. But now, not a single soul remained. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Below, Lin Xian placed a hand on the train's metal surface and activated mechanical heart, only for his expression to change drastically. The heating system is still running. Someone is inside. Thud. 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 Just as Kiki moved closer, a shadow suddenly darted across the corridor inside. Kiki's eyes widened. Who's in there? Lin Xian grabbed onto the armored plating and climbed rapidly using his exosuit's climbing function. The door's up ahead. Shuken followed, climbing onto the roof. Boom. Kiki soared ahead, tracking the shadow. She extended her hand, releasing a psychic shockwave, shattering layers of ice on the train's exterior to get a better view inside. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the noise inside grew louder, the sound of multiple people running. At last, Lin Xian reached a large airlock door. He activated mechanical heart, covering the entire train car, and forced the door open. Hiss. A burst of hot air rushed out, colliding with the cold outside air, creating a thick white mist. Click, click, click. As the mist cleared, multiple gun barrels were suddenly aimed straight at them. Who goes there? Rat-tat-tat. The people inside hadn't expected the door to be forced open. They panicked and opened fire. Bullets tore into the snow outside, kicking up a chaotic spray of ice and powder. From the roof, Shuken's exosuit suddenly issued a warning. Warning, unidentified hostile rapidly approaching from behind. Shuken's eyes narrowed. She reacted instantly, slamming down on the train roof, denting the metal, then leaping into the air, flipping 180 degrees, and drawing her Remington M96. But the shadow behind her moved just as fast. It twisted midair, kicking her gun barrel aside. Bang! The gunshot missed, but Shuken didn't flinch. With her left hand, she drew a shotgun, swinging it horizontally while dodging a bladed weapon aimed at her face. Their fight erupted in a blur of speed, both moving faster than an ordinary human. Meanwhile, inside the train, Kiki yanked the gunmen out of the car with her psychic power, hurling them into the snow. Buzz! A red-hot glow flickered from inside the dark train car. Kiki's brows furrowed. What kind of ability is this? Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 beams of searing laser light blasted outward. But before they could reach Kiki, the air twisted strangely, bending the energy into a crimson sphere. Boom! A shockwave of heat instantly vaporized the surrounding snow, melting a crater into the frozen ground. Steam billowed into the air. Lasers. Kiki was shocked. She glanced at Lin Xian. He had activated his gravity lens, distorting the laser's trajectory. Lin Xian had begun mastering this ability, particularly against energy-based attacks. You dare attack me? Kiki furiously extended her psychic grip, yanking the attacker from the train. A teenager, no older than 17, wearing thick sunglasses, was dragged out. Dark red energy swirled around his eyes. He was about to fire another attack. Not happening. Kiki immobilized his hands. The boy struggled wildly, but physically, he was weak. Against Kiki's psychic force, he had zero chance of breaking free. Lin Xian frowned. This isn't someone from Dragon Mountain 1. Who are you? Where is Shidoan? The boy's face drastically changed. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly shouted from inside, "Stop! Lin Xian, it's us." Chapter 251, Longshan Dilemma. At the rear section of Dragon Mountain Number 1, the carriage doors swung open, and 7 or 8 fully armed personnel rushed out in unison. In the snow, the people Kiki had dragged out at gunpoint struggled to their feet. The woman who had been fighting Shuken on the train roof also halted her attacks. The 3 of them stood in a standoff, their gazes locked onto the approaching group. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman in the lead. She seemed incredibly familiar. Hold your fire, this is a misunderstanding. The woman was clad in a thick white down jacket and wore a high-tech thermal mask. Tall and poised, she carried an air of authority. She sternly ordered her subordinates to stand down before turning to Lin Xian. Captain Lin, I'm Ningjing from Dragon Mountain Number 1. We met before at Yubai Spaceport. Everyone was bundled in cold weather gear and helmets, making it difficult to recognize faces at a glance. But as soon as Lin Xian heard her name, he remembered, this was the woman who had been following behind Shidun at the spaceport. Ningjing, the deputy train commander of Dragon Mountain Number 1, had proven herself to be quite formidable in the battle at the spaceport. Phew. Lin Xian exhaled inside his thermal mask. Then, raising a hand, he gestured to Shuken on the roof and Kiki beside him. The 2 withdrew their attacks. Kiki tossed the young man she was holding back into the snow and remarked, "Oh, I remember you. But these 2 guys look unfamiliar. I thought your train had been hijacked. There are new teammates." Ningjing explained to Lin Xian. "I failed to receive your response signal earlier, and by the time we realized, fighting had already broken out." She turned to the girl on the train and the young man in the snow. "Abai, Zhao King. Is everyone okay?" The girl named Zhao King remained silent, giving only a slight shake of her head. Meanwhile, the young man, still half buried in snow, hurriedly adjusted his sunglasses and stammered, "Jingji, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. This guy's eyes can shoot laser beams. Your new teammates are pretty impressive," Kiki commented, clapping her hands. Shuken, still standing on the train, observed Zhao King carefully. The girl wasn't using a powered exosuit, yet her physical enhancements were already at a highly advanced level. In their brief exchange, she had even managed to put some pressure on Shuken. However, Shuken also realized that Zhao King wasn't fully proficient in combat yet. Her lack of experience with exosuit maneuvering had somewhat hindered her abilities. Lin Xian swept his gaze over them and got straight to the point. "What happened to you guys?" The rear carriages were empty. The responder hadn't picked up. And from Ningjing's heavy expression, it was obvious something had gone wrong aboard Dragon Mountain Number 1. Ningjing glanced toward the distant infinite train. For some reason, a hint of relief flickered across her face. "Captain Lin, if it's convenient, let's talk inside. It's too cold out here." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Seeing his agreement, Ningjing turned to Zhao King and the young man. "You two, get inside as well." Their allies. The tension dissolved, and Lin Xian, Kiki, and Shuken followed Ningjing into the rear carriages of Dragon Mountain Number 1. Inside, the temperature wasn't high. Lin Xian's exosuit system displayed only 12 to 13 degrees Celsius, but compared to the frigid -50 degrees outside, it felt downright cozy. Lin Xian removed his thermal mask and surveyed the carriage. It was eerily empty. What was once a packed living carriage was now devoid of people, with a lingering coldness in the air. "You've been stuck here for days?" Lin Xian immediately asked. "Almost 2 days." Ningjing replied, leading them to the lounge area of a living carriage. Several members of Dragon Mountain Number 1 quickly brought over insulated thermoses filled with hot water. "It's not that we don't want to leave, but we underestimated the scale of the blizzard. When we arrived here 2 days ago, the snow wasn't this bad." The middle-aged man standing beside Ningjing, Lu Yong, another familiar face to Lin Xian, spoke up. "Right now, we're completely immobilized. The tracks are iced over, and the train is too large and heavy to gain any traction. The biggest issue is that one of our drive motor units has failed, and we've been trying to repair it for the past 2 days." "What? You're stuck?" Kiki was surprised. She and Lin Xian had initially assumed Dragon Mountain number 1 had suffered some major attack or disaster. Who would have thought it was just an issue with getting the train moving? "And where's Shidun?" Lin Xian asked, getting to the crucial point. "He led a team northeast to a place called Drakama Ice Valley." Ningjing replied. 2 days ago, we intercepted a high-frequency distress signal from Phoenix. Old Shi immediately decided to lead a team for a rescue mission, while the rest of us were supposed to wait here for 6 hours. The plan was that if they didn't return in time, we would proceed to Zilan City and wait for further updates. But the extreme cold vortex hit too fast, cutting off all communications. We also suffered multiple attacks from snow wraiths. The lead traction locomotive malfunctioned, and with the ice and deep snow. Well, Ningjing sighed. We ended up completely stranded. He took a team out for a rescue mission? Shukin was puzzled. Did they go by train? No. Lu Yong explained. Our number 2 and number 3 power locomotives were modified with triangle track high magnetic all-terrain drive modules. Captain Shi took the backup energy locomotive, traction locomotives, and 3 heavy firepower weapon station vehicles. Hearing this, Lin Xian recalled Shiduan's bold nature from their time at the spaceport. This was exactly the kind of thing he'd expect from the guy, a man of action when disasters struck. You modified them for all-terrain driving? Kiki was shocked. Where did you even get that upgrade? That's not the focus right now. Lin Xian interrupted, turning back to Ningjing with urgency. How long have they been missing? Ningjing shook her head. We lost contact as soon as they left. Normally, our communication devices cover about 20 kilometers. Beyond that, we have no way of knowing. The extreme cold vortex disrupted radio frequencies, so we stuck to our original plan, waiting 6 hours. But the blizzard hit too fast. The snow wraiths kept attacking. We couldn't even leave if we wanted to. 2 days ago, I sent a search team northeast, but the snow was too heavy. Out there, even without encountering snow wraiths, it's nearly impossible to navigate. I feared further casualties, so I pulled them back. For safety, I relocated all passengers to the front carriages, where heating is concentrated, and our combat personnel can provide better protection. Oh, so that's why this part of the train is empty. Kiki noted. But doesn't that leave the rear carriages vulnerable to entity attacks? We have patrolling guards stationed here. Ningjing looked at them. You should know those creatures can sense human presence. They only attack occupied carriages. They ignore empty ones. That makes sense. Kiki had been about to mention something about markers, but on second thought, she realized Ningjing was right. Regardless of markers, eerie entities wouldn't waste effort attacking abandoned sections. Ningjing then looked at Lin Xian. Seeing him deep in thought, she took the initiative to speak. I was planning to detach 20 carriages and try to break free from the snow while sending a scouting team to Zilan City for help. But now that you're here. She knew Lin Xian's capabilities. Under these circumstances, his arrival was practically divine intervention. From Lin Xian's perspective, sacrificing excess carriage weight to gain momentum for a charge was a sound decision. Dragon Mountain number 1 had 68 carriages and over 1,000 passengers, essentially a mobile fortress. If it remained trapped in the snow, it would become a frozen metal coffin. This was exactly the kind of crisis Lin Xian had been wary of. Do you have precise coordinates? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Ningjing nodded. Drakama Ice Valley is about 80 li from here. But the blizzard and signal interference make it almost impossible to navigate off track. Plus, there are the snow wraiths. That's why Old Shi's plan was to take the all-terrain train, just to be safe. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. If Phoenix was the one sending the distress signal, then the situation must be beyond what normal survivors could handle. Shi is one hell of a guy. He wasn't being sarcastic. If he were in Shiduan's shoes, he wouldn't have had many better options either. With the deep snow covering everything, the vehicles on board were practically useless. The only ones with actual mobility were Kiki and the fire god Mecha, but it wasn't like they could just have Kiki fly across the endless frozen wasteland to search for people. I don't know the exact situation either. Ningjing admitted. She relayed the distress signal they had received to Lin Xian. When we first entered the Parma grasslands, we saw a giant mecha being airlifted by multiple transport planes toward the southwestern interior during the blizzard. I suspect it was some kind of Phoenix weaponry test project. Then, 2 nights ago, there was a massive earthquake near Ye's Lake. Other survivors around Sufeng Village and Ye's Lake also witnessed it, some even claimed to have seen an S-class eerie entity. That's why Old Shi speculated that the distress signal might be related to that incident, because under normal circumstances, Phoenix wouldn't send out Danzos so easily. A giant mecha? Kiki's eyes widened as she immediately looked toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian understood as well. It seemed to Lushu's intelligence wasn't wrong. The only issue was that Phoenix's regional broadcast had previously reported an S-class Siri entity appearing in Cloud Watch Swamp, which was in the southern part of Parma grasslands, near the Eastern Way River. And now, another was sighted near Ye's Lake on the northern route. This meant either that unknown entity was moving towards Zealand City, or that Parma grasslands had more than one S-class Siri entity. I think I get the picture. Lin Xian said, standing up. He looked at Ning Jing. Take me to the damaged traction locomotive first. The priority right now was to free Dragon Mountain number 1, only then could Infinite Train continue moving. Given the current situation, both teams would have to work together to break through the snowfield and head for Zealand City. Fortunately, everyone here was already acquainted. Ning Jing knew Lin Xian's skills, so there was no need for unnecessary talk. She immediately led him forward through the train. On the way, Kiki spoke quietly to Lin Xian. What do you think? If the repairs go smoothly and the weather doesn't get worse before we leave, I want to take a look. Lin Xian replied honestly. Shidoan, Phoenix, whoever was involved, Lin Xian felt it was worth stepping in to help. But he also knew that Trikama Ice Valley was bound to be dangerous. Shidoan had taken a heavily armed combat train, yet they still hadn't returned. If Lin Xian went, it would be a lightweight expedition. Even with powerful ability users like Kiki, the harsh weather alone could render them ineffective. So, he was conflicted. Kiki understood him well. Earlier, Ningjing mentioned sending an advance team, which means they must have small all-terrain vehicles. And obviously, they also want to find Shidoan. I think we can cooperate, send a small team to check out the Ice Valley. If things go south, we can always retreat. It's still daylight, and if we travel light, our mobility should let us escape if needed. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki and lowered his voice. You little brat. You're just curious about that giant mecha, aren't you? Kiki crossed her arms. You're a mechanical ability user, something like that is practically a nuclear-level weapon for you. Don't tell me you're not curious. Lin Xian remained expressionless, but of course, he was interested. However, he always approached things from a practical standpoint. Right now, Infinite Train was stuck. The immediate priority was escaping before another blizzard struck. If they couldn't even secure Infinite Train, then any other plans were just wishful thinking. But since this also involved Phoenix and his old friend Shidoan, if the logistics worked out, this was a risk worth taking. One issue with such a long train was that moving from the rear carriages to the front took quite a bit of time. Infinite Train had 14 carriages, and even at a fast pace, getting from the front to the back took at least a couple of minutes. Dragon Mountain number 1 was even longer and more cramped. Though the corridors had been specially managed for efficiency, it still took nearly 7 or 8 minutes of fast walking to reach the front. Along the way, Lin Xian, Kiki, and Shu Ken got a full view of the train's internal facilities. There were hive-like sleeping compartments in the living carriages. Some double-decker carriages could accommodate over 80 people. They passed through storage and weapon carriages, a medical station, a radio broadcast center, an armory, and even an entertainment carriage. There was a dedicated manufacturing carriage outfitted with industrial lathes, bullet reloading presses, and 3D mechanical printers for fabricating essential parts. Further ahead, they saw carriages repurposed as conference rooms and makeshift classrooms. There was even a psychological counseling carriage designed with customized internal scenery. One of the more intriguing sights was a functioning supermarket where passengers could barter their stored goods for much-needed supplies. Lin Xian was quietly impressed. This train had practically become a self-sustaining mobile society. As they passed the front living quarters, curious passengers peeked out from their compartments, whispering among themselves. New members again? Isn't that the leader of Infinite Train? I saw him at the spaceport. Infinite Train? Are we seriously running into them again? What are they here for? No idea. As they neared the front, the temperature noticeably increased, not just from the heating system, but also from the sheer number of people packed into the space. Ningjing had concentrated most of the firepower here to compensate for the difficulty of defending such a large group while stranded in the snowfield. If they had been in motion, this wouldn't have been necessary. But right now, they were not only immobilized, but they had also lost some of their combat power when Shidoan took a squad and heavy weaponry to Trikama Ice Valley. Protecting over 1,000 people was no easy task. Finally, Ningjing and Liu Yong led them into the front section. Apart from an intercontinental nuclear-powered locomotive, Dragon Mountain number 1 had 2 electric traction locomotives similar to Lin Xian's Huangsing 7F electric locomotive. These high-energy consuming systems required careful power distribution across the train. To conserve energy, Shidoan had taken one of the small nuclear-powered locomotives, 1 traction electric locomotive, and 3 weapon station carriages, along with over 60 personnel. The remaining power supply and traction engine should have been more than enough to drive Dragon Mountain number 1 forward, if not for this unexpected malfunction. This is the one. Ningjing said, leading Lin Xian into a large electric locomotive. Beyond it lay the intercontinental nuclear-powered locomotive, the head of the train, which, like Infinite Train, had been reinforced with heavy armor plating, primarily for clearing zombie hordes and obstacles. In icy conditions, it doubled as a breakthrough ice shield. Shiden had only modified Power Core number 2 with a triangle track high magnetic all-terrain drive module, but he had left Power Core number 1, the Intercontinental Power Unit, untouched. Lin Xian wasn't sure why. I'll take a look first. Hopefully, it's not too bad. Checking his watch, Lin Xian saw it was already nearing 1 p.m. The daylight hours were getting shorter. He wasn't sure if he could repair something this massive before nightfall, but there was no other choice. Dragon Mountain number 1 was blocking the track. Infinite Train couldn't just fly over it. Without hesitation, Lin Xian activated Mechanical Heart and began scanning the electric locomotive. Immediately, the intricate structures of the electric traction drive system, traction motors, and microcomputer network control system appeared before him in a projected light screen. As the scan expanded, a complete high-power electric locomotive blueprint was displayed. After analyzing it, Lin Xian let out a breath. It's fixable. Give me 30 minutes. Ningjing visibly relaxed. That's a relief. Looks like we're not doomed after all. Kiki raised an eyebrow at her. You have engineers, don't you? We do. Ningjing replied helplessly. They diagnosed the issue, but 2 sets of permanent magnet synchronous motors failed. The active tilting mechanism is damaged. Lin Xian cut in first. This requires modular replacement or a full remanufacture. In any other setting, it wouldn't be a problem, but in these conditions, it's impossible. Unless you had Mechanical Heart. We tried yesterday. 3 people died. Lu Yong sighed. But strangely enough, since last night, not a single one of those snow beasts has appeared. I don't know if they've all died off or what. You too? Kiki was surprised. Last night, we killed a bunch of them, but after that, nothing. Not even one. It's really weird. Maybe they operate in packs and moved elsewhere. Shu Ken analyzed. Hopefully. Ningjing replied. But I'm more worried that this means something worse. When groups of these creatures suddenly disappear, it often signals the arrival of a higher-tier entity, one that hasn't shown itself yet. Lin Xian frowned. You mean territory? He had already encountered this in Rain Town. There, the inverted ghosts lurking in the cinema and those imposters had created a clear territorial boundary. External eerie entities didn't step into that zone. At first, it seemed like the area was safe, but in reality, it concealed a far greater danger. Lin Xian no longer believed in good luck. Ningjing looked at him. So, you've encountered large territorial eerie entities before. In my experience, this is never a good sign. Maybe Old Shi's team ran into exactly this kind of trouble. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Ningji, do you have any snow vehicles? We have some spare all-terrain polar trucks. Why? Ningjing narrowed her eyes. Are you thinking of? As soon as the train is fixed, I want to go after Old Shi. Lin Xian checked his watch. Repairing this traction locomotive should take around 30 minutes. If both our trains push forward together, I'll need to set up additional traction support between them. With ability users clearing a path, we should be able to get moving. If the blizzard doesn't hit yet, we could quickly mobilize and reach Drakama Ice Valley within 2 hours. There's a chance we could find some clues. Ningjing's eyes lit up. Good. I was thinking the same thing. I'll take a team with you, better to have backup. Lin Xian nodded and immediately started planning. He used his communicator to contact Chen Sixuan, instructing her to have Firebro bring Infinite Train up to the front of Dragon Mountain number 1 to prepare for the push forward. Infinite Train would be under Chen Sixuan's command, while he and Kiki would go with Ningjing's team in an all-terrain polar truck to Drakama Ice Valley. Preparation for departure inside the dim, cold carriage, Lin Xian quickly got to work. Using Mechanical Heart, he extended his scanning field, breaking down the locomotive's mechanical and electrical systems into detailed blueprints. The projection outlined all components, the traction motors, synchronous motor system, power transmission unit, and the train's central control module. One by one, Lin Xian identified the issues. The good news is, the key systems are intact. He muttered. The main problem is the traction motors, they're misaligned due to ice buildup and internal stress fractures. And your primary support pivot is jammed, causing the whole drivetrain to lock up. In short, we're stuck. Kiki summarized, arms crossed. It's not unfixable. Lin Xian cracked his knuckles. I can repair the fractured components directly using Mechanical Devour and Mechanical Scan to reconstruct the missing parts. But I need tools. Lu Yong hesitated. What kind of tools? Something for high-energy welding, metal reformation, and fine-precision component assembly. Lin Xian listed off. A plasma welder, a micro-welding laser, and a mobile assembly kit. We have those in the manufacturing carriage. Ningjing said immediately. Then let's move. Lin Xian and Ningjing's engineers worked at full speed. With the tools provided, Lin Xian used mechanical devour to break down excess scrap metal from the train, restructuring the damaged traction motor components. Sparks flew as he wielded the plasma welder, sealing fractures in the pivot support system. His mechanical scan projected a real-time blueprint, allowing him to make micro-adjustments with absolute precision. Time ticked by. Kiki and Shuken stood guard, watching for any unusual movement outside. The wind had calmed slightly, but there was still a thick tension in the air. Done. Lin Xian exhaled. Ningjing's engineers stared in shock. That should have taken at least 6 hours. Lin Xian wiped his hands. I work fast. With the traction motors realigned and the pivot support repaired, Lin Xian moved to the power relays, checking for any last-minute failures. After final recalibrations, he looked at Ningjing. Started up. The train engineers nodded and powered up the locomotive. A deep mechanical hum resonated through the train as the motors cycled back to life. The once-dead engine roared, the traction drive stabilizing as electrical currents surged through the system. We're good. One of the engineers confirmed. Ningjing let out a breath of relief. Perfect. Now we just need to get moving. Splitting the teams with Dragon Mountain No. 1 operational again, Lin Xian turned to the next step. Now we prepare for departure. He said. But before that, Ningji, we need one of your all-terrain polar trucks. Ningjing immediately called for one of their modified heavy-duty snow crawlers, a triangle track APC, outfitted with extreme cold insulation and high-torque drives. She selected 4 combat-ready team members, including Lu Yong, to accompany them. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Shuken would round out the scouting squad. Their objective, locate Shi Duan's team and identify what happened at Trakama Ice Valley. The sky had started to darken. We move fast. Lin Xian said. 2 hours there and back. If we don't find anything, we retreat immediately. Kiki smirked. Exciting. Let's go. Ningjing gave Lin Xian a firm nod. We'll hold down the train while you're gone. Stay alive out there. With a final check of their gear, the expedition team climbed into the all-terrain truck. The triangle track APC growled to life, its reinforced treads crushing through the snow as it began its treacherous journey toward Trakama Ice Valley. Chapter 252, Trakama Ice Valley. The news of the Infinity's arrival and the imminent repair of the Longshan No. 1 traction locomotive quickly spread between the two trains. The once anxious atmosphere inside the living quarters of the Longshan No. 1 eased noticeably as passengers, who had been gripped by fear, finally breathed sighs of relief, some excited, others full of gratitude. Lin Xian could feel the surge of emotion from the rear carriages, and it left him with a sense of contemplation. The larger the group, the more easily emotions could be swayed, for better or worse. This made managing a train community far more complex. That said, there were benefits too: strength in numbers. Coupled with Lin Xian's mechanical weapon crafting ability, it meant they could potentially form a highly capable combat force, enough to establish a stronghold in this apocalyptic world. When word spread that Lin Xian was using his mechanical abilities to repair the locomotive, people came running from other carriages to catch a glimpse. Even with armed guards keeping watch, the curious stares toward the traction engine couldn't be stopped. Whoa, is that Captain Lin? I saw him back at Yubai Airport. He's a total hero. Mechanical powers are so cool. Oh my god, we might actually be saved. He's fixing that massive locomotive all by himself. Let me see. Move over. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Nearby, Kiki, Shuken, and Ningjing were prepping their gear for a field mission. Seeing the gawking crowd, Kiki grinned and said to Lin Xian, "You're such a hit now. Once we reach Silan City, I bet Phoenix Society will fight to recruit you." She said it half-jokingly, but Shuken caught the comment and looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression. She wasn't sure what he intended. If Lin Xian joined Phoenix Society, did that mean the Infinity would be disbanded? Would their whole group end up absorbed into Phoenix Society, relying on them for protection? Joining Phoenix Society doesn't mean everything changes. Lin Xian said seriously. They're still a mobile official organization. The Dawn Center is basically a mega convoy or mobile city. Even if the Infinity merges into the main group, it doesn't mean we can relax or expect to be fully sheltered. Lin Xian understood full well, with great power comes great responsibility. In this post-apocalyptic world, even women and children had to contribute, there were no innocents left. Exactly. Ningjing chimed in, walking over. Behind her stood the pair known as Abei and Zhao King, both fully geared up. It looked like she planned to bring them along for the rescue mission with Lin Xian. Phoenix Society isn't like Dawn City. She continued. Without a town to anchor them, all land-based survivor convoys, trains, trucks, RVS, whatever, operate as independent mobile communities. Joining the Dawn Center gives us a shared system for intelligence, resources, and defense, but it doesn't mean giving up our own vehicles. In fact, maintaining your own ride is more important than ever. The Great Human Migration. Sounds like a swarm of ants. Shukin said, right on cue. Not wrong. Ningjing nodded. Kiki shrugged. Not everyone in Phoenix society is migrating. It's mostly the main survival forces. Like heavy industries, for instance, that's the world's largest military tech conglomerate. There's no way all those factories and labs could be moved. No way. Lin Xian agreed. Phoenix City and Noah might have some industrial capabilities, but supporting the interstellar army and all of Phoenix society's needs still requires a land-based megafactories. That rumored supersized mecha? There's no way the Dawn Center's mobile bases could produce that. To my knowledge, Keppa still has multiple bases under military guard. Ningjing added. Phoenix City is also working with major organizations like the Fingal Group. She looked at Lin Xian. You probably know Jian Xuai from the Silver Star. The Fingal Group still holds a lot of assets and influence globally. It's more than just that eternal class apocalypse train. Then there's Silent City, another key arms supplier working with both Phoenix Society and Dawn City. Even what's left of the old Federation's Dawn City still collaborates with Phoenix Society in certain areas. Different factions don't mean they can't cooperate. Lin Xian said solemnly. Humanity's all facing the same crisis. Every survivor probably wishes we could all unite instead of staying divided. Yeah. We can only hope. Ningjing sighed. Then she glanced back at Bei and Zhao King and said, these two, we rescued them from a group called the Descendants. They were being used as test subjects in experiments on biological evolution. Do you think groups like that want humanity to unite? All eyes turned toward the pair behind her. Bei wore thick sunglasses. His features were youthful, probably 17 or 18, and though silent, his body language screamed anxiety and unease, a deep, physiological fear of the outside world. Beside him, Zhao King looked delicate and sweet at first glance, the type to give off a gentle vibe. But her eyes were cold and expressionless, completely devoid of emotion. She clutched her gunblade tightly, exuding a chilling detachment that didn't belong to someone her age. Test subjects? What kind of experiments? Kiki frowned. Ningjing sighed. She gently patted Bei's shoulder, perhaps trying to help him relax. Then, right in front of everyone, she slowly lifted his sunglasses. In the next moment, all three of them, Lin Xian, Kiki, and Shukin, visibly tensed. Around Bei's eyes were dozens of pinprick scars and small sensor ports, stitched together with staple-like fasteners. His eyes were a lifeless gray, with no pupils, only a faint energy ripple visible inside. Bei clearly hated the exposure. He trembled, and Ningjing quickly replaced the sunglasses. His eyes evolved abilities. She said quietly. So they used them for experiments. At that moment, when we rescued them, I really wondered what was more terrifying, monsters in the dark, or human nature. Kiki's expression turned grim. She stared silently at the pair. Shuken echoed her mood, voice low. You can't apply normal logic to people like that. VRRM. Suddenly, the electric traction motor hummed to life, rumbling deep from the engine. Lin Xian stood, stepped past the women, and looked toward Ningjing. All right. Let's coordinate our plans. In and out, fast. Got it. Ningjing's expression relaxed. I did the math earlier. If we leave now, and the snow holds off, we should reach Silent City around 10 p.m. tonight. If we stop by Trakama Ice Valley, that's at least 2 hours round trip. Either way, it'll be dark before we reach Silent, so we've got a little wiggle room. But Lin Xian shook his head. The blizzard will return, and the snow won't be the only threat. We need to get this done quick. If things go sideways, we pull back and get moving ASAP. No one's safe unless the train's running. Only once we reach Silent City can we breathe easy. Zilan was heavily guarded by Phoenix Society and packed with survivors, basically the only true safe haven in this storm-ravaged world. Only there could Lin Xian lower his guard, even a little. While passing along the Dark Mark data to Phoenix Society, he also hoped to secure an upgraded train drive system, or at least some info on mechanical techniques and ability developments. In short, reuniting with Phoenix Society meant reconnecting with a central authority. For survivors constantly on the run, finding that kind of structure again was a huge morale boost. Hope, at last. In the howling wind, the Infinity was linked to the rear of Longshan No. 1 through a custom metal connector crafted by Lin Xian. Inside the Infinity, Lin Xian gathered his core members to brief them on the plan. Kiki and I will go. Same arrangement as always, if I'm not here, Miss Chen takes command of the train. He glanced at his watch and added, "It's all set with Longshan number 1. We won't take more than 3 hours. If a blizzard hits, we'll pull back early." He turned toward Lu Xingchen and Shasha. "Huoj, Shasha, you two take the lead here. Shasha, get Fire God ready for rapid response. Ms. Chen, stay in contact with Lu Yong from Longshan number 1. Dao and Shukin will guard the cars." Chen Sixuan nodded. "Are we really expecting an S-class anomalous entity out there?" "Yeah, it sounds super dangerous," Shasha added. "That's why we're keeping it light," Lin Xian explained. "Fewer people means quicker retreat." "Alright, you two be careful," said Ms. Chen. "Let's roll, little miss," Lin Xian called out. Kiki came around the corner just then, towing the PX-05 robot with her. "We're taking this guy. Might come in handy." Lin Xian nodded. "Good call." Vroom. 2 camouflage-patterned tracked polar vehicles crushed snow beneath them and rumbled out. Lin Xian and Kiki took one, Ningjing, along with Abei and Zhaoqing, took the other. Without further delay, both vehicles sped northeastward, kicking up clouds of snow, quickly disappearing into the vast white wilderness. "Log the coordinates. Mark the route," Lin Xian said. On it, Kiki replied, cheerful as ever. Every so often, she used telekinesis to drive a long rod with a small transmitter into the deep snow. Then she tapped her device, activating a blinking green light on the transmitter. It was a makeshift relay node Lin Xian had designed, capable of helping them track their path back even if a blizzard interfered with their signals. As the vehicles plunged into the snowy plains, they felt like boats sailing across a boundless white sea. The original Palma grasslands, already vast and hill-less, were now completely blanketed in snow. The sky and land merged into a glaring white nothingness. It was impossible to judge if they were driving straight. The nave systems had been reduced to just basic compass directions, nothing more. In the second vehicle, Ningjing followed behind Lin Xian, watching his every move. Mechanical powers. Seriously overpowered. In this frozen hell, he just pulls a signal relay out of thin air. He's really strong," Abei said softly from the backseat. "He blocked my beam." Ningjing looked surprised. Then she said, "That train of his is full of hidden talent." The girl beside him, she's telekinetic. "I've met a lot of powerful awakened, but she's the only one I've seen with telekinesis. As for Lin Xian's mechanical ability, I've never even heard of anything like it. It's not just a power, it feels like something a god would bestow. He's not the only one with mechanical abilities." Zhaoqing suddenly spoke, her tone flat. "Huh?" Ningjing glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "You've met another one?" Zhaoqing stared out at the blinding snow and went silent again. Ningjing didn't press. She knew both of them had been through hell in that strange cult-like organization called the Descendants. They had a deeply ingrained distrust of the outside world. It had taken her a long time to earn their trust after rescuing them. Both had thrown themselves into protecting the train with reckless abandon. When they had once attacked Lin Xian, she'd been terrified things would escalate, but thankfully it hadn't. Back in Lin Xian's vehicle, Kiki was still fiddling with the terminal as she asked, "You think that cult Abei and Zhaoqing came from might be the same as that Foundation research lab?" "No idea," Lin Xian said right away. "But it sounds like something they'd do." Kiki scrunched her nose. "Then I get why they were so eager to invite you. Clearly, they wanted to study your ability." Lin Xian chuckled. "If you hadn't said that, I might have still been flattering myself, thought they were impressed by my great genes and intellectual charm." Of course he knew. His biggest value to any organization, Foundation, Phoenix Society, was his mechanical ability. But Kiki shook her head. "That's not what I mean. I mean, if they wanted to study you, why not just kidnap you and start experimenting, like they did with the others? Why go out of their way to invite you, show off their weird morality games, and then let us walk out unharmed? Doesn't that feel off?" Vroom. The vehicle roared over snow drifts. Lin Xian mulled it over silently. "I've wondered the same thing," he finally said. He didn't buy that the Foundation spared them out of fear. Their resources were too overwhelming. But Hua Ziling's demeanor during their encounter? It was odd. Amid the mystery, what struck him most was her sincerity. Yes, sincerity. She seemed genuinely open to different perspectives. Her convictions were strong, and her invitation felt like admiration, even recognition. It clashed violently with the blood-soaked horror of the Qingshui town test site. Rumble. Above them, thunder echoed from a massive storm vortex, pressing down on the snowy plains. The entire atmosphere trembled with a crushing pressure. Low temperature alert, -60 degrees Celsius. Inside the polar vehicle, the temperature warning light glowed red. Frost coated the windows and frames, and the cold seeped in through even the tightest seals. Lin Xian and Kiki were fully suited up, wearing thick thermal helmets and powered tempreg suits. Still, Kiki shivered and had to create a telekinetic barrier around herself to ease the chill. Seeing this, Lin Xian checked his own system panel. Mechanical amplification, ice wall, amplification active, ice wall, 8 hours 44 minutes 59 seconds remaining, 8 more hours until that field is unlocked. Just the name alone sounds way tougher than ice wall. Another life-saving skill is always welcome. He switched over to the Research and Development Center tab. Research and Development Center, TRP Gen 4 Industrial Powered Exosuit, Blueprint, 2D 2 hours remaining. The power armor upgrade was a huge deal. Once he completed this blueprint, he could manufacture exosuits for the entire team. With a high enough mech manufacturing level, the whole Infinity crew could become walking mechanical super soldiers. Back in the real world, the two vehicles pressed onward, mere specks against the endless white sea. After about an hour, the terrain began to shift, gentle hills slowly formed, breaking up the flatness. Using PX-05's terrain radar, Kiki scanned ahead and discovered that they were approaching a massive glacial canyon stretching for dozens of kilometers. In Lin Xian's field of vision, the endless wide expanse of snow abruptly cut off, replaced by a sheer cliff edge. He immediately swerved, leading both vehicles along the edge of the canyon up a slope before bringing them to a stop. "We're here. This should be the Trukamar Ice Valley." As they opened the car doors, a blast of howling snow-laden wind hit them square inches the face. Lin Xian, wearing a black snow blindness face shield, stood atop the polar vehicle's treads. Ningjing's vehicle pulled up behind, and everyone climbed out to look ahead. Not far in the distance, a colossal canyon ripped through the earth, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The howling wind formed turbulent spirals above the ravine, white flakes swirling like spirits in the air. According to old map data, this canyon has always had glacial terrain. Ningjing said over the comms, bracing against the wind. "Now with the blizzard covering everything, you can't even see the glaciers. We haven't picked up any signal from Lao Shi's team, but this is definitely the right direction. How are we supposed to find anything in a canyon this huge? Don't tell me we're actually going down there?" Kiki sent PX-05 hovering out over the edge of the cliff. But on the terminal screen, all she could see through the storm was a hazy blur, deep, chaotic terrain full of jagged ice and deadly drop-offs. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at the gorge. There were open areas and some that were sheer, narrow drops. It was incredibly dangerous, and the lack of any snow demons so far only made him feel even more uneasy. "Ningji, let's search the area centered around here and keep close watch on the time." He looked up at the swirling vortex overhead. From the center of the super cold storm system, bolts of cobalt blue lightning flickered across the sky, flashing against the dark clouds like a looming doomsday. Whoosh! As if to prove him right, the wind suddenly intensified. "The blizzard's about to hit. We shouldn't stay here long," he said. Ningjing nodded. "From what we saw on the way here, it didn't seem overly dangerous. That probably means Lao Shi's team ran into something else entirely. Could they have gone down into the valley?" Lin Xian shook his head firmly. "No way. With terrain like this, you go down, you're not coming back up. Even with a full modded, high-torque all-terrain rail vehicle, nobody's dumb enough to try driving down there. Then let's move quickly." Ningjing climbed back into her vehicle and deployed 10 compact drones for search and rescue. At the same time, Kiki flew high into the sky, taking PX-05 with her to scan the canyon floor. "Careful, girl. Don't remind me." Kiki floated above the frigid chasm. One glance into the bottomless dark, with icy winds howling through, and even she felt a chill in her gut. This place is seriously creepy. Lin Xian stayed busy too. He walked right up to the cliff's edge, raised his hand, and summoned his interface. A massive pile of materials flew out, rapidly assembling midair. Within moments, a 3-meter-tall signal tower stood tall on the cliff edge. Lin Xian took out his comm device and began broadcasting on all frequencies. BZZZT. KZZZT. The transmission spread through the storm. Lin Xian crouched beside it, carefully monitoring the waveform and frequency bands for a response. Meanwhile, Ningjing stared at the overcast sky. Heavy snowflakes began to drift down, thick, slow, and ominous. On her drone control screen, visibility was practically zero. One by one, drones froze up and crashed into the snow. That's when Abe stepped up behind her and tapped her on the shoulder. "Over. Over there." He pointed south, along the edge of the canyon. "What did you see?" Ningjing asked immediately. Abe hesitated, then said slowly, "Death. The scent of death. Of monsters. Of people." Ningjing's face changed. She quickly found Lin Xian. "Captain Lin, over here." Lin Xian immediately stood up, and the group climbed a steep slope ahead through snow deep enough to swallow a person whole. Crrrch, crrrch. The snow crunched underfoot. As they crested the slope, a massive open plain came into view, completely blanketed in white. Crunch. Ningjing's foot struck something hard and unyielding. She looked down, and froze. A massive gray limb jutted from the snow, several meters long, its sharp claws reaching toward the sky like a frozen scream. Icy frost clung to the edges. "Watch out," she warned. Just then, the storm began to let up. The snow and wind eased slightly, improving visibility. And then they saw it. More and more twisted corpses of anomalous entities littered the snow. Among them were destroyed vehicles, human corpses, and massive wings, like those of bats, half buried in snow. Farther ahead, Lin Xian spotted a black Hercules-class shuttle transport, its massive engine stabbed into the ground. It had crashed headfirst into the snow. The entire area looked like the aftermath of an apocalyptic battle. The only word to describe it, carnage. And among the frozen corpses weren't just snow demons. Lin Xian saw anomalous entities he had never encountered before. One stood out, a hulking quadrupedal beast, several meters tall, impaled through a bull wing. Its thick, gray-black scales glistened with frost. It looked monstrous and terrifying. Another grotesque winged creature lay collapsed nearby. Lin Xian had seen something similar back near Dalat town, but the one now was smaller. Still, its wingspan stretched at least 4 or 5 meters, hinting at an even larger body buried beneath the snow. The frigid wind howled through a battlefield of horrors, hundreds of twisted corpses strewn across the white plain. Broken aircraft. Shattered vehicles. Frostbitten human remains. It was like a frozen hell spawned from the blizzard itself. Chapter 253, Underground Worms. What happened here? At that moment, Kiki arrived with the PX-05 robot, following closely behind. Seeing the gruesome battlefield before her, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Monsters over 3 meters tall filled the entire landscape, densely packed as far as the eye could see, hundreds of times more terrifying than the snow wraiths they had encountered before. It was hard to imagine what had taken place here. These aren't our people. Ningjing quickly walked up to a frozen corpse, examined it briefly, and frowned. Doesn't look like they're from Phoenix either. That Hercules transport belongs to Phoenix. Lin Xian said grimly. He then took out his binoculars and looked into the distance. And it looks like there's more than one. So many Hercules transports. What were they carrying? Kiki's eyes widened. The Hercules transport aircraft had a takeoff weight of over 1,000 tons. In the military, it was mainly used to airlift large-scale military equipment. It could even carry 20 heavy TFV-600 dual-barrel tanks in one go. Yet now, Lin Xian could see at least 3 of these massive aircraft wrecked on the battlefield. Their combined lifting capacity was enough to haul away his entire infinite train. It must have been carrying something big. Lin Xian exhaled into his cold weather mask and said, if my guess is correct, the distress signal you received earlier probably came from here. Let's move forward and check it out. Alright, get in the car. Whoosh, the frigid wind howled as the frozen battlefield stretched for miles. Lin Xian and Ningjing got back into the polar vehicle and drove forward. As they advanced, more and more eerie entity corpses appeared buried within the snow, some half submerged, others fully buried. The vehicle's tread system crushed through them, producing a sharp cracking sound as broken bodies were torn apart under the weight. Ningjing's expression darkened. Though she had held on to a sliver of hope when they set out, seeing this devastation made her heart sink. Looks like old she and the others didn't make it. Keep searching. Lin Xian's eyes were sharp as he drove forward. And soon enough, he spotted a 4th downed Hercules transport. He took a deep breath and turned to Kiki. 4 transports. And they used unified tow cables. That means they were either moving a massive arsenal or, he paused, his voice grave, the supermassive mecha that was mentioned on the radio. Kiki gasped. She had suspected as much upon seeing the scene, but the scale of the operation was beyond anything she had imagined. A mecha weighing thousands of tons? Does Phoenix even have a technology for that? Kiki was deeply familiar with military-grade machinery and classified weapon systems. The possibility that such a colossal mecha even existed left her skeptical. If something is that massive, it would require an ultra-high-powered energy and propulsion system, a highly sensitive drive system. The sheer number of neural control nodes needed would be staggering. Even if a super eye managed to handle the processing, the material limitations alone, Kiki sat cross-legged in the passenger seat, rapidly running calculations on her mobile terminal. Even if all that were possible, there's still the biggest issue, unified control. A single pilot wouldn't be enough. If this thing has only a level 1 or level 2 control coefficient, it would just be a slow, oversized walking weapons platform, far less effective than warships or fighter jets. I don't know what solution Phoenix came up with, but honestly, I'd trust steel swarm drones more than something like this. Then she turned to Lin Xian, her eyes lighting up. Except for you. If a machine like this really exists, you might just be the perfect pilot. We're in the middle of a battlefield, surrounded by corpses. We don't even know if there's anyone still alive. Thinking about this right now is pointless. Lin Xian replied grimly. A signal antenna extended several meters above the polar vehicle as Lin Xian increased transmission power, scanning for any available signals while tracking the route markers they had passed. As they pushed further, the number of buried Eerie entity corpses increased dramatically. Many had been entirely covered by the snow, but the closer they got, the more they saw them exposed on the surface. These monsters all seemed to be running in the same direction. Ningjing also noticed this pattern and reported over the comms, Captain Lin, be careful. Abai says the monster presence ahead is getting stronger. Lin Xian frowned at Kiki. The two were surprised that Abai could sense the eerie entity's presence. But hearing Ningjing's warning, they became even more alert. The corpses are buried shallower and shallower. It's not just the snow. Kiki raised her hand, releasing a surge of psychic energy that blasted away a layer of snow. A heap of snow wraith corpses flipped over like uprooted potatoes. It's the time of death. The closer we get, the more recent the deaths, so they're buried less deeply. Lin Xian said through the comms. There must be survivors ahead, crackle, buzz. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, the howling wind suddenly died down, and Kiki's communication scanner flickered green. Huh? A signal. Kiki instantly perked up, narrowing the scan radius. Within moments, the signal stabilized, and the comms unit began to pick up a hoarse, broken transmission. Oh. Damn. On the other side, Ningjing also heard the fragmented voices. Her eyes narrowed, and suddenly, she recognized something. She pressed the comms button and said urgently, Captain Lin, that sounds like Fat Cat. There are people. Fat Cat. Old she. Ningjing called out. Cold. Underground. Don't. Underground? Lin Xian picked up on the keyword, his brows furrowing. What are they saying? Buzz, the polar vehicle accelerated toward the signal source. As they drove, the battlefield became even more nightmarish. Ruined vehicles, destroyed Iron Guard 3 military assault meshes, wrecked hovercrafts with only their engine cores above the snow, and frozen corpses of Starfleet soldiers, their powered armor now nothing more than ice sculptures. Then, in the distance, a massive black shadow emerged from the blizzard. What is that? Kiki's eyes widened. A transport ship. No. It's not. The two polar vehicles advanced quickly. At first, Lin Xian and Ningjing thought it was a huge black mountain or some massive airship, even bigger than a Dragon-class transport ship. But as they got closer, the terrifying truth was revealed. That mountain was a colossal black worm. The monstrous creature stretched hundreds of meters, like a giant industrial pipeline, lying motionless on the snowfield. Its gigantic abyssal maw faced their approaching vehicles, lined with countless vortex-like fangs, large enough to swallow both polar vehicles in one bite. Both vehicles came to an immediate stop. What the hell is that? Ningjing gasped. Looks dead. Lin Xian held his breath. Was yesterday's earthquake caused by this thing? Whoa, that's one huge worm. Kiki exclaimed. Lin Xian noticed deep gashes on the creature's body. One particularly horrifying wound had nearly severed 2/3 of its massive form, a fatal strike. Then, Ningjing turned to Abai, noticing his pale expression. Abai? What's wrong? His voice trembled. So many monsters. And then, deep beneath the snow, crack, crack, rumble. A roaring quake shattered the frozen battlefield. And from beneath the ice, something huge was rising. Kiki swung her arm back and unleashed a telekinetic shockwave, blasting an entire spherical area of snow wraiths into the air. ZZZZT. Just as the path was about to be cut off, another laser beam shot forward. Slash. 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 At that moment, a spinning blade zipped through the snow wraiths ahead, slicing through flesh and heads in a gory spray. The rotating blade traced an arc through the air before returning to a slender, agile figure standing atop Ningjing's polar vehicle. She balanced effortlessly against the howling winds, her gun blade flashing as she cut down the snow wraiths leaping onto the vehicle. BZZZT. Whoosh. Lin Xian sharply turned the wheel, crushing several snow wraiths under the treads, then raised his hand and pointed. Mechanical energy cannon. With a roar, the mechanical engine at his fingertips powered up, unleashing blazing blue energy blasts, incinerating dozens of snow wraiths and filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. ZZZT. Over here. Southeast. Whoosh. Wind noise. A booming voice came through the comms, and Lin Xian immediately responded. Brother Shi, are you guys alright? The shattered car windows let the freezing wind howl into the cabin, rapidly frosting over the dashboard and steering wheel. The heating system had failed, But thankfully, everyone was wearing cold weather gear, though the worsening blizzard was severely limiting their visibility. Lin Xian? Shi Duan sounded shocked, as if he hadn't expected anyone from the Infinite Train to be here. Old Shi, Captain Lin is here to help. Ningjing shouted through the comms. Hurry. Southeast, toward the canyon edge, whoosh, wind noise. It's safe here for now. Shi Duan yelled. Hearing his voice, Ningjing exhaled in relief, then slammed the accelerator, pushing the polar vehicle forward at full speed. Boom. 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 Suddenly, heavy, thudding footsteps echoed across the snowfield. Everyone quickly realized that amidst the surging snow wraith horde, several massive quadrupedal monsters were charging toward them. These creatures had no eyes, their bent limbs as hard as steel, producing a thunderous impact with each movement. They moved with alarming speed, crushing several snow wraiths underfoot as they burst from the horde, one of them lunging straight for Ningjing's polar vehicle. Boom. Boom. The quadrupedal monster was gigantic, even in its crawling stance. It was larger than the polar vehicle itself. With a powerful leap, its two massive forelimbs slammed into the vehicle's hood and treads. Crash, the vehicle's frame twisted, metal screeching under the impact. On the roof, Zhao King reacted instantly. She leaped into the air, somersaulted, and brought her gunblade down in a deadly vertical slash aimed at the monster's skull. Inside the vehicle, Ningjing acted just as fast. She grabbed Abai, planted her foot, and launched herself forward, diving through the shattered windshield. Clang, Zhao King's gunblade struck the monster's skull, sending out a piercing metallic clang. The creature's bone structure was unnaturally tough. The blade split its skull halfway open, and dark blood sprayed out violently. At the same time, Kiki extended her telekinetic grip, snatching Ningjing and Abai midair and pulling them back toward Lin Xian's vehicle. Boom. 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 The polar vehicle, still carrying its momentum, slammed into the quadrupedal monster, flipping over and crushing it. Hold on. Ningjing pushed Abai onto Lin Xian's vehicle, then leaped forward, launching herself toward the monster. Zhao King, move. Ningjing's voice was cold and sharp, carrying an unstoppable force. Recognizing the signal, Zhao King kicked off the monster's back, slicing down two more snow wraiths before retreating. The quadrupedal monster roared, but its forelimbs were still embedded in the wrecked vehicle. It had no time to react. Ningjing, a blur of motion, reached it in an instant, and instead of using a weapon, she threw a punch straight at its skull. Boom, the force of her punch caved in the monster's head like a heavy-caliber anti-materiel round. Its skull shattered, vertebrae snapped, and its brain matter exploded backward in a spray of gore. Even the air itself rippled from the sheer impact, clearing a vacuum-like zone in the blizzard. Holy shit. Kiki's eyes went wide in shock. That strength is insane. Lin Xian was equally stunned. He couldn't tell if Ningjing was an ability user or a genetically enhanced martial artist, but her raw power was terrifying. Chick, grab her. The snow wraith horde was already closing in again. Lin Xian swerved the polar vehicle, activating its steel plate defense to shield the left flank while signaling Kiki to pull them back. Kiki didn't hesitate. She extended one hand, telekinetically grabbing Ningjing and Zhao King, while her other hand sent a shockwave blasting the snow wraiths away. ZZZZT, Abai fired another laser blast, carving a path through the horde, while Kiki, Zhao King, and Ningjing fended off the attacking creatures. The polar vehicle accelerated, snow and corpses scattered under its treads. As they advanced, more freshly killed bodies appeared. These monsters had just died. Lin Xian immediately understood. The snow wraiths had been relentlessly attacking Shi Duan's position. I see you. Not even 2 kilometers ahead, the comms signal suddenly cleared up. Beep, boom, boom, boom. A barrage of heavy firepower lit up the blizzard, unleashing hell on the horde chasing the polar vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive missiles detonated, ripping through the snow wraiths. This wasn't just Shi Duan's team firing. We're not alone. Ningjing frowned. Someone else is here. Phoenix? Lin Xian, look. Kiki suddenly shouted. Through the storm, countless fire lines blazed, revealing hundreds of armored vehicles and snow terrain transports, forming a massive defensive perimeter along the Tarakama Ice Canyon's edge. Mountains of eerie entity and snow wraith corpses were piled high, the stench of blood thick in the freezing air. Crash-landed aircraft littered the battlefield. And at the heart of this fortress-like formation, a shadow loomed above the canyon. A towering figure, a single clenched fist bracing against the cliffside, its massive frame disappearing into the abyss below. Even partially buried, it dwarfed the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lin Xian's pupils contracted, everyone in the vehicle saw it. An ultra-massive humanoid mecha. Boom. 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 As Lin Xian's polar vehicle surged forward, the firepower from the defensive perimeter intensified. At the same time, dozens of ability users rushed out from within, unleashing various attacks to suppress the incoming horde. The battlefield reached a fever pitch. Lin Xian's eyes swept across the front line. A modified heavy-duty train with advanced magnetic all-terrain drive modules was stationed at the forefront, acting as a barricade. And standing atop it was a middle-aged man, clad in a thick winter combat suit, firing a Gatling gun wildly into the enemy ranks. Shidoan, rumble, the earthquake returned, the snow wraiths were going berserk, throwing themselves into the onslaught of gunfire. And above, amidst the raging blizzard, several massive winged creatures emerged, their silhouettes flickering in and out of the storm as they soared over the defensive line. That black worm again. Lin Xian shouted. Lin, get inside. Shidoan momentarily halted his Gatling fire, waving toward them. The underground bugs won't come near here. Hurry, move in. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, slamming the accelerator. He pushed the polar vehicle to its maximum output, kicking up a towering wave of snow as he raced toward the line. Ahead, a heavy-duty armored crawler truck rumbled to life, opening a narrow passage into the defensive stronghold. Whoosh, just as the polar vehicle sped through the opening, boom. A massive explosion of snow erupted behind them. The colossal black worm had resurfaced. Its gaping abyssal maw instantly devoured dozens of snow wraiths, swallowing them whole. Rumble. Rumble. The violent tremors triggered a catastrophic avalanche along the cliffside, massive chunks of ice and snow collapsing into the Terracotta Ice Canyon. So this is where she and his team got trapped? Ningjing exclaimed. We'll talk later. Just get inside first. As the polar vehicle finally breached the defensive perimeter, Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Together, let's block them off. Got it, hum. Kiki levitated into the air, her eyes glowing intensely, her hair lifting as if caught in an invisible wind. She unleashed her ultimate move. A low-frequency hum resonated, a nearly invisible spherical force field collapsed inward at her core, rapidly condensing into a blinding white energy pulse. Then, boom, a massive telekinetic shockwave erupted outward. Like a tidal wave, it swept across the battlefield, uprooting deep snow, shattering ice, and hurling hundreds of snow wraiths into the air, ripping them apart mid-flight. The impact was so immense that it flattened the entire snowfield in front of the defensive line into a barren frozen wasteland. ZZZZT. At the same time, Abai fired another laser beam, piercing the sky, slicing clean through the wing of a massive flying beast. Splash! A torrent of green corrosive acid rained down as the creature plummeted, its body slamming into the battlefield below. Rumble! The ground quake suddenly began to settle, the storm grew fiercer, and the snow wraiths, as if sensing something, began burrowing underground, disappearing by the dozens. Ha! Watching this, Shidoan let out an astonished shout, his face full of disbelief. That girl, her powers have skyrocketed in such a short time? Chapter 254, Emperor Project, Unit 01. The snow wraith horde erupted into a frenzy, while a giant black worm burrowed madly into the ground. Its exposed, mountain-sized body became the focus of all firepower, raining down chunks of flesh and blood everywhere. But despite the relentless heavy fire, the monstrosity remained unscathed, its black flesh untouched, the massive explosions merely igniting tiny sparks against its body. Everyone watched in shock as the creature, causing the ground to quake, vanished underground. Snow and dust billowed, and the massive snowdrifts at the canyon's edge began to collapse. Kiki's psychic attack had immediately drawn attention, triggering a wave of heavy firepower that pinned down the snow wraiths emerging from the snow. With the front snow layers blasted open, the monsters had nowhere to hide. As soon as they surfaced, they were shredded apart by streams of high-powered metal projectiles. The cliffside terrain naturally narrowed, making the defensive line easy to hold. The monsters, piled up in chaos, were incapable of breaking through under the barrage of kinetic energy weapons. Above them, winged monstrosities attempted to swoop down through the blizzard, but the anti-air artillery from Dragon Mountain 1's primary weapon station roared to life. Explosions filled the sky, and the entire ice canyon became choked with thick, acrid smoke. Boom! The ground shook violently, the black underground worm was stirring again. Shidoan's expression darkened as he watched the snow tremble. He spat to the side before turning toward the camp behind him. Captain Yu. That thing's coming up again, keep the machine running. Hum. Woo. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the colossal mecha, shaking the storm-filled air. A nuclear-powered turbine engine suddenly ignited, releasing a high-pitched hum that rattled the bones of everyone nearby. Kaboom. The snow wraith horde instantly fell into chaos. Even the underground tremors turned more erratic, making the snowfield ripple like an ocean. Moments later, the tremors faded into the distance, the howl of the engine seemingly repelling the horde. Large numbers of snow wraiths and four-legged snow beasts burrowed into the blizzard, disappearing from the firing range. Cease fire. Conserve ammunition. Make way. Let them through. With the monsters retreating, the firestorm along the defensive line died down. At the front lines, A heavily armored track truck moved forward, creating a gap in the barricade. Lin Xian immediately drove his polar vehicle through, only to find numerous vehicles parked inside, including several marked with Phoenix insignias. This was a makeshift encampment. Woo, the nuclear-powered turbine engine gradually shut down, its final echoes resonating like a dying wail in the frozen air. Lin Xian and Kiki instinctively looked up. A colossal humanoid mecha stood with one arm braced against the ground, its gaze towering down at them. Even with only part of its body exposed, the machine exceeded 30 meters, as tall as a 10-story building. The mecha knelt in the ice canyon, one massive fist pressed against the cliffside. Snow and wind swirled through the fractured gaps in its shoulder armor. Its once pristine deep blue plating was now riddled with battle scars. A massive nuclear turbine core still glowed with a dim orange halo at its chest. But its left arm was severely damaged, a gaping wound revealed hexagonal hydraulic pipes, looking like a shredded beehive. Golden coolant dripped from the pipes, forming meter-long icicles. The left shoulder armor had peeled outward, exposing a carbonized transmission shaft and alloy bones capable of withstanding tens of thousands of tons of pressure. Lin Xian's eyes twitched. Holy shit. Phoenix really built something this terrifying. His mechanical heart nearly activated on its own at the sight of this steel behemoth. Whoosh. As soon as the battle ended, the defensive line swiftly reorganized. At the same time, a group of people rushed toward Lin Xian's vehicle. Shiduan led the charge, his expression both surprised and relieved when he saw Lin Xian and Ningjing step out. When we picked up the signal, I thought it was Phoenix reinforcements. How the hell is it you guys? Obviously, we came to find you. Ningjing replied, her gaze sweeping over the survivors behind Shiduan. She frowned. Damn it. I thought you were all dead. How the hell did you guys all end up holed up here? Yo, Sister Ning. A chubby man behind Shiduan, nicknamed Fat Cat, exclaimed in shock. Wait. How come there's only a few of you? Weren't you coming from Zilan City? Where's Phoenix's reinforcement team? Yeah, is it just you guys? Abai, Zhao King, where's the rest of our main force? Still back where we left them. Ningjing sighed, then turned to Shiduan. Dragon Mountain 1 got caught in the storm. On top of that, we ran into a monster horde. Our number 3 electric locomotive failed, so we were stuck in the snow for 2 days. Then we ran into Lin Xian and the Infinite Train, he helped us repair the locomotive. Before heading for Zilan, we wanted to check on you guys. Didn't expect you to be trapped here too. Trapped? Shiduan slapped his thigh in frustration. Son of a bitch. We're completely screwed now. Without Phoenix reinforcements, we're not breaking through this. Lin Xian glanced around. Aside from Shiduan's group, there were at least 4 or 5 other survivor convoys, totaling over 200 people. It seemed they had all gotten stuck here. Brother Shi, what's going on? Lin Xian asked. Shiduan pinched his brow, sighing. Lin bro, I hate to say this, but we've dragged you into another mess. We've been stuck here for 2 days, lost a lot of people already. If Phoenix reinforcements don't show up, we're all fucked. Sister Ning, Captain Lin. Fat Cat explained, his thick fur coat barely containing his bulk. We answered a distress signal, but when we got here, it was a goddamn hellscape. Apparently, Phoenix was secretly testing this giant mecha here. But something went horribly wrong. Their entire armed platoon and transport team got wiped out. By the time we arrived, Brother Keon and his team had already been fighting for a whole night. This place is a death trap. Once you enter, you can't leave. Lin Xian's expression darkened. So you're telling me, we came here to rescue you, but now we're the ones needing rescue? Everyone fell silent. The situation was worse than expected. Ningjing turned to Lin Xian, her voice grim. We only have 3 hours. The 2 trains still need to depart. Fat Cat sighed. We really thought you were bringing Phoenix's army with you. Kiki suddenly spoke up. Then why don't we do a diversion? Send one vehicle to lure the worm away, and everyone else escapes. Shiduan groaned. We already tried. It doesn't work. The creatures can smell us. Lin Xian's brows furrowed. Smell? Lin Xian immediately understood, the dark mark. The monsters lurking in the snow could track marked prey even in broad daylight. That meant both he and Kiki had already been tagged with a high-level mark. And that massive black creature, whatever grade it was, likely had everyone here marked as well. That can't be right. Kiki objected. We ran into that thing just now, and it scared the hell out of me. Wait, really? Hyundai raised an eyebrow, looking at them with suspicion. How did your 2 vehicles escape from that monster's jaws? Kiki shrugged. We just ran. Ningjing added, it was damn close. If Lin Xian and his team hadn't stepped in, we wouldn't have made it. But if we try to run back now, we definitely won't shake it off. Worse, we'd bring it straight to the train, and that would be a disaster. Exactly. Lin Xian nodded. This wasn't just about escaping anymore. If they couldn't shake off or kill that underground worm, then the infinite train itself could be flipped over. He couldn't afford to drag this trouble back with him. Looks like we need another plan. The only plan is to wait for Phoenix reinforcements from Zilan City. Shiduan gestured toward the massive humanoid mecha behind them. Or pray that this thing has one last spark left in it, enough to get us out. What do you mean? That mecha is completely inoperable? Ningjing asked. It's been dead for a while. Fat Cat replied. Captain, you just fired it up for show, to scare off the worm. But in reality? It can't stand anymore. Wait a second. Shiduan suddenly lit up, turning to Lin Xian with wide eyes. Damn. How did I forget? Lin Xian, you have a mechanical ability. He smacked his forehead and then grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder. Come on. I'll introduce you to Captain Yu, she's in charge of the Emperor Project. She's definitely going to be interested in you. Lin Xian immediately shut him down. Brother Shi, do you really think I can fix that thing? You're overestimating me. Wait, aren't you a mechanic-type ability user? Shiduan looked confused. He is, but not a mechanical god. Kiki cut in. That thing weighs thousands of tons, it's not something you just fix up overnight. Kiki was right. This mecha was too massive. The problem wasn't just repairing it. Or scanning it. There was also the issue of materials. This thing likely used composite armor, super carbon carbide alloys, and nano-ceramic plating, all high-end materials. Lin Xian didn't have anything like that. Even at a glance, the core structure seemed intact, but its left arm was torn apart. Fixing that alone would be a monumental task. Shiduan stared blankly at Lin Xian, who nodded. Yeah. I have mechanical abilities, but I need to examine it first. No worries. Shiduan waved it off. Honestly, we're stuck anyway. And I already mentioned you to Captain Yu. Maybe we can think of another plan together. Then, Shiduan turned to Keondil. Keon, I'm bringing Lin Xian to see Captain Yu. You coming? I'll pass. Keondil's gaze lingered on Lin Xian before he scoffed. I don't like that woman, cold as ice. I'll stay out here and keep watch in case the snow wraiths come back. Haha. Look at the bright side, at least we got more ability users on our side. Shiduan tried to lift morale. That psychic girl? We all saw how powerful she was. With her and Lin Xian, we might actually break out of here. The others nodded slightly in agreement. Kiki's performance had been shocking. There were about a dozen ability users here, all strong, but Kiki and Bei had massive area damage potential. That alone gave the survivors a huge morale boost. With that, the convoy members returned to their vehicles to warm up. The defensive line had 2 nuclear-powered generators, ensuring enough heat for everyone. Shiduan's own nuclear-powered locomotive had a triangle-track electromagnetic all-terrain drive module. Lin Xian had inspected it earlier. The engineering was top-tier, high precision, but it required extensive modifications. Aside from the outer shell, almost everything had been replaced. Lin Xian guessed Shiduan must have paid a massive price to build it. If Lin Xian had to create something similar, it would be a colossal engineering challenge. Not to mention the infinite train had 14 cars, it would take more than just a few days to upgrade it. He made a mental note to ask Shiduan how it was built and maybe scan the blueprints. Joker Convoy also had a small nuclear generator powering their vehicles. Other teams relied on solar energy storage systems, but in these conditions, nuclear power was the only reliable option. Under the relentless blizzard, at the edge of Trikamar Ice Canyon, the nuclear reactors kept the convoy survivors warm. Shiduan led Lin Xian and Kiki toward the mecha's base, where a cluster of large tents formed a makeshift camp. Meanwhile, Ningjing, Abai, and Zhao King returned to Dragon Mountain 1. The Emperor Project. As they walked, Lin Xian spoke up. Something's bugging me. The Emperor Project is part of Phoenix, right? Why are they requesting help from Zilan City? Something felt off. Why did it sound like Phoenix in Zilan had no idea this was happening? Shiduan waved it off. I asked about that. This mission is classified. They even kept it secret from their own people? No. Shiduan's tone grew serious. My guess? Something went wrong. Whatever happened here, it's not part of the plan. That's why Phoenix lost contact with their other reinforcement teams. That's why they sent a full-spectrum distress signal. 7 convoys came here to help. And now we're all stuck. So many casualties. Kiki frowned. This must be an S-class eerie entity, like that black worm. Shiduan shook his head. That worm isn't classified S-class. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Then the S-class monster reported in Parma grasslands. Is something else? Exactly. The Titan of Steel under the howling blizzard, heavily armored soldiers worked around the camp, hauling military supplies toward the front-line barricades. Lin Xian glanced around, only about 20 soldiers remained. They wielded heavy weapons, outfitted with exoskeletons and high-end cold-weather gear. Their bodies bore scars from days of brutal combat. As they neared the mecha, the blizzard weakened, its lingering heat from the turbines still radiated warmth. Standing beneath the colossal machine, Lin Xian and Kiki felt like ants beneath a mountain. Shidoan saw their awestruck expressions and grinned. Scary, huh? First time I saw it, I almost pissed myself. If we could build more of these, we'd stand a real chance against the monsters. Kiki, however, was blunt. But doesn't this mean the project already failed? A Phoenix super weapon, destroyed on its first mission. That wasn't hope, that was despair. Lin Xian frowned. They built this to fight S-class entities. Or infiltrate the abyss. If this is the result, does that mean it didn't meet expectations? Shidoan exhaled. I dunno. But it killed the black worm, that's not nothing. Lin Xian examined the damage. This thing's fought something else too. Kiki looked up. What's its name? Shidoan's expression turned solemn. Emperor Project, Unit 01. Chapter 255, How Did You Know? Outside the tent of Phoenix's temporary base, Lin Xian and Kiki followed behind Shidoan. The area was filled with electronic equipment, with thick cables running from the tent to various devices, then splitting into numerous thinner lines that connected to the massive prototype Unit 01 standing at the edge of the cliff. Still running diagnostics? Lin Xian asked as he approached. Shidoan nodded. I'd say most of the functions are operational. For example, the mecha's power core is intact, you saw it activate earlier. We did that to intimidate the monster horde. This trick won't last forever. Kiki said bluntly. Eerie entities are highly aggressive. By nightfall, it probably won't work anymore. Sigh. Shidoan let out a deep sigh. You're right. Last night, we were this close to losing everything. The nuclear turbine engine of Unit 01 ran all night, and we barely held the line. This canyon edge gave us a bit of an advantage, or else we'd already be wiped out. At this rate, our ammunition reserves won't last through the night. He turned to Lin Xian with a wry smile. Brother Lin, fate really keeps bringing us together. Every time we meet, it's at the brink of death. Lin Xian remained indifferent. For us survivors, every day is a life or death moment. This isn't anything new. But yeah, I guess we do have fate. Ha 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 ha. Shidoan let out a hearty laugh. He gave Lin Xian a deep, meaningful look. But you know what? The moment I saw you, I got this gut feeling that we're not dying tonight. Lin Xian was speechless. This guy's putting way too much pressure on me, like I'm some kind of savior. Truthfully, the moment he arrived here, his head was already aching. He had originally planned to use his and Kiki's mobility for reconnaissance, but instead, they had walked straight into a death trap. To be fair, Kiki's abilities might allow them to escape by air. That Joker Convoy's flight ability user had managed to break through an encirclement before, maybe they could too. But that thought remained buried for now. Shidoan and the Phoenix people were here, and Lin Xian wasn't the type to just abandon them. Besides, he was very interested in this Emperor project they were running. His mind was already working on possible ways to break through. Unexpected reinforcements. Captain Shi. A man wearing a Starfleet senior officer's uniform and powered armor ran toward them, followed by a group of soldiers covered in snow. The monster horde attacked again? It's only been 3 hours. Ah, Commander Sun. Shidoan greeted him. You're back already? No worries, we held the line this time, no casualties. Commander Sun Kai was the leader of the armed escort for the Emperor project. 2 hours ago, he had taken a squad down into the Ice Valley to scout for escape routes. But without warning, the Snow Wraith horde had shortened its attack interval again. A massive avalanche struck, forcing Sun Kai and his men to take shelter inside an ice cavern before finally making their way back. Sun Kai scanned the defensive perimeter, then exhaled in relief. Damn, we're lucky. Captain Shi, if it weren't for you, this should have been our responsibility. Come on, no need for formalities. Shidoan waved him off. Your unit has already suffered heavy losses. We came here to help you. Sun Kai nodded but quickly noticed 2 unfamiliar faces. His eyes lit up with hope. Are you reinforcements from Zilan City? We're not from Zilan City. Lin Xian said outright. Shidoan cleared his throat awkwardly. These 2 are old friends of mine. They came to help. Sun Kai's excitement faded. A hint of disappointment crossed his face as he looked at Lin Xian and Kiki. I see. Still, I appreciate you risking your lives to support us. But now, you're trapped here with us as well. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Lin Xian replied. We're all in this together, let's just figure out a way out. Exactly. Kiki added. Who could have predicted things would turn out this way? Shidoan clapped his hands. That's the spirit. And listen, Lin Xian and Kiki are powerful ability users. This means we have more options now. Speaking of which, where's squad leader Yu? I need to introduce him to some top-tier talent. Ability users. Sun Kai frowned slightly. This Kiki girl is a psychic ability user. She can fly and has insane telekinetic strength. She just wiped out a whole wave of monsters on her own. She's worth 10 heavy cannons, and no, I'm not talking about her weight, ha ha ha. Kiki's expression twitched. This bastard. Shidoan continued, pointing at Lin Xian. And my brother Lin here? Mechanical ability user. He can repair machines, how awesome is that? If your Emperor project needs an expert, he might even be able to fix that big guy over there. Then we can punch our way out. Sun Kai's eyes widened in shock. Mechanical ability? That was a first. The moment Shidoan mentioned Lin Xian could repair machines, Sun Kai's expression shifted to intrigue. Lin Xian, however, quickly cut him off before the exaggeration got out of hand. Hold on, Shij. I never said I could definitely fix a machine that big. I need to inspect it first. Lin Xian's realistic response brought Sun Kai back to his senses. His brief hope dimmed again, and he scrutinized Lin Xian carefully before saying, if that's the case, then there's no point in troubling squad leader Yu. They're busy working on an evacuation plan and attempting to restore some of Unit 01's subsystems. I was planning to lead another team into the Ice Valley before sundown too. Hey, hold up. Shidoan interrupted. Didn't I just tell you? Lin Xian's a mechanical ability user. If you need repairs, he can help. Lin Xian turned to Sun Kai and immediately understood his hesitation. Is it because of confidentiality issues? The Emperor Project was a top-secret Phoenix initiative. While many details were already public knowledge, the core mechanics of the mecha would surely remain classified. Given that Phoenix's enemies weren't limited to just dark tides, it made sense to enforce strict security. But Sun Kai's next words made Lin Xian realize that confidentiality wasn't the real issue. Sun Kai's gaze swept over the group. He exhaled and said, that's part of it. But the bigger issue is that you probably wouldn't even get a proper discussion with them. What? Why? Kiki frowned. Sun Kai dusted off the snow from his armor and explained, if this were the Nightwalkers organization, they'd be very interested in your abilities. But the Emperor Project is the complete opposite. Phoenix established this project because some people firmly believe that humanity's survival depends on technological advancements, not abilities. Wait, seriously? Kiki was stunned. Even Phoenix has internal divisions? That's ridiculous. It's not a division. Sun Kai corrected. The ultimate goal of Phoenix is to ensure the survival of human civilization. Every department aligns with that goal. The Nightwalkers' research abilities and Dark Invasion. The Emperor Project focuses on mechas and military-grade weapons. The two groups operate separately with no direct conflicts. In fact, they cooperate on certain missions, like this one. A Nightwalker unit was assigned to protect us, but they've already perished. Then what's the problem? Shidoan looked confused. That sounds like a good thing. Sun Kai sighed. But directly interfering in another department's core research is different. And we're not part of the Nightwalkers organization, which makes it even less likely they'd involve us. Lin Xian immediately understood. In other words, unless it's a life or death emergency, they won't let an outsider like me mess with their research. Sun Kai nodded. That's right. Shidoan scoffed. Then screw it, this is a life or death emergency. We don't have time for politics. Sun Kai hesitated, then finally relented. Alright. I'll take you to meet squad leader Yu, but I make no guarantees. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged a glance. Finally, a foot in the door. They stepped inside the command tent. There were more than 20 people inside, and various computer instruments were placed on both sides. Many technical team members of the Emperor Project were busy. In the central area, there stood a metal operating cabin with a circular base. Countless pipelines were connected to a man wearing a special control armor like a spider web. On the screen next to it, various neuron docking states, drivers' physical signs, and hundreds of parameters of Unit 01 mecha were displayed, which made people's scalps numb at a glance. Fully sympathetic neuron interaction system, neural synesthesia control technology, it looks so cool. Kiki couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this scene. Lin Xian nodded, such a large mecha, and a humanoid weapon, human nerve synesthesia is indeed the best solution. Sun Kai looked at the two in surprise. It seems that you are really knowledgeable. Wait a moment, I will call team leader Yu over. At this time, Captain Sun walked over and communicated with a young man next to the metal operating cabin. The man immediately turned around and looked at Lin Xian and Shidoan. The man had a delicate face and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked less than 40 years old. His eyes were like lightning. At this time, he saw Shiduan and Lin Xian and Kiki beside him with a gloomy face. After listening to Sun Kai for a while, he impatiently handed the mobile terminal in his hand to a staff member next to him, and then walked towards the few people quickly. This team leader Yu is the temporary person in charge of this group. Their original team leader died a few days ago. He is the deputy team leader. He was in charge of the technical team before. He is a sour literati. At this time, Shiduan suddenly whispered in the ears of Lin Xian and Kiki. Lin Xian nodded slightly upon hearing this, and he probably understood the other person's personality. "Hello, Yu Yuing." The man with gold-rimmed glasses walked up to Lin Xian and stretched out his hand to him with a cold face. "Lin Xian, Kiki." Lin Xian introduced himself. Yu Yuing looked at the two of them, nodded and said, "Thank you for your help. I heard that you are a mechanical superpower. I wonder what the specific characteristics of your superpower are?" "My superpower can repair and manufacture machinery." Lin Xian looked at Yu Yuing and got straight to the point. He immediately raised his hand to perform mechanical manufacturing. In an instant, a light screen materialized in front of Lin Xian. Countless raw materials emerged, rapidly assembling and integrating. Within moments, a precision-engineered miniature drone hovered above his palm, its 4 rotors whirring smoothly as it levitated in the air. The entire Emperor Project research team, including Yu Yuing, stared in utter shock. Physical fabrication out of thin air? Yu Yuing's brows furrowed tightly. Even as someone who had seen cutting-edge technology, this ability shook him to the core. As a core technician of the mecha development team, Yu Yuing fully understood the significance of this. Even though it was just a small drone, the complexity of its internal components spanned over 15 specialized industrial sectors and involved more than 30 supporting industries back in the pre-apocalypse day world. Even a simple propulsion system required an electric motor, a speed controller, a battery module, and propellers, not to mention more advanced subsystems like flight control, radar, gimbal stabilization, payload sensors, cameras, infrared scanners, lidar, telemetry, heat dissipation, and more. Yet Lin Xian had instantly created it. And he wasn't done. He casually grabbed the drone, snapped off one of its rotors, and then activated mechanical repair. Under the shimmering light, the broken rotor was seamlessly reconstructed, as if an invisible 3D printer had restored it to factory condition in an instant. A turning point in perception. The members of Emperor Project Team 1 were left completely stunned. What kind of ability is this? This is insane. Is he a human factory? Yu Yuing instinctively adjusted his glasses, his breath slightly ragged. He stood there frozen for a full 30 seconds before finally snapping out of it. Originally, he had planned to politely reject Lin Xian and Kiki's involvement. But now, his curiosity had completely overtaken him. "Can you fabricate something larger?" Yu Yuing suddenly asked, walking over to a nearby console. He quickly pulled up an image on his tablet and handed it to Lin Xian. This component is called a phase conduction prism. Each unit weighs 12 tons and has an extremely complex structure. It also includes polycrystalline information circuits. Lin Xian frowned. "If I have blueprints, I can fabricate it. But I need time and materials." "How long?" Yu Yuing pressed. "Something that massive? At least 8 hours." Yu Yuing's face darkened. He sighed, shaking his head. "Your ability is remarkable, you're absolutely a creation-type talent. But I'm sorry. If you can't produce it in a short time, it doesn't really help us." He glanced away, as if convincing himself of his own logic. "See? There is still a logical limitation to matter creation. If it's just about fabricating existing blueprinted designs, then even though it's an ability, it's still something our industrial production lines could theoretically achieve. In an open environment, with enough time, this ability would be useful. But under these conditions? It doesn't solve our core issue." Yu Yuing turned back to Lin Xian. "I've always been curious about ability users, but I also understand that your power consumption is tied to some kind of energy threshold inside your body. The Nighttalkers call it genic power or soul wave value, right? Regardless, aside from a select few individuals, most ability users worldwide are still in their growth phase. If I had to estimate, you're probably at level 3 or 4 in their system. In short, even if you can repair, Unit 01 is too massive. Logically, it should be beyond your capabilities." Yu Yuing adjusted his glasses again. "That said, there are some key components you might be able to help with." A clash of perspectives. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Shiduan all frowned. Yu Yuing's words had revealed a lot of hidden information. Most notably, it seemed that scientists viewed ability growth as a gradual process, like a skill tree that had yet to fully develop. And in some ways, Yu Yuing wasn't wrong. Lin Xian's mechanical fabrication and mechanical devour abilities were currently level 4. With his current power, Even scanning and analyzing something as massive as Unit 01 would be a huge challenge, let alone fully repairing it. But Kiki was already irritated. Okay, fine. You've been talking for 5 minutes, but you still haven't explained what's actually wrong with this damn mecha. What's broken? What systems are down? Can it even be fixed? Yuyuing paused, then calmly adjusted his glasses again. Apologies. But every other issue is actually worse than the component I just mentioned. And since you can't fabricate the simplest part, due to security protocol, I won't disclose the rest. He hesitated, then looked at Lin Xian. However, if we survive this, I'll submit your information for review. The Emperor Project might be interested in your ability, for manufacturing purposes. Our production factories are located in a safe environment. It might be a good fit for you. Plus, the compensation isn't bad. A disrespectful offer. Lin Xian froze. Did they just classify me as a human 3D printer? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kiki interrupted. You're seriously keeping secrets even now? We're in the middle of a crisis. She then nodded toward the pilot inside the neural control pod. What's the big deal? It's just a unified state neuronal interface system for mecha piloting. The mecha is 90 to 115 meters tall, powered by a dual-core fusion turbine, uses 2-pilot neural synchronization, and has a custom-built quantum I-core. The radar system is a multi-aperture phased array sensor, the legs use a hydraulic power distributor, and it probably has a 500 kT gyroscopic stabilizer for balance. And for weaponry, besides that folding high-frequency blade, the right arm capacitor is clearly built for plasma artillery, probably with hidden missile pods, rail burn cannons, and a super high-voltage pulse hammer. She went on and on. With every word, the faces of Emperor Project's engineers grew darker. Yuyuing's eyes widened in disbelief. How? Do you know all that? Kiki folded her arms. It's just military engineering basics. No way Phoenix suddenly had a breakthrough and developed alien-level technology in a few months, right? No, that's not what I meant. Yuyuing said, his expression serious. I'm asking, how do you know so many classified details about this project? Kiki froze. SHT. I talk too much. Her big eyes darted around as she quickly made something up. I used to hang out in military and tech forums a lot. Lin Xian nearly burst out laughing. Tech forums? Girl, you literally hacked the pre-apocalypse federal databases, stole blueprints for classified weapons, and probably know more than their engineers do. Both Yuyuing and Sun Kai looked suspicious. Meeting the ace pilot at that moment, click-hiss. The pilot inside the neural interface pod disengaged. A tall, muscular man with a camouflage undershirt stepped down from the control platform. His movements were sharp and commanding. A nearby staff member quickly handed him a thermal coat. The man threw it on as he strode forward, his piercing gaze locking on to Lin Xian and Kiki. Who are these two? He asked coldly. A mechanical ability user. Yuyuing replied. Might help with repairs. The man barely spared them a glance before snapping, send them somewhere else. I don't need distractions. Then, without another word, he walked off. Kiki clenched her fists. What an asshole. Shi Duan frowned. Who was that guy? Sun Kai sighed. His name is Chen Wei. He and his brother Chen Lai are Starfleet's former ace fighter pilots. Now, they're 5th-level unified mecha pilots. They were part of Emperor Project's first wave of mecha pilots. And yeah, he's always been an arrogant bastard. Chapter 256, Snowstorm Frequency. His brother? Where is he? Sun Kai glanced toward the ice canyon behind them. He died down there while covering us on the last day. See the tear in the nano-ceramic viewport on Unit 01's head? His brother, Chen Lai, was ripped out in one bite by an eerie entity. In the end, it was Chen Wei alone who piloted this mecha and protected the rest of us. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian with a meaningful gaze. That guy's temper has always been like this. He never shows a good face to anyone, and he especially resents ability users. I heard that after Apocalypse Day, his entire family was slaughtered by a bandit convoy of ability users. Now, with his brother gone too, plus the mental strain from linking directly to Unit 01's neural resonance system, he's taken some serious psychological damage. So, don't take it to heart. You risked your lives to come help, and yet he acted like that. On his behalf, I apologize to you. Lin Xian fell silent for a moment before sighing. No need to be so formal, Captain Sunday. We didn't really manage to help much. Looks like we'll have to think of another way. Piloting a mecha alone with neural resonance? Kiki was shocked. And he survived? Guess he's just got ridiculous luck. Sun Kai nodded. Kiki turned to him. Right, didn't you say Captain Yu's team had a breakout plan? What is it? Surely they're not just waiting for Zilan City's rescue? At that moment, Shiduan spoke up. Seems like they're planning to have this mecha send out some kind of signal to attract the monsters. Then, they want to make it self-destruct to see if it can take out that black worm or at least severely injure it, giving us a chance to escape. But I don't know the details. They had this rough idea before you guys even arrived. Quantum dot nano clusters. Sun Kai added. This was something Unit 01 was originally experimenting with, an apparatus meant to lure monsters. Apparently, these nanoparticles can enter a quantum-entangled state with the mother quantum trap inside a monster's nest, or something like that. It's way too complicated for me to understand. Lin Xian stared at him, thinking, you just explained the whole principle, and you're saying you don't understand? But there's another plan. Sun Kai continued. Qin Wei suggested it. Both he and his brother were level 5 unified control pilots. Now that his brother is gone, there's still a level 3 pilot in the team. Chen Wei wants to take that person and forcefully restart Unit 01 to clear a path for all of us. As for waiting for a rescue, he shook his head. With no comms and this blizzard making navigation impossible, even a flying ability user might not make it to Zilan City. So, that's just a backup plan. Our main hope is to break out on our own. Lin Xian nodded. Relying on rescue alone won't work. This canyon is swarming with eerie entities. Even if help does come, it won't be easy. Kiki, however, had caught on to something important. She turned to Sun Kai. Restart the mecha? You mean it's still functional? Sun Kai suddenly looked a bit awkward. I really don't know the technical side of things. But if they're suggesting this plan, then maybe it's possible? He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you guys keep talking, I need to go report on the scouting situation. With that, he turned and left. Holy shit, that thing can still start up? Shiduan's eyes widened as he turned toward the towering steel giant, realization dawning on him. It won't be that simple. Lin Xian said. If it were, this would have been plan A, not self-destructing the mecha. Shiduan opened his mouth but didn't say anything for a long time. Eventually, he let out a heavy sigh, looking up at the endless snowstorm. What a fucking mess. I thought that once Dragon Mountain #1 reached Zilan City, even if I died here, at least I wouldn't feel so bitter. But now we're still stuck in the same damn place. FCK, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Lin Xian looked at him. You would have come no matter what. You're just not the kind of guy who can be cold-hearted and selfish. Exactly. Kiki added with a grin. Back at Yubai Spaceport, when that Federation guy, Taylor, was about to shoot at us survivors, you jumped in to stop him without even knowing what was going on. Admit it, you're a good guy. A good guy, huh? Shiduan muttered bitterly, pursing his lips. Damn bad luck. I'm responsible for so many lives here, what the hell am I supposed to do? We'll figure something out. I'll take Kiki to check out the mecha first. Alright. Shiduan turned away. Go ahead. I'll check the front lines. Let's regroup before nightfall and go over the plan. Got it. Lin Xian then led Kiki toward the enormous mecha. At this point, none of the Starfleet soldiers or the busy engineers stopped them. After all, everyone was in the same boat now. Besides, they weren't the only curious survivors approaching the mecha to get a closer look. As they walked up to Unit 01's arm, Kiki extended her hand and used her psychic power to create a large energy dome, shielding them from the wind and snow. This allowed them to clearly see the intricate, industrial beauty of the metal plating. For humanity to build a weapon of this scale. With such a civilization, how could we lose to these beasts in the darkness? Lin Xian murmured as he placed his hand on the mecha's cold, armored finger. The allure of machinery is intoxicating. At that moment, Lin Xian's mechanical heart finally activated. Boom. The moment the power of the mechanical heart connected with the steel titan in the storm, an invisible tremor seemed to echo through the depths of Trikamar Ice Canyon and the heavens of the extreme cold vortex. Lin Xian didn't waste time scanning blueprints. He knew there wasn't enough time to analyze an entire mecha of this scale. Instead, he spread his mechanical heart across Unit 01, using his own perception to substitute for a full diagnostic scan, attempting to envelop the entire machine. Doing so allowed him to feel the mechanical colossus in a fraction of the time and with minimal energy expenditure. Through his mechanical intuition, he could grasp its issues without running a full technical analysis. A humming sensation filled the air, his awareness flowed like a celestial vantage point, gliding across the folding high-frequency blade chainsaw hidden beneath the wrist, trailing along the 6-column high-energy capacitors behind the plasma cannon, up past the multi-surface torso joints, to the niobium titanium superconducting reactor core in the chest, and finally sinking into the magneto or heliogical transmission chamber in the knee joints. For a brief moment, time itself seemed to fold into liquid form. He saw hydraulic pistons sketching Mobius strips in four-dimensional space, and every frictional movement of the nano-bearings was like birthing a parallel universe. In his mind, Unit 01 stood in its full, undamaged form beneath the auroras of the ice canyon. Ha! Letting out a deep breath into the icy air, Lin Xian's awareness swept past the neural resonance cockpit, and at last, he discovered the mecha's official designation, Pangu. At that moment, a grand, earth-shaking sense of awe surged through his chest. Kiki, still shielding them with her power, watched as Lin Xian opened his eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, "That fast? How is it?" Lin Xian replied gravely, "The main structure is intact except for the left arm and the tear in the nano-ceramic viewport. But that tear may have damaged the primary control system. That could be a huge problem." "You mean the eye might be down?" Kiki frowned. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, and that's bad news." Ningjing lowered her head and checked herself over, her eyes narrowing. "What does Captain Lin say? He's a mechanical ability user, does he have a solution?" "Hey!" Shi Duan suddenly stood up. "Of course, he has a solution. That guy has saved tens of thousands of people, this little setback won't stop him." "But..." He trailed off, then looked at Ningjing seriously. "Whether Dragon Mountain #1 can break through this blizzard might depend on him. So no matter what happens tonight, we must ensure Lin makes it out safely. The people on both trains need him to survive. All of you, got that?" His sharp gaze swept across the gathered fighters. The others stiffened, their expressions turning solemn as they nodded without hesitation. In the storm, Lin Xian stood alone beneath Unit 01, Peng, gazing up at its massive nuclear-powered turbine engine. He could feel the intense heat radiating from it, pushing back the surrounding cold. The swirling vortex of energy seemed as if it might swallow him whole. "Handsome guy, what's the problem? Stuck?" A sharp voice cut through the wind. Lin Xian turned to see Yondel, dressed in an extravagant mink coat, watching him with interest. Lin Xian glanced behind him, then back at Yondel, surprised. "You move fast. When did you get behind me?" "Just now." Yondel's sharp eyes roamed over Lin Xian before shifting toward Unit 01. "Everyone thinks this big hunk of metal is our only ticket out of here. Are you one of them?" "It's a natural thought," Lin Xian replied. "With a weapon of this scale at your back, anyone would want to seek shelter under its shade." "Shelter? Ha, I'm freezing to death out here." Yondel tightened his coat around himself, then spoke slowly. "Still, in all this time running for our lives, this is the first human-made weapon that has actually made those disgusting monsters hesitate. This Emperor project. It's given survivors like us a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, humanity isn't so small after all." Lin Xian replied bluntly, "Do you know about the Dark Mark?" Yondel looked puzzled but waited for him to continue. "We discovered that eerie entities have a way of communicating, a hunting language, so to speak. They can mark prey with an invisible signal, turning them into beacons in the darkness. Once marked, those in the vicinity will inevitably be hunted down." "Interesting." Yondel mused. "So these creatures are actually quite cooperative." Lin Xian was taken aback. It was the first time someone had focused on that particular detail, making him instinctively engage in the discussion. "That's your first reaction?" Yondel's gaze held a trace of arrogance as he spoke in a nostalgic tone. "Before the apocalypse, my biggest hobbies were shopping and hunting. As a licensed professional hunter, I had a rule: I never let other hunters take my targets." "Why?" Lin Xian asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Yondel smiled faintly. "Hunters enjoy the act of hunting, not just the spoils. It's like fishing, anglers love the thrill of the catch. If they just wanted to eat fish, they'd buy one at the market. Besides, I don't even like eating meat. Fishing enthusiasts enjoy catching fish and feeding fish, but not eating fish." Lin Xian murmured, recalling his university days when he often skipped class to go fishing. He had all the gear, looked the part, but always came back empty-handed. His dorm mates would constantly roast him for it, often inviting him out just to eat fish. Hey, Yondel chuckled, then added, "Hunters don't share their prey. So this dark mark you mentioned? It doesn't sound like a predator marking its hunt." His voice turned cold. "It sounds more like a death warrant." Lin Xian's expression grew serious. "I've always thought the eerie entities weren't just eating us, they wanted us erased. Which is why I was so puzzled when I heard that giant black worm wouldn't approach this place. We've always seen these creatures as fearless, but now, one of them is actually hesitating? Just because Unit 01 killed one of its kind?" Yondel frowned. "Even monsters have survival instincts. That's normal." Lin Xian, still busy crafting something with his hands, glanced up at the towering mecha and responded calmly, "Maybe." Yondel crossed his arms, studying Lin Xian intently before turning to leave. "Come on, Captain Yu has called a meeting for all convoy leaders to discuss the breakout plan." There may only be 2 of you, but I think you should still be there. After he left, Lin Xian checked his watch, his expression growing heavier. At that moment, a slender silhouette descended from the storm above, wrapped in an invisible psychic barrier. Kiki landed, her small face flushed red from the cold. It's done. Let's go. Time is short. Lin Xian nodded. The 2 of them quickly headed for the command tent. As soon as they stepped inside, warmth washed over them. The tent was filled with people, Shidoan, Nangjing, Qiandel, Sun Kai, and the leaders of 5 other convoys, as well as members of the Emperor Project team, led by Yu Yuing. In total, over 30 people were gathered, and the atmosphere was heavy. The snow wraith attacks were growing more frequent. They might survive 1 more night, but 2? That was uncertain. Everyone knew, they had to make their move before nightfall. As Lin Xian and Kiki entered, all eyes turned to them. Shidoan and Ningjing nodded in greeting, while Captain Sun also acknowledged them with a glance. They quietly made their way to a corner. Lin Xian's gaze fell on Chen Wei, the pilot. He was sitting on a work chair not far behind Yu Yuing, bundled in a thick military coat. His face was cold and rigid, and his arm was wrapped with sensor wires and 4 tubes, indicating he was receiving treatment. Once everyone had arrived, Yu Yuing called Sun Kai forward and addressed the group. It's 15:20. We have about 2 hours and 40 minutes until nightfall, give or take 10 minutes. We've gathered you all here for an urgent discussion on our breakout strategy. Sun Kai stepped up. All of you came to help us escape this crisis, so let me make one thing clear, we, the armed division, will take the front line in any plan we choose. Hey! Shidoan immediately interrupted, raising his hand in a bold gesture. No need for that. Unity is what matters. And let's be practical, my train has the thickest armor. We should be the ones leading the charge. If we have heavy armor, we use it. No sense sending our brothers to take the brunt of the attack. Damn right. I'd rather risk my own life. Don't make it sound like we're afraid to die. The other convoy leaders chimed in, none of them were selfish cowards. Over the past 2 days, they had grown close, and in this moment, none of them hesitated. Let's focus on the actual plan first. Qiandel interjected, arms crossed. It's too early to argue about this. Yu Yuing adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. We have 2 plans, one is a direct breakout. The other is abandoning the position and retreating through the ice canyon. Sun Kai stepped forward. We scouted the canyon 3 times and found a 3-kilometer-long ice tunnel leading north to a slope near Ye's Lake. From there, we could circle around. The problem is, we'd have to abandon all large vehicles and escape on lightweight snowmobiles. Yu Yuing added, the advantage is a stealthy escape with minimal risk of encountering eerie entities. The downside. Once we leave this area, we might still run into them. And the direct breakout? Ningjing asked. Yu Yuing activated a holographic projection on the war table. That is where the quantum resonance generator comes in. Yu Yuing shook off the hand restraining him, adjusted his glasses, and said, I've already told you many times, the reason I won't consider your plan is purely due to technical concerns. No one understands this mecha's issues better than I do. If you 2 go up, you'll just be throwing your lives away for nothing and wasting our time. He then turned to someone else. And you, don't get too happy. Your plan is nothing but empty talk on paper. Just as everyone thought the argument had ended, Kiki suddenly shifted her focus to Yu Yuing, catching everyone off guard. Me? Yu Yuing asked in surprise. All eyes turned to Kiki with confusion. From a logical standpoint, Yu Yuing's plan seemed feasible. He had even prepared 3 contingency strategies, though brutal, they were at least viable. Hearing Yu Yuing's confusion, Kiki let out a sigh. Your work doesn't usually involve dealing with eerie entities, does it? You haven't really experienced moments of true peril, have you? Yu Yuing frowned. What do you mean? Are you trying to question my experience? It's not about experience, it's about common sense. Kiki raised a finger. Regardless of whether it's a device that attracts monsters or their own blood, you've ignored the most important factor. These creatures have eyes, noses, and ears. They can track us in the dark and even possess a certain level of intelligence. We've encountered eerie entities countless times at night. Our only options were to run, die, or kill them. But tell me, have you ever seen them miss their mark? Yu Yuing's face stiffened at her words, while Chen Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. And then there's your split into 2 teams idea, it's even worse. Even with all of us together, relying on defensive positions, we can barely hold off their attacks. What makes you think splitting up will increase our chances of survival? Do you have any idea how many snow wraiths and snow demons lurk in this snowfield? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? To them, our numbers are insignificant. Whether we split into 2 teams or 20, it won't matter, The endless monster horde will just swallow us even faster. Kiki's voice carried a sharp edge as she continued, and another thing, there's a black worm carcass just 3 kilometers away. What makes you so sure there's only one of them underground? At this, Yu was left speechless, and the faces of Shidouin, Kyondel, and the other convoy leaders darkened. As experienced leaders, they quickly realized the flaws in the plan. So according to you, we should just sit here and wait for rescue? Chen Wei snapped, his voice sharp. Kiki's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing any lingering hope before they could even act. To a soldier like him, such pessimism was unacceptable. Kiki, Lin, do you two have a better plan? Shidouin, who had been observing them from the sidelines, perked up. Since Kiki had just shot down all their options, he figured she and Lin Xian must have something else in mind. His tone was urgent as he turned toward them. Of course we do. Kiki said casually. Instantly, the room's atmosphere shifted, everyone's eyes lighting up. Seeing Kiki dismantle both Yu and Chen Wei's plans, Lin Xian decided to step forward. He addressed Yu directly. Captain Yu, there's one thing we all agree on, you and the Phoenix Guild officials are willing to put your own safety aside to stand in front of us survivors. Your courage and conviction deserve recognition. Yu's expression remained conflicted after Kiki had so thoroughly shut down his plan. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he sighed and spoke with less confidence. If you have a better plan, just say it. No need to flatter me. She's right, I'm just a technical specialist. I lack experience in this kind of situation. Lin Xian nodded, checked the time, and got straight to the point. The solution is simple, we all rush out together before nightfall. Silence filled the tent. Everyone stared at Lin Xian, expressions mixed with disbelief. What kind of plan was that? Chen Wei's face darkened. Seeing Lin Xian step forward with such confidence, he had expected a well-thought-out strategy, only to hear this. Just charge? Wasn't that obvious? If it were that easy, why were they still hiding here? Even Shidouin, who usually trusted Lin Xian, seemed bewildered. Scratching his head, he asked, Lin, that's it? Not exactly. Lin Xian replied, his expression serious. He had no time for word games. First, let me remind you of something important, the time. It's currently 15:20. Lin Xian glanced at his watch before continuing. All snow wraiths emerge from beneath the snow. They can't stay exposed to sunlight for long. They're more active during blizzards, which clearly shows that light is dangerous for eerie entities. Even that giant worm, both times it surfaced, it didn't stay above the ground for long. The parts of its body exposed to sunlight were blown apart by our gunfire, shedding flesh and blood. If that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. We already know that. Kyondel crossed his arms, looking smug. But once night falls, these monsters won't be nearly as sluggish. And then? Yu pressed, frowning. Lin Xian saw their confusion and walked up to Yu, grabbing the mobile terminal from his hands before tossing it to Kiki. Hey, girl. Got it. Kiki responded instantly, already beginning to operate the system. A moment later, the screen behind Yu projected a temporary terrain curvature map. Lin Xian pointed at a location. We're currently near Duckzy Lake, close to Trukamar Ice Canyon. In extreme cold weather, cold air clings to the ground, forming what's called an inversion layer. Normally, the thick clouds during the day block sunlight, but as the inversion layer dissipates in the afternoon, the sun will angle westward, and snow reflection will amplify the light, making it the brightest time of the day. More specifically, Lin Xian checked his watch again. That window is between 16:00 and 17:00. If we break through then, our chances are highest. Ha! Chen Wei scoffed impatiently. This is nonsense. The sky is covered in dark clouds. What, you think you can just command the sun to shine? Yu's face darkened. With this blizzard, the weather is unpredictable. I get what you're saying, but the sunlight, I can handle that. Lin Xian interrupted. Dead silence. Everyone looked at him in shock. Lin. Sun Kai asked, incredulous, what do you mean by that? Before anyone could react, Lin Xian suddenly raised his hand and activated his ability, Gravity Lens. Buzz. A miniature spatial vortex manifested in the tent, instantly distorting the light. The entire room was thrown into layered refractions, and even the computer screens flickered erratically, their signals bending toward the gravitational anomaly. Then, just as suddenly, everything returned to normal. I can manipulate light for short bursts. Lin Xian explained. His words hit like a bombshell. Chen Wei and Yu stared at him, stunned. Wait, what? You can control the weather? Not exactly. I can amplify light. Normally, it's not very useful, but against monsters that hate daylight, it comes in handy. Lin Xian shrugged, downplaying his ability. Besides, there's another crucial factor no one has considered. He glanced around the room. Before we arrived, there were no snow wraiths around Duxie Lake. Now, they're all swarming here. That likely means the mecha or some high-level eerie entity is drawing them in. But if we move, they'll chase us. We can't outrun them to Zealand City in 2 hours. Without backup, even if we escape, we'll still be hunted down. But my Infinite Train and She's Dragon Mountain No. 1 are stationed just 100 kilometers north on the rail line. They're fully armed and ready to provide cover. If we can reach them, we'll have the firepower to hold out until nightfall. Wait. Yuying blurted. The blizzard blocks all signals. How could you possibly contact a convoy 100 kilometers away? Yeah. Even I didn't know you got in touch with Dragon Mountain No. 1. Shidoan added. Beside him, Ningjing suddenly caught on, her face lighting up. Lin Xian smirked. Who said I couldn't? Lin Xian smirked, then casually pulled out his communicator. Hey, Mr. Chen. Fire bro, is the path cleared yet? He pressed the call button and spoke into the device. Crackle. Sizzle. Lin Xian, we're all set over here. Through the static interference, Chen Sixuan's voice came through loud and clear, echoing inside the now silent tent. Everyone's head snapped toward Lin Xian in shock. Then, under their stunned gazes, he casually raised his hand and conjured a signal pillar, a small, glowing device resembling an antenna. He tossed it in the air a few times before gripping it firmly. I'm a cautious person. He explained with a chuckle. When I came out to find Brother Shi, I didn't want to get lost, so I left signal pillars behind every few hundred meters. With that, he turned to the wide-eyed Yuying and added, oh, by the way, Captain Yu, just a heads up. My nearest signal pillar is only 2 kilometers away. I didn't get a chance to plant more on the way here because we ran into a monster horde. So earlier, I borrowed Unit 01's overclocked signal relay system and set up a bridge to connect to my network. Yuying's glasses slid down his nose as his mouth opened and closed, struggling to form words. Why you? When? Chow. Lin Xian turned to Kiki with a smirk. Yuying followed his gaze, locking onto the girl. Kiki squinted playfully and gave him a cheeky grin. Relax, I didn't peek at your classified files. Shidoan let out a hearty laugh and clapped his hands. You sly fox. So you had a backup plan all along, huh? Ha ha ha. Kiondel, now thoroughly impressed, shot Lin Xian a thumbs up. Damn, dude, you're on another level. This plan is solid. One of the convoy leaders said, his face full of excitement. Definitely worth trying. Others chimed in, their voices carrying a renewed sense of hope. Even Sun Ke, who had been skeptical, now looked at Lin Xian with astonishment. His breathing quickened as he processed the full scope of the plan. A full team breakout, accounting for terrain, weather, and sunlight. More importantly, it resolved their biggest issue, the lack of backup. No plan was foolproof, but this was, without a doubt, their best shot at survival. The atmosphere in the tent shifted dramatically. The tension and despair that had weighed everyone down moments ago were gone, replaced by fiery determination. For the first time in a long while, hope had returned. Outside, the Trachomar Canyon howled with blistering winds. Snowflakes danced furiously in the air. And in that vast, frozen wasteland, every few hundred meters, stood a series of gray signal pillars, their green lights pulsing like electronic beacons in the white abyss. They flickered steadily, carrying the rhythm of an encrypted signal, a heartbeat in the storm, a silent call to arms. Chapter 257, Arc Pulse String Vibrator Ho. The freezing blizzard turned the skyline into a gray haze. The temperature had already dropped to minus 55 degrees. On the northern rail line of the Parma grasslands, 2 heavy trains connected together stretched across the snowy plains like a 2-kilometer-long steel dragon. The raging wind and snow formed icy stalactites, and the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the train caused the reinforced glass to be covered in a thick layer of frost. Greek, inside the central living carriage of Dragon Mountain No. 1, a young boy reached out and wiped the frost from the window. His small face, reddened from staying in the heated space, was pressed against the glass, peering curiously through the armored grates at the vast, snowy expanse outside. But before he could see much, an adult pulled him away. Come here. From now on, stay inside the safety cabinet with Bingbing and Xiaodong. Just like before, no crying, no screaming. You wait inside until an adult opens the cabinet. Do you hear me? A thin woman, carrying a heavy rifle on her back, quickly bundled the boy in a thick cotton coat and stuffed a pack of biscuits into his hands. Eat when you're hungry. The boy nodded obediently and hurried into the specially designed safety cabinet inside the carriage. Many carriages had these compartments, and at maximum capacity, they could hold about 10 children at a time. Clang clang clang, bang bang bang. Inside Dragon Mountain Number 1, the entire train was bustling with activity. People moved urgently, speaking in hushed tones while their hands and feet never stopped working. Every adult carried a gun, and crates of supplies and ammunition were being transported down the corridors via carts. All non-combat personnel, return to your designated living areas. Everyone else, follow the full train defense protocol. The commanders of each carriage were issuing orders in rapid succession. This kind of drill was something they practiced daily, even during times of safety, to ensure that Dragon Mountain Number 1 could maintain its formidable combat capability and high survival rate. Other than the elderly and young children, everyone was a soldier. Tasks were divided, cooperation was seamless, and each carriage had its own commander for efficient coordination. Every 5 carriages, there was a weapons station equipped with heavy firepower and supply reserves, allowing for quick replenishment during combat. But this time, the entire train was under immense pressure. Not without reason, based on the intel Lin Xian had passed to Lu Yong, they were about to face the full force of the snow wraiths from the A's Lake Talayasatai Mountains, and possibly even an underground behemoth capable of flipping the train. Even the Phoenix forces had nearly been wiped out. It was clear that the upcoming battle would be a desperate struggle for survival. Whether they could successfully rendezvous with Shi Duan and Lin Xian's main force, and ultimately reach Ceylon City alive, depended entirely on their preparations. Distribute food in advance. There won't be time to eat later. Move all flamethrowers and icing agents to the front cars. Increase heating by 10% in carriages 24 to 46, and ensure sufficient oxygen density in activity zones. What about the ammunition? Lu Yong, his face tense with urgency, moved swiftly between carriages with his team. The air on Dragon Mountain Number 1 was thick with the weight of an impending battle. Every carriage was a hive of activity, reinforcing defenses. Our heavy firepower reserves are adequate, but if this fight lasts all night, we stagger the phases. Lu Yong ordered as he walked. Use the heavy artillery primarily against high-level eerie entities or large-scale assaults. For the rest, we'll engage with armored defenses. There's no way we can keep firing for 6 straight hours. Ability users and enhancers need to rotate attacks in a strict pattern. Heavy firepower first, then, once the enemy closes in, the ability users move in for close-quarters combat. Also, Dong Tsai, Wang Zong, Zhuang Yu, Yu Liangxing, Zhuanren, and Minutes Ming, those 6 frontline fighters, make sure their power suits are checked, and prepare backup batteries. The blizzard is strong tonight, so make sure they have extra temperature-regulating gear for the rooftop battles. Understood, Captain Lu. With Shi Duan and Ning Jing absent, Lu Yong was the third in command of Dragon Mountain Number 1. Upon receiving the intel from Shi Duan and Lin Xian, he immediately began tactical deployment. Also, check all carriages for arc pulse resonance emitters. Got it. Wait, Lu Yong suddenly stopped. Hurry. Brother, she instructed us to send those 3 spare arc pulse resonance emitters to Infinite Train. They might consume a lot of power, but they're highly effective against snow wraiths trying to climb onto the train, far better than bullets. One of his men nodded and turned to prepare the delivery. Meanwhile, inside Infinite Train, carriage number 12, Chen Sixuan, clad in a power suit, was overseeing the defensive preparations. It's 15:30 now. They plan to depart at 16:00. It will take about an hour for them to break through to us, which means we have about an hour and a half to prepare. She pointed to the lift hatch originally reserved for the 1130 close-in weapon systems and addressed Dalu and Lu Cheng. Let's move the fire god mecha here. It can't be relocated easily, but we can use its firepower to cover the rear. Otherwise, the 1130 close-in weapon systems won't have enough ammunition to last. Shasha waved her hand dismissively. Moving it will be tough. The hatch is in carriage 11, unless I activate the mecha, climb onto the roof, and then drop into carriage 12. The fire god mecha was massive, making maneuverability inside the train difficult. The narrow passageways between carriages made direct relocation impossible. If only Kiki were here. She'd handle this easily. We'll manage. Chen Sixuan replied. Shasha, use the tool ladder Lin Xian built in the utility carriage. Tonight, you'll be in charge of guarding carriage 12. Shasha nodded firmly. No problem. Just like playing a shooter game, except Sally, her mecha, has way stronger firepower. I'll be here too. Shukin added, pulling out a grappling rope with a hook that could latch onto power suits. Shooting from inside the train is too restrictive. If necessary, I'll use the lift hatch to get onto the roof and support Fire Bro. We'll help as well. Lu Cheng and Miao Lu zipped up their thick cold weather gear. We'll hold the midsection with Brother Lu. Lu Xingchen stood off to the side, eyes burning with excitement. A real battle, huh? Hell yeah. He rolled his neck and grinned. A brawl in the middle of a blizzard? This is gonna be fun. Fire bro. Chen Sixuan's voice turned serious. Watch the connection point between us and Dragon Mountain #1. If anything happens there, the train could derail. Got it. Leave it to me. Lu Xingchen closed his eyes and nodded confidently. Da Lu grabbed a grappling rope and headed back to carriage 5. We won't last on bullets alone. This is gonna turn into a melee at some point. Chen Sixuan's expression hardened. Lin Xian and I discussed it. Before we rendezvous, both trains need to accelerate first. We need to build momentum, at least 80 km per hour. Timing will be everything. She turned to Lu Xingchen. Fire bro, you and Dragon Mountain #1 will lead the charge. Wait for Lin Xian's signal. If we get separated by more than 3 kilometers, we'll lose contact, and that'll be a disaster. At Rukongai Ice Canyon, inside the Unit 01 defensive line, Lin Xian's communicator flickered in and out. Listening to Chen Sixuan's report, he maintained a composed expression. Arc pulse resonance emitters? Good. Install them on those 3 carriages. Just remember, our twin-engine Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive at the rear must be protected. And one more thing, our convoy won't be able to keep up with the train's speed. They'll lag behind, facing the most firepower. Lin Xian spoke. If that thing chases us from underground, it could flip the train over entirely. That's why I think we should severely injure it before we even attempt to regroup. Shi Duan nodded gravely. Dragon Mountain #1 carried over 1,000 people. He understood all too well what a catastrophe it would be if the train were overturned by a behemoth-sized worm. If that happened, they would be swarmed by snow wraiths and blood fiends, completely losing any chance of resistance in the middle of the raging blizzard. Exactly. We need to cripple this thing during the daytime. If we don't, it'll be our worst nightmare by nightfall. Hyundil said, his expression serious as he walked over. Don't worry. If that thing dares to show up, I'll tear a chunk out of its hide even if it kills me. Shi Duan clenched his fist, his eyes turning faintly red. His pupils shifted to a tiger-like golden hue, radiating an overwhelming aura of strength. A second later, his gaze returned to normal. Time's running out, we leave in 10 minutes. Sun Kai spoke up. Our infrared observation system just detected a large number of life-form alerts in the snowfields. Looks like these creatures noticed our movements. We can't afford to hesitate anymore. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a violent tremor rumbled through the ground. The lights hanging from the tent ceiling began to sway. Everyone in the tent, busy with preparations, instantly fell silent. When the tremors subsided, Lin Xian stood up sharply. Just as I thought. They know we're trying to escape. He grabbed his communicator. Hey, girl, how's it going over there? Whoosh, wind howling, almost done. 5 minutes. Kiki's voice crackled through the roaring blizzard over the communicator. Among the crowd, Yu Yuing watched with a complicated expression. He was only now realizing how naive his earlier strategies had been, mere paper plans. They hadn't even set off yet, and the creatures in the snow had already sensed their movement. Splitting into different groups wouldn't have made a difference, the monsters would have hunted them down regardless. As for taking the Ice Canyon route, that would have been outright suicide. Can these creatures actually sense human thoughts? Or maybe they track our scent? A terrifying thought flashed through Yu Yuing's mind. He quickly dismissed it with a sigh and scanned the area, then, his expression darkened. Someone was missing. Frowning, he turned and sprinted out of the tent. Outside, armed squads and convoy members were still loading supplies. Some vehicles had already started their engines, forming up in the rear of the battle lines. Yu Yuing scanned the area frantically. Then, at the edge of the Unit 01 cliff, he spotted a familiar figure. Pushing through the crowd, he rushed forward. What the hell are you doing here? We're evacuating, get in the truck. You can't stop your 4 treatment right now. The man standing at the cliff's edge was none other than Chen Wei. Dressed in a military coat, he stood motionless in the bitter wind, gazing up at the towering head of the Peng Unit 01 mecha. The nano-ceramic visor was cracked open, adding to the already battle-worn, mournful look of the towering mechanical giant. Snow had accumulated over its 100-meter-tall frame. When my brother died, we were still linked through the neural synchronization system. I felt all of his pain as if it were my own. In a way, I've already died once. So this pain means nothing to me. Yu Yuing clenched his jaw. You're a level 5 unified mecha pilot, once the ace pilot of the White Emperor Aerospace Squadron. You were among the first batch of Emperor Project pilots to fight an S-class Eerie entity in real combat. That was a successful trial. The Phoenix faction is still working on building stronger, more advanced Emperor mechas. He took a deep breath and continued, I know you want to die here. But if you really want revenge, then get inside a new mecha and fight back. With that, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small object, extending it toward Chen Wei. Chen Wei frowned. What's this? Yu Yuing opened his palm. In his hand lay a blood-stained phoenix emblem. It was engraved with a name, an identification number, and the unit designation. It was Chen Lai's badge. Lin Xian gave this to me. Yu Yuing explained. He found it in the cockpit while installing the bridge connection system. Chen Wei's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the badge. He clenched his teeth, his face filled with suppressed grief. A moment later, he grabbed the badge without another word, turned on his heel, and strode toward the convoy. I'm riding in the armed truck. The armed truck? Yu Yuing exclaimed. You still need your 4. The 4 gets in the way of me operating the autocan. Whoosh, the command tent had been emptied. Over 100 vehicles, carrying nearly 300 people, were now fully assembled. Lin Xian and Kiki had returned to their polar rover, which he had repaired just in time. As he opened the door, he froze. Someone was already in the driver's seat. Zhao Qing from the Dragon Mountain No. 1 convoy was gripping the steering wheel, her expression indifferent as she glanced at Lin Xian. In the passenger seat, Kiki grinned and waved. Hello, ready to roll? Lin Xian frowned. What's this about? Before anyone could answer, Ning Jing approached from the distance and called out, Captain Lin, let Zhao Qing drive for you. She's a skilled driver, and you'll be busy with command. We're worried you won't be able to handle everything at once. Lin Xian immediately understood and didn't argue. He nodded at Ning Jing, then glanced at Zhao Qing before taking a seat in the back. Kiki, how's the train holding up? They should be ready. Lin Xian replied. Shasha moved Sally into carriage 12, she's planning to use the fire god mecha as a turret from the roof. Kiki wrinkled her nose. TCH. That girl's getting reckless. Honestly. It's a good idea. This way, the fire god mecha can move while still providing fire support. Kiki pursed her lips in thought before nodding. Yeah, that makes sense. Are we moving out? Zhao Qing asked coldly, her tone so sharp that it seemed to lower the temperature in the car. Lin Xian rolled down the window, scanning the storm outside. The blizzard, which had intensified half an hour ago, had now weakened significantly. Looks like even the heavens are helping us. Boom. The ground trembled once more. In the distance, the sound of snow eruptions could be heard, monsters, buried beneath the ice, beginning to stir. Brother Lin. We're waiting on your signal. At the head of the formation, Shiduan's all-terrain locomotive, equipped with an electric traction engine, had already roared to life. The entire convoy was positioned in a wedge formation, ready to charge. VRRRRRR, all engines revved in unison. We're all set. The snow's clearing up. Ha ha ha. Yeah, the light's getting brighter too. From the right flank, Sun Kai's voice came through the comms. All personnel are aboard and ready. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze sharpening as he turned to face the snowy battlefield ahead, littered with frozen, piled-up corpses of snow wraiths. He lifted his communicator. All units, break through. Whoom. At that moment, over 100 heavy vehicles unleashed an earth-shaking roar. Treads, skis, and caterpillar tracks churned up massive clouds of snow as the convoy surged forward, a steel juggernaut plowing into the blizzard. Charge! Shiduan bellowed. In an instant, the armored convoy stormed the frozen wasteland, crushing ice corpses under their relentless advance. Maintain formation, no collisions. Brother Shi, no matter what happens, do not stop the train. Lin Xian's voice rang through the comms. Relax. Unless you tell me to stop, I won't even stop for a goddamn mountain. Ha ha ha. As the convoy charged along the valley path, monstrous figures erupted from the snow, hundreds, then thousands of snow wraiths swarming toward them. Open fire. DADADADADADA. VRRRRRRR, machine guns and Gatling turrets roared. Brass casings rained down like hail. The battle for survival had begun. Chapter 258, Storm Pursuit. On the snowy plains above the Trichamar Ice Canyon, the convoy rolled forward like a steel tide, its roaring engine shredding through the howling storm. Watch your ammo. The big ones haven't shown up yet. Lin Xian shouted through the comms. The four-legged snow wraiths and the flying winged deer entities in the blizzard hadn't appeared yet. Now was the time to conserve ammunition, especially heavy firepower. It was nearly an hour's drive from the defensive line to the infinite train, even at full sprint. And even if they managed to link up with Dragon Mountain No. 1 and Infinite Train, it would still only be the calm before the storm. Once darkness fell, the thousands marked with the dark mark would be facing true terror. Scree-ee-ee. Hundreds of snow wraiths, barbed tails gleaming, burst from beneath the deep snow and swarmed the convoy like locusts. The convoy had already picked up speed, but the snow wraiths slithered quickly under the snow, and from all directions, eerie beasts surged like a tidal wave. The overwhelming charge sent a chill down many spines. Vroom. In her polar vehicle, Zhao Qing stomped the accelerator. The engine roared, treads spinning wildly as snow plumed behind her. Her vehicle veered up beside the rear flank of Shidoan's train. Clang! A snow wraith suddenly lunged from the snow, slamming against the driver's side door, screeching and jabbing its stinger toward the cabin. Without missing a beat, Zhao King lowered the window, drew her blade with her left hand, and sliced it clean through the creature's head. Then she kicked the door hard, flinging both the door and the corpse away in one go. Lin Xian sighed when he saw it. He had just fixed that door. This girl seriously had no fear of the cold. Bang! 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 Snow wraiths were slamming into both wings of the convoy now. Gunfire erupted, accompanied by rapid thuds as the swarm pressed inward, forcing the outer vehicles to push closer to the central column. 3 o'clock. Four-legged beasts, all large. 7 o'clock too. Watch out for the Hercules crash site ahead. Unknown flying entity in the rear airspace, stay alert. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled, snow shaking across the plains. From the edge of the canyon, countless monsters surged in waves, chasing after the convoy and forming a monstrous army in the rear. Yu Yuing was riding with the Central Tech team in an all-terrain snow vehicle, fully geared up with his team. Hearing the chaos outside, his face was drawn and tense. Team leader Yu. Two colleagues stared at the rear window in horror. Yu turned, and froze. The snowy plains behind him had vanished. In their place, a gray-white wave of snow wraiths surged like a living sea, charging with terrifying speed. Flamethrowers poured fire backward. Every grenade blast tore apart dozens of creatures, sending severed limbs and gore flying. This is insane. How are there this many of them? I remembered during the Unit 01 tests, there weren't nearly this many. Why are they all swarming here? Yu Yuing's eyes flickered. Might be related to S-Class Entity number 13. A middle-aged researcher nearby spoke up nervously. Wasn't the observation team sure number 13 headed toward Yunwang Swamp? Yu shook his head. It's not that simple. After the last collision, Unit 01 suddenly became a prime target for all the eerie entities under the extreme cold vortex. We've never seen this wide-scale behavior before. Team leader Yu. The researcher said solemnly. Is it possible that S-Class entities have some kind of command ability? Orders. Yu's glasses reflected a gleam. That's what you're trying to say, right? The researcher nodded quickly. Yes. Like they marked us and Unit 01, and now everything in the region is zeroing in on us. This whole situation's been off from the start. Exactly, we all thought it was just noise from Unit 01, but Captain Lin's report said that when we were attacked, they were hundreds of kilometers away, and they saw no snow wraiths at all. That's just bizarre. And we've taken huge losses. That black worm had destructive power way beyond A-class estimates, and there's more than one of them in this canyon. Still, all of this helps us study how these entities behave. You said with a nod. Gunfire was like a string of firecrackers behind them, the snow tide boiling. He glanced back, then told the team, especially the traits shown by number 13. He looked at a few metal devices in the vehicle, voice heavy. We've abandoned Unit 01, but we must get the experimental data out. If not, everything we worked for will be lost. Boom. Boom. Tremors rocked the ground. The convoy reached the edge of a mountain pass, right where Lin Xian and Ning Jing had stopped earlier. They drove through wrecked fighter jets and smashed vehicles until a massive, black worm corpse stretched hundreds of meters before them. That's the one we killed. On Dragon Mountain number 1, Ning Jing pointed ahead. We're nearly at Captain Lin's position. Shidoan scanned the left hills and the right cliffside, voice grim. We need to move fast. Things are about to get loud. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, monster tide rising. At the rear of the convoy was Keon-dil's Joker convoy. Wrapped in a thick fur coat, Keon stood on the side of a massive polar vehicle, gripping the railing as the cold wind lashed him. Behind, the snow wraiths surged like a pack of hyenas, some just meters away. So disgusting he pressed his earpiece. All units, heads up, avalanche incoming. Pick up the pace. Yes, sir. Came the responses. Everyone get ready. Lin Xian's voice echoed across the comms. In his polar vehicle, Lin Xian glanced at the slope behind the worm's body, his eyes locked onto the watch and detonator in his hands. Earlier, he had sent Kiki to plant metal bombs on the slope, and on the worm's corpse itself. Kiki turned nervously to him. Hey, I forgot to ask, will the snow be enough to bury the wraiths? Not a chance. It'll only scatter the horde, give us breathing room. Lin Xian said, eyes on the detonator. My real target's the worm corpse. That's why I had you use thermite charges. Kiki nodded. Hopefully it'll draw out the one underground. It always just ambushes and runs. At night, it's even harder to deal with. Lin Xian squinted, feeling tremors beneath them. It's coming. We need to mess up its timing. What he feared most was that the monster would charge straight into the middle of the convoy. Beep. The detonator's light turned green. It was connected. Everyone stay sharp. It's coming. Lin Xian roared into the comms. The convoy just passed the giant worm corpse when Lin Xian slammed the trigger. Boom. Explosions lit up the slope ahead. The worm's body erupted into flames behind. Thermite blasts tore through its frozen flesh, vaporizing chunks in a burst of green blood and black flesh. Hundreds of snow wraiths were caught in the blast, scattered into shreds. The shockwave hurled gore skyward, raining down in a storm of fire and flesh. Green blood plasma splashed over the pursuing horde, throwing them into disarray and spreading panic. Rumble. From the slope ahead, the blasts triggered an avalanche, snow collapsing in a massive wave rushing down the mountainside. Faster. Go go go. Maintain formation. Thud thud thud. A black shadow rushed in. A giant four-legged beast lunged from the side, slamming its hard leg down on the roof of a small vehicle. Too late. Inside, the armed personnel froze, heart skipping a beat as the shadow blocked the light. The driver, seeing the rear-view mirror, jerked the wheel, ready to swerve away so their destruction wouldn't impact the convoy. But just then, a golden blur flashed from the snowy plain. It moved like lightning. Even the surging snow tide and the beast's ambush seemed to freeze in slow motion. The golden figure danced across the snow without a trace, leapt high, and kicked the monster's front leg. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the monster's limb snapped backward, hurling it away. The team snapped into action, and a storm of metal bullets shredded the beast's upper body, flinging it into the snow wraiths behind. The golden figure vanished again, darting through the snow, crushing dozens of wraiths beneath its feet, before landing gracefully on top of a polar vehicle. Now I'm all gross. Kionda looked down and saw green blood splattered on his polished pointed leather shoes. With his severe cleanliness obsession, his face changed dramatically. He quickly pulled out a handkerchief from his mink coat and meticulously wiped the blood off the edge of his shoe. Then, shooting a disgusted look at the handkerchief and another at the snow wraith tied behind them, he tossed it and snapped, "Take this silk handkerchief as a gift." Boom boom boom. Thanks to the convoy's steady movement and Lin Xian's precise judgment, the avalanche struck right after the convoy passed, crashing down and engulfing over 10,000 snow wraiths in one sweeping wave. The massive current of snow carried them off the cliff at the bottom of the canyon, halting the bulk of the chasing monster swarm. But the convoy didn't even have a chance to catch its breath before more snow wraiths swarmed out of the snow like a plague of locusts. Just as they were about to clear the narrow pass, the rumbling underground grew more intense. The entire snowy plain started rising and falling like liquid. That thing's coming out. Little girl. Lin Xian and Kiki both flung their doors open and jumped out. Kiki flew into the air, while Lin Xian clung to the vehicle's handrail, standing on the side of the truck, his eyes locked on the snow-covered ground with a grim expression. Then he looked up. Beneath the extreme cold vortex, the sky was filled with thick clouds. The howling wind and snow never stopped. But rays of slanted sunlight pierced through the cloud gaps in the west, casting dazzling beams onto the vast snowfield of the Parma grasslands. The pure white landscape reflected blinding light, much brighter than during the worst of the blizzard. As the snow wraiths emerged from the snow, it was like they were being torn apart by some unseen force. Their skin cracked inch by inch, and they howled in agony, recklessly charging toward the convoy. One vehicle, its weapons offline, got swarmed by 7 or 8 snow wraiths. It rocked violently as it was dragged out of formation and rolled into the monster tide, instantly swamped under the pile of beasts. Fuck it. I'll take you all with me. Boom. The person in that vehicle, burning with rage, detonated the explosives at the last second, turning the truck and several teammates, and over 100 snow wraiths around them, into a burst of blazing fragments. Vroom. As one vehicle fell, another behind it immediately revved up and surged forward to close the gap, shielding the living carriages and the technical staff vehicles in the center. Casualties were mounting. The whole convoy was reaching a breaking point. Lin Xian's gaze swept coldly over the battlefield. He lowered his voice and said to Kiki, "Remember what I told you, if that thing bursts out from the middle, save as many as you can." "I know." Kiki's eyes were already glowing with her ability. A field of psychic energy surrounded her, shielding her completely from the bitter cold. Her mind was stretched thin, sensing the movements beneath the ground and tracking the dozens of vehicles in the center. For her, this kind of mental strain was a brutal challenge. On the other side, Shidoan, Nangjing, Abai, and more than a dozen of the convoy's top fighters had also stepped out, braving the blade like cold wind. Everyone was scanning for the underground threat. Nangjing stood atop the Dragon Mountain #1 train, gripping the frail Abai, who was gasping anxiously and peering through thick sunglasses at the snow. "Can you see it?" Abai trembled, eyes darting nervously in the biting wind. In that moment, it felt like every heartbeat across the convoy froze in place. Rumble rumble. The tremors grew even more violent. Along the edge of the Trukamar Ice Canyon, the snow gave way in massive sheets, collapsing into the valley below. Just as the convoy was about to clear the narrow pass, Lin Xian and Abai suddenly turned their heads toward the front. "It's up ahead. Up ahead." Their voices blared across the radio at the exact same time. Fat Cat, who was driving the Dragon Mountain #1, heard them. Just then, the ground at the pass ahead erupted. Snow and dust shot into the air like a geyser. Boom boom boom. A deafening hum, followed by the sound of the crust being torn apart, echoed across the canyon and the snowfield. The convoy couldn't stop in time. They were about to plow straight into the explosion. Amid the flying snow and dust, a massive black worm the size of a mountain burst from the earth, towering into the sky. Its grotesque form sent chills down everyone's spine. It looked like some twisted parasite risen from the depths of the earth. The giant worm opened its abyssal maw, blotting out the sky as it loomed before the convoy. The sheer terror of the sight froze minds in shock. Split the convoy, left and right. Seeing disaster about to strike, Lin Xian shouted at Kiki without hesitation. "Turn. It's gonna hit us." Kiki's face turned pale. She shot forward, both hands glowing with surging psychic energy, conjuring a massive force field to push the convoy vehicles apart to either side. SHHSHHSHH. Everyone was yanking their steering wheels hard. Dragon Mountain #1 veered left. Lin Xian's polar vehicle swerved right. The rest followed, the steel behemoths forming a massive Y-shaped split in the snow. Those in the rear who couldn't dodge in time slammed into the invisible psychic wall, bam bam bam, bouncing off and swerving wildly before veering to the sides. Ah! The living untech vehicles at the back stared wide-eyed at the gaping maw ahead, frozen with horror, screaming in sheer panic. One out-of-control truck smashed into Kiki's psychic wall, lost control, and crashed hard into a snow rover on the right, blasting open a huge gap in the formation. Several vehicles tumbled off the edge of the canyon. Seeing this, Kiki quickly shifted her focus to catch the truck, but that caused a rupture in her psychic force field. Two vehicles in the center, their vision completely blocked by snow, rushed blindly into the worm's mouth. Screams echoed out. "Crap!" Kiki cried out. Boom boom. Reh! A guttural, hellish roar echoed from the depths of the abyssal maw. The flesh around the mouth rippled and flared, releasing clouds of putrid stench. Bang! But at that moment, an armed vehicle fired first. Its onboard autocannon blasted out a shockwave. A 75mm alloy armor-piercing round screamed toward the beast. Chen Wei. Staring into the creature's gaping maw, there wasn't a trace of fear or hesitation on Chen Wei's face. If anything, flames of battle lit up in his eyes. This giant monster didn't shake his focus one bit. "Right down your throat. You're fucking dead." His voice crackled over the comms, brimming with fury. Lin Xian and Kiki both turned back to look at him, a flash of surprise in their eyes. Chen Wei's shout snapped everyone back to their senses. That giant worm's maw was horrifying, yes, but it was also its weakest spot. "Open fire. Blow that thing to hell." On the train roof, Shiduan suddenly pulled out a gleaming 155mm grenade launcher, so old the primer had worn down completely. His arms swelled with raw power, veins bulging. With a roar, he lifted the 40 to 50 kilograms launcher one-handed and hurled it like a javelin straight into the beast's mouth. Whoosh! With a whistling scream, the grenade sailed over 100 meters. Dragon Mountain #1 was the closest, and the grenade flew straight into the black maw of the monster. A few seconds later, boom! "Don't be scared, kill it. Fucker, go to hell. Unload everything we've got. Rat-a-tat-tat." Boom boom boom. The convoy's firepower roared to life, unleashing a relentless storm upon the abyssal worm. At the same time, more than a dozen ability users joined in, unleashing their powers in a surge of dark red lasers aimed directly at the monster. Lin Xian turned back to look. The entire convoy's weapons were already focused on the beast. Seizing the moment, he turned to the sky and raised a single finger, eyes cold. "Give me light." Chapter 259, Rushing into the Snowfield Gravity. Lens. Full power activation. In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if all the energy in his body was being drained like a flood bursting through a dam. High above the sky, a section of space rapidly distorted. In a flash, the twisted space expanded, swallowing and warping the dazzling beams of light refracting through the clouds, forming a brilliant halo. At that moment, hundreds of meters above, it was as if a phantom sun had appeared in the sky. The blinding radiance shone like an enormous daylight lamp, instantly illuminating the entire canyon pass. Visibility in the snowstorm suddenly became much clearer. As the snowstorm momentarily subsided, the scene resembled a bright winter afternoon for a fleeting second. The light burned like a torch, instantly contorting the forms of countless snow wraiths and snow demons. Their agonized screeches pierced the air as black smoke oozed from the joints and skin of the eerie creatures. The once relentless tide of monsters frantically burrowed into the snow, dramatically easing the pressure on the convoy's defense. At the same time, the convoy's firepower was concentrated on the abyss worm, unleashing an onslaught of explosions and metal projectiles. Smoke and debris erupted in all directions, and chunks of black flesh and green blood splattered across the snow. A massive force of suction emanated from the gaping maw of the monstrous worm as it surged dozens of meters above the ground. This time, it didn't just surface momentarily before retreating. Instead, it violently twisted its maw, attempting to sweep across the escaping convoy in a furious assault. But its enraged rampage was ineffective. The once impenetrable black hide of the abyss worm rapidly melted, distorted, and dislocated. Armor-piercing rounds now inflicted significantly greater damage, punching through its hide and sending massive chunks of flesh plummeting to the ground. Boom. 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 Suddenly, an explosive shockwave sent snow and shattered stones flying into the air. Shidoan, gripping a 155mm howitzer shell, glared fiercely as his muscular frame tensed. Dragon Mountain No. 1 had already maneuvered to the side, and he was preparing to fire with both hands when he suddenly noticed the monster frantically retreating underground. "It's trying to escape," he roared. Daylight was never the domain of these nightmare entities, and against a creature capable of wiping out an entire city, this moment presented the best opportunity to inflict serious damage. There was no way Shidoan and the others would let this chance slip away. The moment his words fell, the entire convoy unleashed a furious hail of gunfire, as if they wished to fire their very gun barrels along with the bullets. Even members of the technical team, usually non-combatants, picked up automatic rifles and handguns, joining the assault. SHHKKK. The abyss worm was burrowing at an astonishing speed. Lin Xian, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and with his last ounce of strength, clenched his fist, hard. At that moment, the dazzling, twisted mass of light began to spiral inward in a Fibonacci sequence, compressing into a searing beam that shot downward like a scorching pillar of death. Boom. The intense gravity ray struck the abyss worm's body, instantly sending plumes of black smoke and scalding steam surging from its flesh like a tidal wave. Buzz. From the left flank, Abai removed his sunglasses, his eyes flashing with a deadly gleam. Two laser beams shot out, slicing into the monster's side at close range. In mere moments, as the colossal creature plummeted, the laser beams cut through its hide like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind a massive, 10-meter-long gash. Lin Xian's gravity beam, though lasting only a second, completely punctured the creature's body, causing the gaping black abyss of its mouth to emit a scorching white light. Boom. 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 Snow and debris erupted skyward in violent explosions. The next moment, the abyss worm frantically withdrew underground. When the dust settled, it left behind a gargantuan crater, over 10 meters in diameter, with its flesh and remnants of blackened hide strewn across the terrain. Some of the scattered chunks even splattered onto the racing convoy vehicles. Rumble, seismic tremors pulsed through the canyon as large swaths of snow cascaded down from the surrounding cliffs. Still unsatisfied, Shidoan grabbed two more 155mm howitzer shells and hurled them into the crater. A few seconds later, two deafening explosions echoed from the abyss, a direct hit on empty space. Bzzzzzzzzz. At last, the defensive convoy had fully cleared the massive crater and was racing out of the canyon, heading toward the open snowfields. TCH. It got away. Shidoan cursed in frustration. Bang. 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 Humphrey. On one of the armed vehicles, Chinwei finally released the trigger of his machine cannon. Sizzle. The scorching barrel glowed red-hot, and when the falling snowflakes touched it, they evaporated instantly with a sharp hiss. "We definitely wounded it." Over the radio, squad leader Sun panted heavily. "I doubt it'll dare come out again anytime soon. At least not before nightfall." Hyundai replied from the rooftop of a vehicle, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cold. "All units, report casualties. We're not out of danger yet. Reload your weapons, stay alert." Other convoy leaders echoed over the comms. Leaning out of his vehicle window, Yu Yuing and several technical team members stared in shock at the battlefield. The entire encounter, from the moment the abyss worm surfaced to now, had lasted barely 30 seconds, yet it had felt like an eternity of life and death struggle. If not for the strange psychic force shielding the convoy, at least a third of their vehicles would have been sucked into that monstrous maw. "How's Chinwei?" Yu Yuing urgently radioed the armored vehicle carrying Chinwei. "No major injuries," came the reply. Yu Yuing exhaled in relief. "Damn, that thing is terrifying. But it looks like we actually managed to injure it, maybe even drive it back." One of the researchers clutched his backpack, his face still tense. Yeah, attacking together was the best strategy. If we'd spread out our firepower. Yu Ying's face turned complex as he listened, then nodded firmly. Specialized tasks should be left to professionals. If Team Leader Li were alive, he would have made the same call. This guy Lin Xian is insane. Another researcher said in awe. A mechanical ability user who can create machines from thin air and control the weather? Could he actually combine his ability with meshs? Yu Ying blinked. If he can really create machines, that's a game changer. We need to document everything. When we reach Ceylon City, we'll immediately forward the data to HQ and wait for their response. Another older researcher looked uneasy. The Nighttalkers are definitely going to target him. Yu Ying's expression darkened, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the convoy pressed on. Thanks to the blinding light from earlier, the snow wraiths had thinned out. But with the blizzard intensifying and the vast snowfield ahead, eerie howls began rising once more. At least, for now, the earthquake had faded into the distance, offering a brief moment of respite. The convoy leaders relayed casualty reports. Left flank, 3 vehicles lost, 9 dead. Right flank, 4 vehicles lost, 17 dead. Center, 2 vehicles lost, 7 dead. A somber air settled over the radio. Kiki, pale-faced, sighed deeply in the front seat. Damn it. Lin Xian, exhausted, leaned back, closing his eyes. We did everything we could. I'll live. Qin Wei said faintly, eyes closed. What about you guys? Zhao Yang's dead. Yu Ying sighed. He was in that vehicle. Hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes shot open. He took a deep breath, his gaze filled with anger and helplessness. Inside the Arctic vehicle, Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart, hastily repairing the car's windows and doors to block out the chilling wind. The heater inside gradually warmed the air, making the atmosphere inside more comfortable. Kiki glanced at Zhao King beside her and said, "Hey, let me drive. Looks like you're itching to get into the fight." Zhao King turned her head to look at Kiki, then at Lin Xian, before quietly replying, "You guys. Rest." Her voice carried a cautious maturity. Lin Xian and Kiki were both exhausted. Outside, countless snow wraiths were already swarming the defensive lines. On top of the Dragon Mountain No. 1, Ningjing and Shiduan had climbed back onto the roof to face the monster horde. Zhao King had wanted to join the fight, but Ningjing had assigned her to driving duty, so she'd remain silent. Now hearing Kiki's offer, her spirits lifted. She eagerly handed over the wheel to Kiki, grabbed her blade, and leapt from the vehicle to join the fray. Kiki settled into the driver's seat, crossing her legs as her fingers guided the steering wheel and accelerator with telekinesis. She simultaneously projected a psychic shield to block the snow wraiths that suddenly lunged out from the snow-covered plains. When I heard that Hulashu mentioned the Emperor project, I thought we'd end up getting some massive mech. Kiki muttered. Instead, we just got ourselves into a huge mess with nothing to show for it. If we had enough time, that mech might still be salvageable. But we wouldn't be able to take it with us. Lin Xian replied. You mean because of the Phoenix? No. A mech that size is only useful in combat. Otherwise, it's transported by a Hercules transport aircraft. Even a Fire God mecha carriage isn't big enough to fit that thing. Yeah, true. But still, it's cool. Kiki chuckled, glancing at the rearview mirror. Brother, aren't you at least a little tempted by such an awesome mech? Lin Xian's eyes gleamed as he recalled Unit 01's high-frequency chain blade that had once slain an abyss worm. His heart surged with excitement. The Emperor mecha seemed tailor-made for his mechanical heart, aligning perfectly with its growth potential. Exhausted, Lin Xian leaned against the window of the Arctic vehicle, watching the convoy roll steadily across the endless snowy plains. Snow wraiths raged outside, flames flickered in the distance, and hundreds of people in the convoy fought desperately for survival. This was the first time Lin Xian had experienced a chaotic escape like this. Trains are still safer, he murmured softly. With over 100 vehicles, every overturned car meant more casualties. As a convoy leader, the pressure on him felt far lighter compared to those managing the entire fleet. For a brief moment, Lin Xian seemed to understand Shukin's struggles, endless running, surviving against all odds. Exhaustion. Sheer exhaustion. The thunderous sounds of gunfire and slaughter raged outside, yet Lin Xian's mind drifted away. His eyelids drooped, and before he knew it, he had drifted off. In his dream, Lin Xian was back in Zhang City, inside his apartment-turned-refuge. Beep. Beep. The familiar nightfall warning echoed. As usual, he pulled down the alloy iron shutter he had crafted with his mechanical ability, sprayed deodorizer in the stairwell and entryway, turned off the lights, and huddled in the pitch-black room. He listened closely to the unsettling noises from the floors above and below, and to the eerie murmurs and growls echoing from the streets outside. Wandering zombies rasped past charred car frames, Their decaying tracheas producing hoarse, guttural groans. Lin Xian sat in the corner of his bedroom, his short blade resting nearby. He waited. For the night to deepen. For dawn to arrive. Whoosh, a gust of wind stirred from the living room. Lin Xian's windows had long been shut tight, there was no way a breeze could get in. His eyes scanned the darkness, and that's when he noticed. In front of his living room's glass window stood a dark figure. Lin Xian snatched up his blade and rushed out, but the living room was empty. The balcony's sliding glass door was fully open. The night wind howled, causing the curtains to billow and dance. Lin Xian cautiously stepped onto the balcony and looked up, only to feel his vision overwhelmed by an enormous floating corpse, a nightmarish behemoth that loomed over the entirety of Zhong City. Its continental-sized body drifted slowly through the sky, blocking out the moonlight and plunging the city into shadow. Zhong City seemed nothing more than a silhouette beneath its presence. Biological entity number 2. Is moving. It's moving. Direction, east. Direction, east. Suddenly, a voice blared urgently in his ears, like someone shouting through a communicator. Lin Xian spun around, searching for the speaker, but no one was there. Who are you? Suddenly, that voice barked back, this time directed right at him. Lin Xian froze, cold sweat trickling down his back. He whipped around, only to find a dark figure standing in the corner. Watching him. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. A wave of warmth suddenly enveloped him, pulling him back to consciousness. Lin Xian's body stirred as strength gradually returned. He blinked, his face pale and breath ragged. Vital signs detected, hypothermia. Hypothermia, the warning from his power armor rang faintly in his ears. SSSHH. Lin Xian snapped awake. Checking his watch, 17:40, he'd been asleep for 10 minutes. Was that a dream? This was his second time seeing that floating colossal corpse. The lingering dread still surged through his mind. Bang. 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 Rat-a-tat. Gunfire and explosions intensified outside. Kiki, gripping the wheel tightly, shook Lin Xian with her telekinesis, her face filled with worry. What's wrong with you? I've been shaking you for ages. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, massaging his temples. Just overexerted. I fell asleep. I'm feeling better now. Kiki sighed in relief, then frowned. That move of yours sure drains you. But damn, it was powerful. Even that big worm couldn't handle it. Lin Xian nodded. The gravity lens was his strongest ability, but its severe energy drain made it difficult to use frequently, especially in daylight. If it weren't for the extreme cold vortex forcing those eerie creatures to attack in the day, he wouldn't have had a chance to use it. I noticed. Those creatures don't actually seem afraid of light itself. Lin Xian said thoughtfully. Kiki pondered for a moment. Yeah. At first, I thought they feared sunlight or UV rays, but it's like they're being torn apart by something else entirely. Lin Xian nodded grimly. Daylight is our only real advantage. The dark tides want to plunge everything into polar night, because dawn is humanity's last hope. We should be close to the northern rail line now. Nangjing's voice crackled over the communicator. We're still too far. Lin Xian responded, calculating the distance. It's hard to see anything in this storm. Getting the train started at the right moment. It's nearly impossible. Nangjing's voice was anxious. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. We just need to keep moving. And find the train in time. Slash. From midair, Shi Duan twisted, severing the heads of 2 snow wraiths before landing heavily on the train car roof. His expression was grim as he barked, we should be able to pick up the train signal within 2 kilometers. As long as our direction is right, we won't lose it. Chapter 260, 3-kilometer battle line. The frigid wind howled as Dragon Mountain No. 1 and Infinite Train stood ready on the northern line track. At the very front of Dragon Mountain No. 1, Lu Xingchen sat atop the locomotive, bundled in a thick cold-resistant suit, gazing into the snowstorm. His communication headset was tuned in, waiting for a signal. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and the others aboard Dragon Mountain No. 1 were preparing to start the train. Inside the double-decker carriages, there were no elderly or children in sight, only fully armed adults. Heavy machine guns, turrets, anti-air cannons, and electromagnetic railguns were all in position atop the train. Every gaze was fixed on the vast snowy expanse to the east, waiting for something. 3 kilometers? Got it. Inside the cockpit of Infinite Train, Chen Sixuan tensed up as she heard Lin Xian's voice. The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive had already been preheated by an electric de-icing system, and the Gemini nuclear electric locomotive at the rear had its engines running. Inside the carriages, the heating system kept the temperature comfortable. Everyone, get ready. Just a few more minutes until we depart. Creak, creak, creak. After being stationed for so long, the train's armor was coated in a thick layer of ice. The once black heavy locomotive was now covered in white frost, its side flaps buried in snow. Beneath the train, the rails and metal wheels groaned in protest. As temperatures continued to plummet, some of the train systems were already failing or shutting down. Water pumps, air circulation units, even the warning lights on some brake valves flickered ominously in the cockpit. Chen Sixuan frowned, her expression tense. One hand rested on the throttle, waiting intently for Lin Xian's signal. Inside the rear carriages of Infinite Train, an eerie silence filled the air. Everyone was on edge. Dialu stood behind the blast doors, gripping a machine gun, ready to unleash covering fire. On the rooftop, the 1130 close-in weapon system and G3 electromagnetic railgun were already deployed, their radar systems active. Every rotation of the turrets shattered another layer of freshly formed ice. Meanwhile, a steel tide of armored vehicles charged violently across the snowfield, forming a defensive front. Behind them, an unending horde of snow wraiths surged like a tsunami, stretching as far as the eye could see. More and more eerie creatures converged from all directions, their numbers swelling. Massive quadrupedal beasts plowed through the snow wraiths, smashing them aside before lunging at the convoy's flanks. The deafening cacophony of light and heavy gunfire intensified as the convoy pressed forward. At the very front, a massive all-terrain train unleashed a dark red laser beam, slicing through the snow wraiths like a beacon in the storm. Ha! Ha! Abai adjusted his sunglasses, panting heavily. Prolonged use of the laser was beginning to take its toll on his body. Zhao King, equipped with a grappling hook at her waist, leapt across the rooftops of several carriages, cutting down snow wraiths as they attempted to board. On the right flank, Captain Sun's troops were nearly out of ammunition. They had no choice but to pull back, allowing Old Shu's armored convoy to take their position at the outermost perimeter. Aboard the polar vehicle, Lin Xian carefully monitored the incoming signals, his expression grave as he whispered calculations under his breath. 1 kilometer to go. To ensure smooth communication, he had locked onto Infinite Train's frequency, speaking directly to Chen Sixuan. About 1 minute. All units, prepare to turn. Whoosh, Lin Xian peered ahead. Though his vision was still obscured by the raging blizzard, he knew the train was just beyond the storm. 3 kilometers. Ms. Chen, go. At last, the convoy reached the designated range. Dragon Mountain No. 1 and the polar vehicle both turned sharply to the right. The sky darkened. Just as Lin Xian gave the order, a violent tremor shook the ground. The entire convoy jolted. For a brief moment, they feared it was the abyss worm. But this was different. The tremors came from all directions. Sitting atop his war vehicle, Sun Kai's radar screen was flooded with red dots. Then his face twisted in horror. Beyond a sea of red, an ominous dark red wave surged toward the convoy from all sides. The radar module glitched, issuing a piercing alarm. His blood ran cold. He slammed his hand onto the comms panel and roared, "It's a monster tide." Aboard Infinite Train, Chen Sixuan immediately relayed orders through the train's comms to Lu Yong and Hyuga aboard Dragon Mountain No. 1. Go. Flame burst, Heaven's Path. As the command rang through the headset, Lu Xingchen leaped to his feet, raising both hands high above his head. A crimson inferno erupted skyward, forming a towering fire pillar. With a sharp exhale, he slammed the inferno forward. Flames roared, igniting into blue mock rings, detonating a shockwave. Boom. The fire column struck the track ahead, instantly vaporizing 100 meters of snow. The rails turned blackened and scorched. At the same time, Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain No. 1 unleashed over 250,000 kilowatts of raw power. Their engines roared to life. Dragon Mountain No. 1 deployed its horizon clamp system, magnetizing itself onto the frozen rails for better traction. Crack, crack, crack. The combined 82-carriage train jerked forward as the sheer force shattered layers of ice from its armor. Snow cascaded off the rooftops, and the couplings screeched under strain. Inside Infinite Train, the accumulated snow outside had nearly reached the windows. No one knew how many creatures lay hidden within. 20 kilometers. 30 kilometers. Speed is increasing. Chen Sixuan fixated on the comms unit. The signal with Lin Xian's convoy had cut off, meaning they were now over 2 kilometers apart. Whoosh. The blizzard raged, reducing visibility to barely 20 meters. She could only make out the last carriage of Dragon Mountain No. 1. Beyond that was just a blinding white void. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She gripped the comms unit tightly. Only static crackled through the frequency, and the signal indicator flickered red. Lin Xian, do you read me? Lin Xian, respond. Only the howling storm answered. Then, thud. A grotesque snow wraith slammed into the window, shrieking. Chen Sixuan stumbled back as the creature scraped away the ice before slipping under the train's wheels, crushed instantly. Then more emerged. One by one, Monstrous figures crawled out from the deep snow, swarming toward Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain number 1. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the distant storm. Chen Sixuan's heart leapt. She glanced at the comms unit, its signal light flickered between red and green. ZZZ. Chen. Lin Xian. She shouted. Ms. Chen. Lin Xian's voice crackled through. Then came his next words, sending a chill down her spine. Open fire, now. Boom. On the right flank of the 2-kilometer-long train, an endless snow wraith horde surged forward, countless, swarming like locusts. The massive train tilted under the sheer force. Whoa. The 1,130 close-in weapon systems and heavy turrets roared to life. A storm of metal rained into the advancing monster tide. Above, the G3 electromagnetic railgun locked onto high-altitude threats, blasting through the storm, revealing grotesque winged horrors. The battle had begun. Hold the line. Captain Lin's team still hasn't appeared. The tsunami-like monster tide was unlike anything Infinite Train had ever encountered. The incoming convoy was still nowhere in sight, yet the entire train formation was already engaged in all-out combat, unleashing relentless firepower. Thud, 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 the train's speed climbed, 50 kilometers per hour. 60 kilometers per hour. Chen Sixuan, clad in her powered exoskeleton, quickly made her way to car number 2, then ascended to the roof through the combat lift. She knew Lin Xian's convoy was only a few hundred meters away, and with Dragon Mountain number 1 leading the charge, she wasted no time diving into battle. Whoosh! As soon as she stepped onto the rooftop, she executed a backflip, narrowly dodging a snow wraith's ambush. Bang! Midair, she fired her Meteor number 3 armor-piercing rounds, the bullet tearing through the snow wraith and several others behind it. The massive hydrostatic shock effect caused the carbon-based creatures' bodies to explode in a shower of gore. The moment her feet touched the ground, she swiftly crouched and aimed skyward. The muzzle of her Meteor number 3 aligned almost simultaneously with the G3 electromagnetic railgun. Bang! Even before spotting the enemy, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! Sizzle! At that exact moment, the electromagnetic railgun fired as well. A blazing blue pulse streaked through the storm. A winged monster diving down from above had its skull pierced clean through by the armor-piercing round, leaving a 10-centimeter-wide blood hole. A split second later, its chest was obliterated by the electromagnetic blast. The train car-sized monstrosity tumbled through the air, crashing onto the snowy plains below. A massive plume of snow erupted upon impact. Boom! 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 Gunfire flared in the distance. Chen Sixuan immediately used her infrared scope to scan ahead and spotted a black steel convoy emerging from the blizzard. It was Dragon Mountain number 1 and Lin Xian's polar vehicle. To avoid getting caught in the train's crossfire, the convoy was maneuvering into position at the train's rear right flank. Over 100 vehicles were rapidly closing in on Infinite Train's tail. Lu Yong, Ms. Chen, push the speed to 80. As soon as the convoy appeared, Lin Xian's urgent voice crackled through the comms. Can everyone keep up? Kiki blasted a shockwave through a cluster of snow wraiths before turning to Lin Xian, her voice filled with urgency. Lin Xian stole a glance at the massive creatures looming behind them. We have no choice but to push full throttle. Keep up, or we die. The monster tide was an unstoppable flood. If they didn't keep running, they wouldn't get another chance. Boom. Boom. The earth-shaking tremors intensified. The massive convoy surged forward behind Dragon Mountain number 1 and Infinite Train, roaring through the snow. The 3-kilometer-long firepower formation clashed against the tsunami of creatures, with winged horrors swooping from above and unknown abyssal creatures lurking beneath. The entire battlefield felt like a lone island in a sea of monsters. Whoosh! Dragon Mountain number 1 charged onto the northern line tracks. Beneath it, the triangle track electromagnetic all-terrain drive module adjusted itself, locking onto the rails with high-powered magnetic adhesion. Sparks flared as the traction locomotive unleashed its full power, linking up with Infinite Train's Gemini nuclear locomotive. Brother Lin, I'll cover your convoy's rear. Shidi Yuan called out. All non-combat vehicles, move to the train's left side for cover. Lin Xian and Kiki steered the polar vehicle out of formation, escorting the Empire Project Technical Team's vehicles across the tracks to Infinite Train's left flank, evading the right side onslaught of snow wraiths. Meanwhile, the main convoy pushed forward, falling in behind Dragon Mountain number 1. Boom. The 1,130 close-in weapon systems unleashed a storm of metal, shredding the oncoming tide. Snow, debris, and monster fragments blasted into the windshields of armored vehicles. Sally's flamethrower ignited vast swathes of snow wraiths, providing cover for the following convoy. The combined firepower of the 1,130 close-in weapon systems and the Fire God Mecha was a relentless wall of destruction. Kiki grabbed Lin Xian, leaping onto Infinite Train's roof. Whoosh! A piercing wing beat suddenly echoed through the blizzard. Kiki barely had time to raise a psychic barrier before a massive winged creature slammed down. Help! Kiki! Sasha's face paled as she saw the beast's shadow engulf them. The creature bared its gaping maw, filled with rows of serrated fangs, but its bite was stopped by Kiki's barrier. Without hesitation, Sasha raised the fire god mecha's main cannon and fired directly into its throat. Boom! A perfect shot, the armor-piercing round pierced its throat and detonated inside. A rain of blood and flesh erupted. With a sharp cry, Kiki grabbed the struggling beast and hurled it down into the snow wraith horde below. Its hulking body crushed dozens of creatures beneath it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xian rushed to the rear of Dragon Mountain No. 1, where Ningjing, Zhaoqing, and Abai were still fighting atop the train. The snow wraith tide swarmed the convoy, relentlessly pushing against the firepower lines. With the joint train formation accelerating violently, the monstrous horde completely surrounded the train and convoy. The Empire Project team's remaining firepower was running low. Only Kyondel and 5 other squads were still holding their ground. As soon as they regrouped, several more vehicles were overturned and swallowed, casualties were mounting. If you're out of ammo, move to the train's left side and follow the tracks. Lin Xian barked through the comms. As he surveyed the never-ending sea of monsters, he realized their only hope was to use the train as a fortress. Most vehicles, aside from heavy-duty polar vehicles, wouldn't last if they fell behind. The monster tide was overwhelming, and even Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain No. 1 were covered in snow wraiths. Suddenly, the joint train formation's arc pulse resonator powered up. ZZZZZZZZZT. A blinding white plasma discharge surged along the train's armor. The high-voltage discharge field ripped through the creatures, emitting an ear-splitting electrical crackle. The snow wraiths on the train's flanks burst into scorched chunks, their blackened remains tumbling into the snow below. With the Infinite Train's outer plating electrified, it became nearly impossible for creatures to climb up. Inside the train, even the battle-hardened crew flinched at the thunderous ionized discharge. As the snow wraiths fell away, the crew resumed fire, their gun barrels glowing hot. Resonator cooled down, 40 seconds. Everyone, stay clear of the next discharge. Lu Yong's voice echoed through the comms. Meanwhile, aboard Dragon Mountain No. 1, monstrous blood fiends and winged horrors slammed into the armored train, attempting to tear it apart. The 68-carriage behemoth roared through the storm, crushing everything in its path. The battle was far from over. And as nightfall approached, the 3-kilometer battlefield was only just beginning its chase through the abyss. Chapter 261, The Entire Front Collapses ZZZZT. The arc pulse resonator finished charging for the second time, and a scorching white plasma spark exploded with a deafening crack. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Thick black smoke whooshed past, filling the air with the acrid stench of high-voltage discharge searing through both air and monster flesh. Whoosh! A blue mechanical energy cannon pierced through a 4-legged monster that had lunged at the Emperor Squad's armored vehicle. At the same time, a black rifle was hurled straight into the creature's skull, halting its advance. Chen Wei, who had been laying down suppressive fire with his machine gun, glanced up at Lin Xian on the train before immediately slamming a fresh magazine into place and resuming his relentless barrage. Hold the damn line. Fuck. Why the hell are there so many of them? Shit, I'm running out of ammo. Less talking, more running. It's not even dark yet, and we can't kill them all, just move. At that moment, frantic voices from other convoy leaders crackled through the comm system. An overwhelming pressure crashed over the convoy like a tidal wave. Under these circumstances, survival meant one thing: run for your life. Against this endless swarm of snow wraiths, there was no guarantee they had enough bullets to match the sheer number of enemies. The monsters emerging from the blizzard stretched into the unseen distance, a notion of horrors. Even Shidouin, who had seen his fair share of large-scale battles, wore a grim expression. Bang! Through the wind and snow, Ningjing leaped through the air, her fist obliterating a 4-legged snow demon before she landed atop the train. She turned toward Shidouin, who was still launching grenades. We won't reach Silent City until past midnight, and we're already barely holding on before nightfall. What do we do? Swoosh! 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 A golden afterimage streaked through the battlefield. Kyondel flicked his wrist as he approached. Oi, 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 we need to speed the hell up. We can only shake them off if we push forward. If worse things crawl out after dark, we're dead meat. We can't go any faster. BZZZT. A psychic shockwave blasted away a wave of snow wraiths as Lin Xian and Kiki retreated to the train. Lin Xian caught his returning black rifle midair and shouted, "The snow's too thick. We're already at maximum speed. Even Dragon Mountain No. 1 is using its horizon clamp system, but with so many creatures latching onto the tracks, we'll derail if we go any faster." Shiduan cursed, "We don't have enough ammo to last that long. We planned for alternating fire to conserve supplies, but these motherfuckers swarmed us. Every damn monster around Duckzee Lake seems to have come straight for us. They're trying to rip us apart." Ningjing's face darkened. Dragon Mountain No. 1 had dealt with monster tides before, but this was different. These creatures had first been drawn toward the Trikamar Ice Canyon, leaving the northern route nearly empty, only to swarm toward them in full force. Could it be that these monsters were specifically hunting the Emperor Project team? What do we do now? Hyundil scowled. His convoy had already suffered significant losses, and without ammo, their survival, logistics, and tech convoys, at least 30 or 40 vehicles, had been forced into the train's left flank for safety. But 70 to 80 armored vehicles in the rear were still getting picked off one by one. If this continued, they'd be wiped out. Use the armor to hold the line. Lin Xian made a decisive call. There's no other choice now. All ability users and enhanced fighters, climb onto the train and hold them off. Move every vehicle except for the heavy firepower units to the left flank and preserve some ammo for left-wing defense. Minimize casualties first. That's a solid plan. Shiduan looked back at the convoy. If we don't do this, the people in the back are as good as dead once the night creatures show up. That'll cut down our firepower. Sun Kai responded from inside his battle vehicle. Firepower isn't the issue. Kiki snapped over the comms. We can't kill them all anyway. If the convoy sticks together, we can cut down on support pressure. Their vehicles can't take the hits like our train can. She's right. Hyundil nodded. The convoy is stretched too thin. Better to consolidate our forces rather than let the monster tide pick us off one by one. Alright, shifting formation now. Sun Kai, an experienced commander, immediately understood the intent. BZZZT. 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 Within moments, all but a dozen heavy-duty polar vehicles had raced to the train's left flank, forming a protective barrier around the logistics and tech convoys. Meanwhile, every ability user, enhanced fighter, and heavy weapons operator scaled the train's left side, using grappling ladders that Lin Xian had just finished constructing. On the train's rooftop, Lin Xian also welded an arc-shaped wall of steel spikes, designed to impale any snow wraiths trying to climb up or dive bomb from above. At that moment, the storm-ridden battlefield became a moving war zone. The train's weapon stations, rapid-fire turrets, anti-air autocannons, close-in defense cannons, and railguns all unleashed hell against the rolling tide of monsters. The battle had become a high-speed pursuit between the Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain No. 1, 2,000 people locked in an unprecedented fight for survival. Inside car No. 3 of the Infinite Train, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum pulsed with a sinister red glow. The eerie cube shrieked with constant alarm signals. The dark corruption was surging. The oppressive fear pressed against everyone's minds, amplified by the -60-degree blizzard. The suffocating grip of death loomed over the entire battlefield. Bang! A Meteor No. 3 heavy sniper rifle thundered, obliterating the skull of a giant four-legged monster. Chen Sixuan was specifically targeting the larger threats, but just as she took her shot, whoosh! A black rifle whistled through the air, piercing a snow wraith lunging toward her from behind. Chen Sixuan spun around, eyes wide. Her exosuit's defense system had been screaming alerts non-stop, yet monsters were still slipping through. Lin Xian sprinted toward her. Watch yourself. Protect yourself first. Got it. Gritting her teeth, Chen Sixuan raised her rifle once more. Nearby, Miaolu landed next to her. The two of them stood back to back, firing in unison. ZZZZT. The arc pulse resonator flared white-hot once again, igniting another plasma explosion. And so, the nightmare raged on. The monster tide slammed into the train over and over, refusing to relent. The endless battle pushed every fighter to their limits. But survival was the only option. It's almost dark. Sitting in the vehicle, Yu Yuing nervously stared at the blizzard outside, gripping his comms device. If we can't shake them off, we'll have to risk accelerating. The moment night falls, the monster tide would become even more ferocious, and unknown horrors would emerge. As the endless horde surged forward, a sense of despair settled in everyone's hearts. The dark corruption within the extreme cold vortex twisted their minds, amplifying the suffocating pressure. Lin Xian. Kiki's urgent shout came through the comms. The rear vehicles can't hold out much longer. Should we tell them to abandon the cars? Won't help. Hyundil's voice remained calm. Without their heavy firepower, they're as good as dead. We can't protect this many people. Lin? Shiduan glanced around, trying to locate Lin Xian, but, where the hell is he? Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan also called out over the comms. Wait for me. Suddenly, Lin Xian's voice came through. Thud. 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 Above, gunfire and explosions roared across the train's rooftop. Meanwhile, Lin Xian rushed inside the infinite train, taking the elevator from car number 2 and sprinting toward car number 3. Non-mechanical energy successfully converted. Plus 1,000 mechanical source points. The moment he entered, a holographic screen flared to life. The Hell's Black Chrysanthemum had absorbed dark energy, converting it into mechanical source points, replenishing Lin Xian's mechanical heart. His exhaustion eased slightly. Suppressing his urgency, he stormed into car number 3, where the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum glowed brilliant red. Level 4 Dark Mark. Ding Junyi, anticipating Lin Xian's intent, immediately spoke, "We miscalculated. Dark Mark stacking doesn't automatically reach level 5. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. That means only an S-class Siri entity can imprint a level 5 mark. The only time the infinite train encountered a level 5 mark was at Jiazu, likely originating from Yabai Spaceport, where they had been targeted by S-class and multiple Siri entities. Turning on his heel, Lin Xian bolted out of the carriage. Ding Junyi was stunned. She had assumed he had other plans, but he had only come for an answer, and immediately left. Whoosh! Across the frozen plains, waves of snow wraiths surged endlessly. Larger Riri entities emerged, and countless anti-air rounds streaked toward the sky, suppressing the winged horrors circling above. On the right flank of Dragon Mountain No. 1 and Infinite Train, the armor plating had suffered severe damage. Some of the steel panels were shredded, grill armor had begun falling apart. We can't hold out much longer. There's too many ammo. We're almost out. Flamethrowers, get ready. Hum. The 250,000 kilowatt joint locomotive engines roared in fury, propelling the convoy through the blizzard, with the endless monster tide roaring in pursuit. On the train's rooftop, hundreds of snow wraiths swarmed upward. Big Luo, Chen Sixuan, Lu Chang, Miaolu, and Shukin were forced back by the overwhelming onslaught. Sasha's Sally Mecha had run out of ammo. Jumping out, she grabbed her Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher, firing wildly behind her comrades. At the rear, Lu Xingchen and Kiki fought with everything they had, suppressing the horde, yet even their overwhelming power felt drained against the unrelenting blizzard and endless swarm. Lin Xian. We're not gonna make it. Kiki hovered in the air, her chest heaving, her arms trembling from overuse of her psychic abilities. Blood trickled from her nose, which she hastily wiped away before unleashing another psychic shockwave, blasting away a charging pack of four-legged monsters. The comms remained silent. Then, light. A blinding radiance ignited in the sky, piercing through the blizzard like the sun itself. It grew brighter, slicing through the storm clouds, creating a massive hole in the dark sky. The glowing sphere distorted, gathering the last embers of the sunset, and in the next instant, it erupted. A celestial beacon. A lighthouse in the storm. A divine fire illuminating the frozen battlefield, gravitational lens, at the front of the train, standing atop the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, was Lin Xian. His right arm was raised, pointing skyward. His lips were pale, blood streaming from his eyes and nose. This is the last option. Boom. The divine radiance scorched through the blizzard, purging the darkness like judgment from the heavens. Thousands of monsters screamed, their ashen skin cracked, their flesh blistering under the holy blaze. Many four-legged demons burrowed underground, frenzied in fear. The snow wraiths clinging to the train turned to dust, their bodies disintegrating in the golden light. In seconds, the tide of monsters collapsed. The battlefield fell silent. The once relentless horde suddenly fled, disappearing into the snowy abyss. The blizzard raged on. The storm clouds reclaimed the sky. The light vanished. Beep. Beep. His watch beeped faintly. Nightfall approached. The last sunset glow had faded. At the front of the train, Lin Xian's strength drained from his body. His vision blurred, he collapsed. A golden streak caught him, Qi Ondel. Hey, pretty boy, still hanging in there? Around them, Lu Xingchen, Ningjing, and Shiduan rushed over. Lin Xian. You alright? Chen Sixuan and Kiki sprinted up. I'm fine. Lin Xian wiped the blood from his face, bracing against the biting wind. The fear in everyone's eyes didn't fade. Nightfall was coming. And they all knew, the real nightmare hadn't even begun. What now? Shiduan's face was grim. We're almost out of ammo. Are we seriously gonna die here? We should regroup while we have the chance. Chen Sixuan urged. Lin Xian clutched his comms device, his gaze drifting to the horizon. Hope they saw that. Kiki frowned. Who? Then, boom. A distant roar echoed from the storm clouds. Not thunder. But, aircraft. The comms crackled. Infinite Train, this is the Starfleet 7th Recon Airborne Unit. We've spotted your signal flare. Combat forces arriving in 3 minutes for extraction. Above, a fleet of aircraft pierced the storm, thundering toward them at supersonic speed. Chapter 262, Lighthouse in the Storm Star Fleet. Question mark. It's the Phoenix's support from Zilan City. Kiki cried out in shock. That's right. The 7th Investigation Corps is stationed in Zilan City. We're saved. Hearing the voices coming through the communicator, Captain Sun shouted in excitement. Finally, everyone realized what had happened. Lin Xian had used his gravity lens not only to repel the eerie tide but also to act as a beacon for Phoenix's incoming Starfleet forces. Instead of relying on a signal obstructed by the storm, he had lit up a flare in the sky, guiding the reinforcements straight to their location. Looks like Brother Lin must have detected the Phoenix's signal and came up with this move. Shiduan said, beaming. Damn, that was a stroke of genius. Qianda looked at Lin Xian with admiration and nodded. Old Shi, I believe you now. This pretty boy is definitely something special. Quick. Get Captain Lin treated. It's almost nightfall. We need to tend to the wounded and reorganize the train immediately. Ningjing ordered decisively. After such a brutal battle, their entire defensive line had nearly collapsed. Now that they had a moment to breathe, their top priority was stabilizing the situation. Got it, move. Shukin, Miaolu, help the wounded. Luo Chang, check the train's condition. Chen Sixuan immediately began organizing their response. Kiki wasted no time, she used her psychic power to lift Lin Xian and flew straight toward the train cars. The Infinite Train, Dragon Mountain No. 1, the Emperor Project Team, and 5 convoys of hundreds of survivors, they had all been on the brink of destruction. Now, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, they could breathe again. The news that Phoenix's reinforcements had arrived sent waves of relief through everyone. Some even broke down in tears from sheer joy. The convoy team swiftly got to work, treating the injured, assessing losses, restocking weapons and ammunition, preparing for whatever dangers the night would bring. Phoenix's fleet arrives above them, the sky trembled with the roar of war machines. Warhawk-class aerial gunships, Lightning II aerospace fighters, and H-50 bombers streaked across the sky in tight formation. At the center of this massive fleet was a 30,000-ton Dreadnought-class aerial carrier, escorted by a full combat air wing, cutting through the storm with a deafening roar. On the ground, the earth rumbled as Phoenix's mechanized divisions pushed in from the east, advancing toward the North Line Railway. This force, the Phoenix Starfleet Corps sent to reinforce Rukongai Ice Canyon, had picked up Lin Xian's signal relay, a network of electronic beacons spanning over 100 kilometers. This network had successfully guided them to the correct location despite the storm. Lin Xian hadn't originally expected these beacons to be useful. He had assumed Phoenix's reinforcements would struggle to find them in the dark blizzard, and that even the flying ability user sent for help might not have made it to Zilan City. But against all odds, his contingency plan had worked. The only problem? The beacons were no longer aligned with their current position. By the time Lin Xian had detected the search signals from Phoenix's patrol craft, he hadn't even had time to respond before the signals disappeared. That's when he came up with his last-minute plan, using the gravity lens as a flare beacon. Nightfall looms as darkness fell, the injured on the Infinite Train were being treated, while Dragon Mountain No. 1 also struggled to recover. On the roof of the train, Abai, exhausted from the chase, had barely managed to recover some of his strength. He now used his abilities to observe the storm ahead. No one dared to lower their guard, the dangers of nightfall were ever present. Suddenly, Abai's expression changed. Through the raging blizzard, he caught a glimpse of something monstrous. A colossal entity, covered in countless writhing limbs, swayed eerily in the storm. It stood like a massive sea urchin on the snowfields, its glowing red eyes flashing for just a moment before vanishing into the storm. Lin Xian's vision meanwhile, on the Infinite Train, everyone remained busy. Jia Yuan and the other wounded were stabilized. Shukin and Chen Sixuan worked frantically to recharge exosuits and power armor. But their ammunition was nearly depleted. Only the electromagnetic railgun still had operational rounds left, everything else was almost gone. Lin Xian, still groggy, suddenly found himself dreaming again. He saw himself back in Jiang City, standing on the rooftop of his apartment complex. The floating colossal corpse that had once blocked out the sky was gone. The massive clustered clouds had also disappeared. The setting sun cast long shadows over a city that lay in ruins. The sound of his watch's alarm pulled his attention. He glanced at the time. 18:40. His face changed. Shit. He ran down the stairs, his body moving instinctively. But when he reached the hallway, he found his shelter's door was locked. Frowning, he activated Mechanical Heart, easily bypassing the mechanical lock and pushing the door open. Inside, no one. The living room, kitchen, storage room, and bedroom, everything was exactly as he had left it when he fled Jiang City. Yet, something was off. He remembered that Kiki had blasted the door open when they left, but now, it was as if someone had reinstalled it. Even stranger, someone had been here. The kitchen and living room had opened cans of food. Someone had even cooked a meal recently. Lin Xian suddenly realized, this wasn't a dream. By now, Zhong City should have been swallowed by the polar night. But the sky was bright just now. And these changes happened after I left. What the hell is going on? Just then, a sound. From the bedroom. Lin Xian's heart pounded. He had checked the bedroom earlier, it had been empty. His head was heavy, but he forced himself to move and step toward the bedroom. And then, a shadow. A woman. Standing inside. Who are you? Lin Xian activated mechanical heart, ready to fight. But then, something even stranger happened. The woman's head snapped toward him, her eyes filled with fear. Yet, she didn't seem to see him. Who's talking? Lin Xian froze. He could now see her clearly. She was young, maybe 26 or 27. Short, but strikingly beautiful. Her short, wavy hair gave her a sharp, confident aura. Then, she raised her hand toward where Lin Xian stood. A massive force suddenly warped space, distorting reality like ripples in water. Lin Xian instinctively leaped back. This wasn't just any ability user. Her power was similar to his gravity lens. Before he could react, the woman lunged forward and grabbed at the space where he had just stood. Suddenly, the entire space collapsed. A crushing weight pulled him downward. He felt an overwhelming loss of gravity, non-mechanical energy detected, converted into 600 mechanical source points, current mechanical heart level, level 4, 4,690 out of 7,000, with a loud gasp, Lin Xian shot up in bed. What the hell? He was back in the infinite train. Inside carriage number 1. Outside the window, darkness. The storm roared, but inside, it was silent. And then, a voice. You're awake? Lin Xian looked up. Chen Sixuan stood at the door, smiling. Slam. Shiduan slammed his hand on the table, his expression a tangled mix of frustration and exhaustion. He let out a deep sigh. Fucking hell. This is really a goddamn catastrophe. At least the infinite train provided a comprehensive medical pod. We managed to save a lot of our critically injured fighters. The other convoys, though. Their situation is even worse. Ningjing said. What about Tabai? How is he? Shiduan asked. Ningjing shook her head. Still unconscious. He overused his ability, he's been out cold since then. Boss, isn't this whole situation way too weird? Fat Cat said nervously. Not a single damn thing has happened all night. I don't like it. What's there to be uneasy about? Lu Yong gestured outside. The entire 7th Investigation Corps is out there protecting us. When's the last time we had this kind of treatment? Ningjing turned to Shiduan. Old Shi, don't blame yourself too much. If it weren't for your team supporting the Emperor Project, Zilan City wouldn't have sent such a massive force to help us. If it had just been us facing that monster tide, we probably wouldn't have lasted long enough to even reach Zilan City. Dragon Mountain number 1 had broken down in the snowfields precisely because of the snow wraith tide. Seeing the dark look on Shiduan's face, Ningjing could only try to reassure him. Shiduan waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. Focus on treating the injured first. This isn't our first large-scale battle, learn from it and upgrade our armor. We called this thing the Dragon Mountain Fortress, we can't have it folding like wet paper. Pushing through the storm boom. 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 The heavily armored locomotive of Dragon Mountain number 1 plowed through the deep snow, surging forward with unstoppable force. Meanwhile, the Emperor Project convoy drove steadily within the protective escort of the reinforcements. Inside one of the armored vehicles, Yu Yuing had just finished speaking with Commander He of the 7th Investigation Corps over the comms. He immediately turned to his team. We've made 4 copies of the research data. Once we reach Zilan City, the Nightwalker's courier division will split up and relay them through different routes, bypassing the extreme cold vortex's signal interference. The only issue left is the Monument Core. He glanced at a large silver metal case inside the vehicle. Inside that case lay the core of Unit 01, Pang. In simple terms, it was the black box of the mecha, containing a huge amount of combat data, telemetry, and, most importantly, direct engagement records with an S-class entity. Beyond just improving the Emperor Project's super weapon program, its greatest value lay in unraveling the mysteries of S-class entities. This data held potential breakthroughs in humanity's understanding of the abyss and the darkness beyond. In many ways, it was even more valuable than the mecha itself. Captain Yu, getting the core out is going to be a problem. One of his subordinates said. The entire Yunjiang Plains is under a complete communications blackout. Our higher-ups don't even know where we are, let alone how to extract the core. We'll have to wait for the couriers to relay our coordinates before we can hand it off. Yu Yuing nodded. This thing is more important than all of our lives combined. I've already coordinated with Commander He, Zilan City's regional commander. Xiaoyu has access to an intercontinental radio station. They'll find a way to get it out. The Infinite Train, nearing Zilan City KRZZZT. This is a broadcast to all convoys. The aerial fleet has returned to base. We are approximately 1 hour from Zilan City. Lin Xian's communicator crackled with the voice of Commander He Zhen. The 7th Investigation Corps has split its forces. Some units are escorting our trains, while the aerospace fleet has already returned. ETA to Zilan City, 1 hour. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan called out, the reinforcements include a team from the Nighthawkers organization. They're on board our train now. They seem really interested in you, Fire Bro, and Kiki's abilities. They're already on our train? Yeah, they specifically requested to board. They're in Carriage 2, Information Center. I'll go check it out. The Nighthawkers organization, Phoenix's elite ability user group, was finally making their move. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately got up and headed toward Carriage 2 with Chen Sixuan. Carriage 2, meeting the Nighthawkers inside the Information Center. Most of the Infinite Train's key personnel were already gathered. 2 strangers stood in the carriage, a man and a woman, both clad in uniform cold weather gear. Over their suits, they wore black trench coats, woven from a mysterious hexagonal composite material that absorbed light, making them seem almost shadow-like. Lin Xian. You're awake. Kiki floated up from her chair in excitement. Shukin, Luo, and Shasha also turned their gazes toward him. Lu Xingchen had been dragged over to join the meeting, but he was already asleep in his chair. Meanwhile, Ding Junyi was already deep in conversation with the newcomers. As Lin Xian approached, the 2 Nighthawkers turned to face him. Both were young. The man looked around 27 or 28, with sharp features and an easygoing, confident demeanor. His eyes flashed like electricity. The woman seemed around 22 or 23, short-haired, sleek, and radiating an edgy, rebellious energy. She was chewing gum and wearing a black lipstick tint that made her stand out even more. The man stepped forward, extending a hand. Captain Lin, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Zhu Wuer, Nighthawkers Division 1, Courier Unit. This is Peng Peng, my partner. Lin Xian shook his hand. Courier Unit? So, you guys handle message delivery? Exactly. Zhu Wuer nodded. The Nighthawkers are split into 3 divisions, Couriers, Polar Knight, and Starfire, each with different tasks. Polar Knight investigates the dark tides and the abyss. Starfire provides security for survivor groups and high-value assets. And we couriers? We keep the world connected. That's why we're here, to meet with you. How did you even find us? Kiki asked. We didn't. Peng Peng replied casually. All the couriers across Yangjiang Plains got the same assignment. We execute our tasks in a saturation deployment. Whoever finds you first makes contact. Lin Xian nodded. He had heard from Wakex that Phoenix had 3 main global communication methods, drone beacon networks, similar to his signal relay towers. Encrypted radio codes via Nighthawker couriers. Direct relay stations, using special energy sources like dark blood crystals. Phoenix specifically asked for me? Lin Xian asked. Why? Zhu Wuer smiled. To thank you for your help with the rescue op, and to offer collaboration. The Yabai City support team uploaded their mission logs. You, the mechanical ability user, executed an insanely risky but brilliant traction plan that saved thousands. Their team lead held you in very high regard. Lin Xian's brow lifted. White team leader? Yeah. Zhu Wuer nodded. Though. Her team doesn't exist anymore. Zhu Wuer spoke at length, and then there's the field of neuroscience. If telekinesis allows one to manipulate matter, then even if cold dark fundamental particles are energy-driven, what is their output mechanism? A quantum entanglement channel? This could significantly advance neural decoding technology. Since you've already come into contact with the Emperor Project, you should be familiar with neural resonance piloting technology, right? If we really start breaking it down, there's so much more to consider. Kiki's expression was one of amazement. Damn, you guys are trying to pry open the secrets of physics using abilities. Why not? Why does having abilities automatically mean it's all mysticism? Zhu Wuer, like a true scholar, answered seriously. Cold dark fundamental particles were just discovered, proving they're merely another form of material existence. Ding Junyi nodded in agreement. I support that perspective. When humanity's ancestors first discovered fire, they saw it as divine. But as science progressed, we learned that fire is simply high-temperature gas or plasma. So the idea that abilities could one day be scientifically explained isn't impossible. Lin Xian glanced at Zhu Wuer with deep meaning and said, using materialism to dissect idealism. The Phoenix Guild truly lives up to its name as the light of humanity. Relax. Zhu Wuer grinned, waving a hand. We're not going to dissect you. That's the work of anti-human organizations. Hey. But Lynch is our train captain. If you take him, and Kikiji, what are we supposed to do? At that moment, Shasha posed the key question to Zhuur. As soon as she said it, Lu Xingchen, who had been dozing off, lazily opened his eyes, squinting in their direction. Joining the Phoenix Guild doesn't mean disbanding your team. A confident woman named Peng Peng chimed in, explaining, the Phoenix Guild is a global mobile organization. Even places like Phoenix City and Noah aren't true safe havens capable of sheltering all survivors. That's why we're currently constructing the Dawn defense line in the polar regions and a space elevator as contingency plans. Our primary mission is global aid. So joining the Phoenix Guild doesn't necessarily mean you'll be stationed at headquarters, you can operate anywhere. The idea is that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. A Phoenix Guild or Night Talker branch can exist within any region, within any survivor team. Including Dragon Mountain No. 1 and 6 other convoys, they're already our partners. Your rescue of the Emperor Project team has earned you official recognition from the Phoenix Guild. You're classified as a trusted organization even in this post-collapse world. Unlike ordinary survivors, you've proven your combat capabilities and resilience, which makes you even more valuable. Zhu Wuer nodded and added, exactly. Right now, the enemy's power is unmatched and unknown. In this scenario, we must first preserve the strength of the human race, gradually seek opportunities for survival, and rally the surviving global population. Searching for a one-time, permanent solution is futile, there's no absolute safe haven. That's why the Phoenix Guild can be above or below, it can exist within major cities or among the people, scattered yet persistent, surviving no matter what. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. He opened his mouth, then suddenly understood. You mean, even if I join the Phoenix Guild, I won't have to take direct orders like you guys do? Our team would function as a mobile militia unit, coordinating with Phoenix Guild operations through guerrilla warfare. Exactly. Zhu Wuer and Peng Peng spoke in unison, then turned to look at Lin Xian in surprise. They hadn't expected him to grasp the concept so quickly. The rest of the group had priceless expressions. Lin Xian turned toward Chen Sixuan, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. Guerrilla warfare? Both of them suddenly felt a sense of eerie familiarity. Why did this strategy sound so historically significant? All right. Lin Xian nodded. He had more or less figured out how the Phoenix Guild operated. If that's the case, then joining the Phoenix Guild would give us an additional identity. But we're barely surviving right now, what could we possibly contribute? You're really asking what's in it for you, aren't you? Zhu Wuer smirked and winked at him, his expression screaming, bro, I see right through you. Lin Xian didn't reply. While he appreciated the Phoenix Guild's goodwill, there was no way he would blindly carry a banner for them. Right now, he had just barely escaped death. He was already struggling to keep Infinite Train alive, how could he possibly start thinking about saving humanity? To be honest, Lin Xian had always believed that in the apocalypse, self-interest was key to survival. And yet, every time life or death was on the line, he found himself doing something incredibly stupid. He always told himself that these reckless actions were for his own survival, not because he wanted to be some kind of hero. But the more stupid things he did, the harder it became to convince himself of that. Of course, we've got something for you. Zhu Wuer snapped his fingers. A strange ripple spread out, and suddenly, a silver metal case appeared out of thin air behind him, landing with a thud on the floor. Everyone stared, stunned. What kind of ability is this? Peng Peng stepped forward, lifted the metal case onto the table, and began unlocking it with a click-clack-clack. First, let's talk about a special gift the Phoenix Guild is offering you, as gratitude for Infinite Train's efforts in assisting the evacuation of tens of thousands of you by spaceport. SHH. All eyes locked onto the case. As the lid lifted, inside were 10 specially designed vials, each filled with a pale green liquid. The moment the case opened, Lin Xian's eerie cube issued a warning. Warning, detected dark fear energy infiltration. Lin Xian frowned. Clearly, the liquid had something to do with the dark invasion forces, but since it was coming from the Phoenix Guild, he kept his thoughts to himself. Inside the box, aside from the 10 vials, there was also a crimson circular badge with the emblem of a phoenix. But Lin Xian immediately noticed something unusual. Beneath its surface, he sensed a precise mechanical structure. What is this? It looks like something straight out of a bioweapons lab. Kiki mused, her curiosity piqued. Others leaned in closer, equally intrigued. Zhu Wuer picked up one of the metal vials and addressed Lin Xian. This is called Cold Dark Serum. It's made by extracting eerie blood crystals using a cold dark particle separation device. The result is a substance we call cold dark energy, diluted in purified water at a 0.5% ratio. Drinking it increases an ability user's soul wave value energy density, Think of it as a drug that enhances abilities. Only 0.5%. Will it even work? Shuken frowned. Ding Junyi spoke up. It must be because the energy density is too high, it needs to be diluted for the human body to handle it. Zhu Wu'er nodded. That's right. You really are a top scientist from the Federation's biolab. He shook the vial lightly. Don't underestimate it, each one of these contains the extracted energy of 10 level 1 Eri blood crystals. You could trade this for an entire vehicle. 10 level 1 Eri blood crystals? Holy crap. That's a lot. There are 10 vials in here, so that means this box contains the equivalent of 100 blood crystals. Kiki gasped. Peng Peng nodded. This is an extremely hazardous substance. Even diluted, excessive consumption can cause discomfort, so we don't recommend taking too much at once. So it's been confirmed that consuming this can artificially enhance abilities? Chen Sixuan asked. Well. Zhu Wu'er smacked his lips. To be honest, this isn't our first batch. The Night Talkers have tested it on volunteers. But yes, this is now the official version. Volunteers? Who? Kiki inquired. The Night Talker organization, we tested it on ourselves. Zhu Wu'er nodded. Of course, we haven't completely purified the Dark Invasion's energy with current technology. There's still some residual infiltration within the serum, it remains an unknown factor. However, the concentration of Dark Invasion energy in Eri blood crystals is much lower than in the Black Knight itself. After undergoing separation and dilution, the harmful effects on ability users are significantly reduced. Still, it's not something to be careless about. He gave a wry smile. For example, in the Night Talker organization, we frequently use black water to enhance abilities, but that also exposes us to the risk of corrosion. That's why we've developed countermeasures to neutralize or balance the infiltration within our bodies. What kind of countermeasures? Zhu Wu'er pulled a sealed metal flask from his waist, flicked open the lid, and a straw popped out. He took a sip, then winced as if it tasted terrible. More sunlight. And he sighed, lifting the flask for everyone to see. More vegetable juice. Vegetable juice. The entire group reacted with shock and disbelief. Zhu Wu'er had clearly anticipated their reaction. He nodded with a resigned look. When I was a kid, my parents always nagged me about eating my vegetables and getting plenty of sunlight to stay healthy. I never imagined that after the apocalypse, those same things would help fight against the Dark Invasion. He sighed dramatically. Unfortunately, in this barren world, where even the soil is corrupted by black water, fresh vegetables are rarer than Eri blood crystals. Even if we wanted to eat more, we can't. The Phoenix Guild has specialized doomsday cultivation facilities that maintain a small-scale production, but it's nowhere near enough. And to think, I used to hate bitter melon. Zhu Wu'er gave his flask a pitiful shake. Now, in the Night Talker organization, we're only rationed 1 bottle of bitter melon juice per week, and it's never enough. Silence. But then, everyone's eyes slowly turned toward Lin Xian. Especially Ding Junyi. The ever-serious scientist, who rarely displayed emotion, was now staring at Lin Xian with undisguised amazement. She had already thought that Lin Xian's plan to cultivate crops on the train was a brilliant foresight. But now, this was a game-changer. Vegetables could counteract Dark Invasion energy? Lin Xian himself was stunned. He had never expected that something as simple as eating vegetables and getting sunlight could actually resist and balance the Dark Invasion's corruption. If anyone else had told him this, he would have laughed it off as a joke. But Zhu Wu'er was dead serious, treating his vegetable juice like a precious treasure. This had to be real. Zhu Wu'er, noticing the strange atmosphere, slowly retracted his flask and hesitantly asked, did I say something weird? So the Phoenix Guild considers vegetable juice as an antidote to Dark Invasion energy? Ding Junyi's tone was sharp and analytical. Zhu Wu'er nodded. It's not an instant cure, of course. The effects take time, and the body itself needs to regulate the balance. We haven't found solid scientific proof yet, so we haven't officially announced it. The Phoenix Guild has only promoted it as a general health recommendation, mainly to avoid misinterpretation and misinformation. Still, word has been spreading among survivors. Ding Junyi's mind raced. Sunlight and vegetables. Lin Xian had already prepared for both, without even knowing it. His train had dedicated planting carriages. He had already started experimenting with energy exposure. Ding Junyi had even been studying the differences in ability users' reactions to sunlight, and the properties of Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. She had thought Lin Xian was just unusually perceptive. Now, she was starting to believe there was something more to him. This man is truly mysterious. Ding Junyi remained expressionless, but inside, her scientific curiosity burned hotter than ever. Chapter 263, Phoenix Order. Oh, I see. Kiki floated over, using her telekinesis to pick up a vial and examine it closely. So drinking this can enhance abilities. That means our Yuri blood crystals finally have another use besides trading. She then picked up the round, medallion-like badge, feeling its weight in her palm. Flipping it over, she noticed a data interface and some kind of information module embedded in the back. This is a Phoenix badge. Zhu Wuer explained, pulling out his own badge. However, his was slightly different, it had a silver-black coloration. Phoenix issues these special badges to allied teams. They're called Crimson Phoenix badges. Meanwhile, internal personnel like us carry the Starry Sky Phoenix badge. These badges can receive and decode transmissions from our regional radio stations or division broadcasts. We call this system Firebook. It contains up-to-date information packets valid for 48 hours, covering ability research, abyss survival strategies, and the latest studies on eerie entities. It also allows for distress signals to be transmitted on a specialized frequency, leaving behind a personal Firebook entry. In simpler terms, the Phoenix badge provides direct one-way communication with the Phoenix organization within a certain range. You can also log messages. Say you run into danger, you can send out a Firebook transmission on all available frequencies. This transmission will be temporarily stored on any accessible information device, including survivor radios and Phoenix communication towers. If another survivor team or Phoenix unit passes through the area and broadcasts, your message will jump along the network, eventually reaching distant Phoenix divisions. Zhu Wuer scratched his head. Am I making this too complicated? Basically, it's primarily an identification tool. Any team carrying a Phoenix badge will be recognized by Phoenix branches worldwide as a trusted ally or even a peer-level unit. I get it. Lin Xian nodded. Having just experienced the Blizzard Pursuit battle, Lin Xian had already used a similar relay system to contact Infinite Train 100 kilometers away and to ping a rescue team. But this Phoenix badge seemed even more advanced. He recalled that Wakex had previously mentioned Phoenix encoded its global radio broadcasts with certain cipher keys to facilitate interregional coordination. These encrypted transmissions were incredibly resource-intensive. When Lin Xian had made a local broadcast at Hangshan Pass, it had consumed 2 level 1 eerie blood crystals. A full global broadcast would require exponentially more resources. To reduce this cost, Phoenix embedded numerous hidden codes in each transmission, allowing authorized personnel to extract targeted information. Lin Xian suspected that access levels varied based on rank, region, and department. If I'd had this back at Hangshan Pass, I might have been able to contact a nearby Phoenix team directly. However, what intrigued Lin Xian most was the Firebook information pack. It provided the latest Phoenix research updates, essentially synchronizing him with their official intelligence network, a critical survival advantage. Access to information was the key to survival. Some survivor teams even had dedicated information officers who worked around the clock collecting regional and global updates. On Lin Xian's team, this task rotated among Kiki, Ding Junyi, and Miss Chen. Yet, despite their efforts, gaps remained. For example, after entering the extreme cold vortex, they had gone days without receiving a single Phoenix broadcast. In short, Zhu Wuer continued, the Crimson Phoenix badge is a marker for allied teams and a way for us to maintain contact with potential reinforcements. Carrying this means Phoenix acknowledges you as a legitimate organization and a friendly force. Of course, since you're just an allied team, we won't issue direct orders, but if we need assistance, we'll prioritize working with trusted teams. Whether it's a contract job or a joint operation, you'll be compensated. Likewise, if your team needs something, we'll do our best to assist, provided it's within our regional capability. Lin Xian nodded. Kiki tossed him the Phoenix badge, and he caught it midair. Turning to Zhu Wuer, he said, this is a solid partnership. No matter what, we really appreciate your support. Now, on to the second matter. Zhu Wuer said. The Nighttalkers are currently conducting large-scale ability assessments and intelligence gathering in uncharted areas. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. We provide ability users with critical information and evolution support, and in return, we gather data on their abilities. We also use this as a recruitment tool. That being said, we'd like to conduct a more detailed assessment on you specifically. Right now? No, in Zilan City. You don't plan on leaving anytime soon, do you? Lin Xian shrugged. Depends. We're likely moving with the main convoy. Once we clear Abyss Zone number 5, we'll reassess. Speaking of which, Lin Xian continued, we actually sought out Phoenix for an important reason. He glanced at Ding Junyi. Since she was a Phoenix member, she could handle the research handoff directly, saving them some trouble. Ding Junyi nodded and pulled out a miniature portable hard drive, handing it to Zhu Wuer. This contains research on the behavioral patterns of dark entities when attacking humans. While some data is incomplete, I assume Phoenix has conducted extensive research in this area. Our findings include practical field data, which could provide useful insights for your team. One major limitation in dark mark research was the lack of theoretical models for cold dark fundamental particles and their capture mechanisms. Infinite Train simply didn't have the necessary particle-level measuring instruments. Because of this, Ding Junyi had been forced to rely on soul wave detectors for comparative studies instead of direct analysis. Hearing this, Zhu Wu'er and Peng Peng were visibly shocked. They hadn't expected a refugee train to be conducting scientific research on the side. Zhu Wu'er took the hard drive with interest. Wow, you guys are impressive. Surviving eerie entities while researching ways to save humanity? Saving humanity isn't our goal. Lin Xian replied bluntly. We just happen to notice these patterns. And understanding them is why we're still alive. Zhu Wu'er was intrigued. I'm not a scientist, but could you give me a quick summary? Ding Junyi explained the basic principles behind the dark mark theory. Upon hearing it, Zhu Wu'er gasped. Oh, I know this. Nighthawkers and Phoenix researchers have been investigating a similar phenomenon. I can't recall the exact name, but it's nearly identical to what you're describing. This theory is gaining traction within Phoenix, though we lack conclusive evidence. He glanced at the hard drive. I didn't expect you to hand us something like this. Alright, I'll submit it immediately. We have a research team in Zilin City, they'll be very interested. The group collectively sighed in relief. Chen Sixuan asked, many survivors still believe in the predator effect, which discourages cooperation and increases mortality rates. If Phoenix verifies this theory, how long until it's publicly announced? Zhu Wu'er chuckled awkwardly. Well, that's above my pay grade. Phoenix is extremely cautious about official statements. Unless the research team provides indisputable proof, they won't make a formal declaration. For now, all we can do is continue our rescue efforts. You realize that criminal organizations are already exploiting the dark mark as bait traps? Phoenix is the biggest official group, how are you falling behind those scumbags? Shasha protested. Criminal organizations? Ding Junyi nodded. There's a group called Special Item Investigation Department Foundation Laboratory. Their Dark Tides research is far more advanced than ours. We encountered them at Hengshan Pass, but by the time we arrived, their facility was abandoned. She also described the bait trap incident. While there was no concrete evidence linking Special Item Investigation Department to it, the fact that they had left behind a forged Phoenix insignia made Zhu Wu'er's expression darken. A fake Phoenix emblem. Zhu Wu'er turned to Lin Xian, frowning. Where exactly was this research facility located? About 3 kilometers north of Clearwater Town. But it's probably buried by now. Zhu Wu'er nodded. This is critical intel. I'll report it immediately. Phoenix's Polar Night Division will likely send a team to investigate. Zhu Wu'er took a deep breath, put away the portable hard drive, and said to Lin Xian, our task here is complete, so we'll be leaving for now. If there's a chance, we'll meet again in the next couple of days in Zilin City. If our higher-ups or any other divisions need assistance, I hope Mr. Lin will be willing to help. Of course. Lin Xian nodded. Farewell. With that, Zhu Wu'er gestured for Kiki to open the roof hatch of carriage number 2. Peng Peng placed a hand on Zhu Wu'er's shoulder, and in the next instant, their special cloaks wrapped around them, lifting them into the air. With a powerful gust of wind, they shot off into the sky above the train. Flying ability users. Shu Ken couldn't help but comment as she watched them disappear into the distance. I've heard before that postmen are usually highly mobile ability users. Having flight abilities isn't surprising. Lin Xian replied. Chen Sixuan, watching the hatch slowly close, frowned. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this dark mark situation. It's not as simple as we think. We've done everything we can. The rest is up to their official researchers. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. He had provided all the information he could, he wasn't about to hand over Hell's Black Chrysanthemum as well. This was as much as he could do, and he considered it a closed matter for now. What concerned him more was the state of the train. How are Zhao Yuan and the others holding up? Nothing serious. Shu Ken replied. Good thing our armor held up, otherwise, it could have been much worse. Armor. Right. Lin Xian sighed. The entire right side of Infinite Train was now a wreck, many of the armored plates had been torn off entirely. The grated panels were missing in multiple places, and the high manganese steel and hardened tungsten steel armor looked like it had been through a battlefield bombardment. These defenses were originally designed for zombie tides, but the sheer force of the snow wraith swarm was on an entirely different level. We've cleaned up most of the interior damage. As for the outer armor, we can do repairs once we reach Zilin City. Chen Sixuan reassured him, sensing his exhaustion. Yeah, Brother Xian, the train's still holding together just fine. Dialu added. Lin Xian nodded, then picked up a vial of cold dark serum. I forgot to ask earlier. Do we just drink this? The eerie green liquid swirled inside the vial, giving him an uneasy feeling. And how much of a boost does it give? They didn't say. The only thing they knew was its value, 10 level 1 eerie blood crystals per vial. With Infinite Drain receiving 10 vials, that was 100 blood crystals worth, almost equivalent to the entire resource stockpile of a mid-sized convoy. That alone proved its importance. But in truth, Lin Xian knew that the Phoenix badge was the real treasure here. This badge meant that, in this lawless apocalypse, they were now on Phoenix's whitelist. It granted them direct access to Phoenix communications via regional radio channels and enabled them to build mutual trust and cooperation with Phoenix teams. Not to mention, it provided access to Firebook information packs, which would be invaluable for their future survival, helping them strategize routes, improve their understanding of abilities, and assess dangers more accurately. Simply put, they were no longer blindly searching for Phoenix strongholds. They now had direct access. The Phoenix branch in Zilan City has an ability assessment device. It can measure your ability level by detecting the peak fluctuations of your soul wave value. Ding Junyi added. They told me earlier, and I figured you'd be interested in the cold dark fundamental particle separator. But there's no civilian version yet, it's still under development. This serum was officially produced by Phoenix. I've also heard that Dawn City has a similar version, but it's ridiculously expensive. An ability assessment device? Lin Xian asked. It just measures power levels. Yes. It's part of the Nightwalker's widespread experimental program. Zhu Wuer mentioned earlier that ability users need a clear understanding of their own abilities, and Phoenix needs more data on ability users. That's why Phoenix is rolling out these testing stations, to help ability users evolve while also gathering intel and recruiting talents. So Nightwalkers have already established a classification system for abilities, including levels, rarity, and even effective growth methods. They're actively helping ability users develop while improving survival rates. Lin Xian picked up the Crimson Phoenix badge. Then the Firebook information pack inside this thing must contain all of that, right? Oh yeah. I was curious about that too, why don't we check? Kiki's eyes lit up. Lin Xian handed the badge to her. Kiki quickly connected it to the information center's computer, and soon, a special encryption key was automatically inputted. The Phoenix badge activated. Looks like this thing needs to be connected to a radio system. Kiki observed. It's probably a highly sophisticated information device. Lin Xian noted. Once activated, the badge immediately decoded a set of messages, not from a live transmission, since Infinite Drain was still stuck in a blizzard with no access to long-range signals. Even dark radio was out of range. Instead, this data had been retrieved from a temporary storage frequency, information that Infinite Drain had received days ago, before entering the blizzard. The contents weren't complex, just regional Phoenix activity reports, covering schedules and key events in Zilan City, Wei River, and surrounding areas. There were also assistance requests, but most had expired due to the time delay. If not for the blizzard, they would have had access to real-time transmissions. However, the real gold mine was the Firebook information pack. Unlike the short text bulletins normally broadcasted via Phoenix Radio, due to Dark Tide's interference, this detailed data package was structured more like an apocalypse survival manual, divided into 3 main sections. Maps included real-time expansion rates of all 13 abyss zones within the past 48 hours. Listed natural disaster zones linked to abyss phenomena. Provided an updated survival map, marking multiple safe zones, places that had successfully survived the dark night under specific conditions. Eerie Entity Bestiary cataloged all observed eerie entities, complete with names and serial numbers. Provided images or hand-drawn sketches for well-documented entities, less known ones had text descriptions. Ranked all known dark creatures into 5 threat levels, C class, B class, A class, Special class, and S class. The massive atmospheric creature they encountered in Yubai City was listed as number 10. However, the deep abyss behemoth from underground city number 9 was not found in the records. World-level disasters included a classification above S-class, world-level catastrophe also referred to as Dark Invaders. 4 of these creatures had already been identified, designated as O1 to O4. Among them was a floating colossal corpse, the one Lin Xian and Kiki had seen in Zhong City. Entity number O2, Unknown Sky Corpse, humanoid, estimated size over 10,000 meters, floating at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Disaster capabilities, unknown. Current location, Ping'e Lake to Kungshan region. Kiki's expression darkened. Holy crap. So that thing was real. Not just a nightmare. And it's moving. Lin Xian felt chilled to the core. He vividly remembered hearing a woman's voice in his dreams. Entity number O2. Is moving. Is moving. Heading eastward. Heading eastward. Who was she? Why did Lin Xian dream about her? Lin Xian's mind was swirling with questions. How did he dream of something that actually exists? Was it just a coincidence? Or was it something else entirely? He had originally thought it was hallucinations caused by overusing his ability, a symptom of mental exhaustion. But now, seeing this Phoenix report, he realized his dreams were real. Entity number 02. Is moving. Is moving. Heading eastward. Heading eastward. This was exactly what that voice had said in his dream. Who was that woman? Why had he heard her voice? Lin Xian clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. There was no way to figure this out now, he had more pressing issues to deal with. Taking a deep breath, he refocused on the conversation happening around him. This thing has been hiding inside massive cloud formations near Zhang City. Lin Xian said, glancing at Kiki. I always felt something was off, but I never got a clear look at it. It was only through Kiki's consciousness that he had glimpsed the floating colossal corpse's true form. Kiki's face darkened. She muttered, it's terrifying. Worse than the atmospheric mica. I honestly don't know how humans are supposed to fight something like this. Holy crap, Shasha's eyes widened. Just looking at it freaks me out. And this isn't even the biggest one. Lin Xian added grimly. His gaze moved further down the Firebook information pack. Entity number 01, unknown subterranean organism location, Abyss Zone number 1, Siberia, type, giant crustal parasite shape, disc-like observed diameter, 65 kilometers radiation levels, extremely high disaster capabilities, unknown 65 kilometers? Shukin gasped. That's not a creature, that's a freaking continent. Chapter 264, Mist Shadows. Alien Subject 03, Iris-like star ring captured by the Harper Space Eye before its crash. Angel Project theorizes it to be an interstellar entity lurking within dark matter clouds. However, due to lack of substantial evidence, it has not been classified under eerie entity phenomena for now. Awaiting further observations, number retained. Subject 04, unknown deep Pacific abyssal creature first discovered on July 11, 2069, in the Pacific Ocean and the Black Ocean Abyss. Exact morphology remains unknown. Observed size exceeds 13 kilometers. Previously triggered the Barilent tsunami. Mom. Why the hell are these things appearing on Blue Planet? Staring at the Phoenix Organization's eerie entity index, Shasha's eyes seemed to lose their spark. She muttered in disbelief. Chen Sixuan sighed. These things. They seem even more hopeless than zombies or the darkness itself. The sheer scale of what they were looking at stunned everyone. Even Fire Bro, usually loud and arrogant, had nothing to say. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. The only one who remained indifferent was Ding Junyi. To her, fear of death was all the same. Whether it was an abyssal monster or a zombie, both simply represented the destruction of flesh. Her strictly materialist, scientific view left her unfazed. It's not entirely hopeless. Seeing the gloom settle over the group, Lin Xian finally spoke up. We just survived another brush with death. As long as humanity isn't completely wiped out, there's still hope. His words lifted some of the heavy weight in the room. Chen Sixuan nodded. Yeah. After all, humans have built cities in the sky weighing millions of tons, and weapons with destructive power in the billions of tons. We still have a chance against these things. Seated in a swivel chair, Kiki flipped through the eerie entity index with her eyes darting rapidly over the data. Suddenly, she let out a surprised huh? Not every eerie entity produces eerie blood crystals. Her remark caught everyone's attention. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses and leaned in to look at the entry. Analysis of over 1,000 cases of C-class and B-class eerie entities by the Nightwalkers organization confirms that the production and concentration of eerie blood crystals is directly proportional to the number of humans an entity has killed. So it's confirmed. Blood crystals. Our human blood. Ding Junyi's expression turned icy. Taking a deep breath, she continued, I had a theory about the Foundation laboratory on the 7th floor, that it was experimenting on humans, turning them into a filtration system for harvesting dark energy. The goal? Feeding eerie entities to mass-produce blood crystals. The room fell deathly silent. Chen Sixuan covered her mouth in shock. The others visibly paled. You're kidding, right? Kiki's eyes widened in horror. Lin Xian's brows furrowed deeply. You mean? The stronger the ability user or evolver, the higher grade blood crystal they produce if devoured? The implications were monstrous, raising humans as livestock to harvest blood crystals. This wasn't just anti-human. It was something far worse. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed everyone staring at him. Ding Junyi stuffed her hands into her coat pockets and gave Lin Xian a knowing look. I was just making a deduction from the data. But your thinking is even more terrifying than mine. Lin Xian was speechless. I was just following your logic. Abilities and power scaling alright, Let's move on to what everyone's most interested in. Kiki stole a glance at Lin's Yan before pulling up the third section of Firebook's data package, the topic everyone had been waiting for. Abilities. Until now, their understanding of abilities came from Kiki's early access to Angel Project's data. Lin's Yan only knew that several members of their group had reached evolution level, but nobody had a full grasp of the details. Among them, only Firebro had actively worked on developing new ability techniques. Kiki and Bigelow, on the other hand, had brute forced their way through growth, completely lacking any structured training. Firebro's approach wasn't much better. His abilities were developed through trial and error, and his naming of skills was nothing more than self-indulgence. Aside from combat experience, the only confirmed ways to improve abilities were Hell's Black Chrysanthemum Transformation Energy and that was about it. Section 3, Abilities. According to the latest Phoenix Nighthawkers report, over 100 distinct ability types had been identified and categorized into 10 major classifications. Abilities were ranked from S, A, B, C, D based on their uniqueness, potential, and threat level. D class, the most common abilities, including flesh proliferation, limb mimicry, gigantism. C class, more advanced types, like beast form, blood chi, undead regeneration, water affinity, metallic skin. Bigelow was classified under blood chi, meaning his strength and regeneration increased with blood loss, but at the cost of massive strain on his heart, lungs, and spine. B class, rare abilities, including demonic form, earth manipulation, cursed bones, monstrous eyes. All flight-based abilities were categorized under B class. A class, wind, water, super body, resonance, sonic, laser, psychic, super speed, telekinesis. Zhongyun had wind, Li Guangwen, chasing sun convoy, had resonance, Abai had laser, Qiyondil had super speed. S class, the most powerful tier. Psychic, fire, lightning, light were expected. But one ability stood out. Evil desire. Lin's Yan froze. They had encountered this before. The green-haired woman from the Black Crow 4, the one who controlled zombie hordes at Hengshan Pass, she had this ability. Whoa, that woman was S-class? Kiki was stunned. Controlling zombie tides is an immense threat. Shukin noted. She nearly wiped out our entire convoy single-handedly. Imagine if she got stronger. Lin's Yan and Chen Sixuan both nodded, recalling that nightmarish encounter. If her ability had room to evolve, the consequences would be catastrophic. But we have two S-class ability users on our train. Shasha playfully glanced at Lu Xingchen. Fire bro, you're an S-class. Got any thoughts? Humphrey. Lu Xingchen snorted. I am the incarnate of the fire god. I do not concern myself with petty rankings. But he couldn't help adding, however. I do approve of them placing fire ahead of wind, lightning, and light. Yet you're still ranked below me, Kiki teased. Lu Xingchen waved dismissively. They probably sorted it alphabetically. Doesn't count. Bigelow frowned. Wait. That actually makes sense. Bullshit. Shasha smacked him. Then why is light not listed before fire? Everyone laughed. But Chen Sixuan quickly brought them back on track. Enough arguing. This isn't about rankings. Focus on how to actually upgrade abilities. Her teacher-like tone immediately silenced them. Lin Xian sighed, rubbing his forehead. He noticed his mechanical ability wasn't listed, neither was Ding Junyi's plant ability. This made him realize, no wonder Phoenix Organization was so interested in him. His ability was rarer than psychic power. And if there were other psychic ability users, Kiki wasn't the only one. Lin Xian thought for a moment before shaking his head. Trying it isn't a bad idea, but since Zilan City's Nighthawkers organization has equipment for testing ability users, I think it'd be better to wait until we understand more before using it. At the very least, we'll know how it affects our abilities. Right now, if we drink it, we're just guessing. That makes sense, Kiki agreed. I want to see if I've already broken through to the diamond rank. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen instantly snapped awake. Interesting. I, too, find it absolutely necessary to test this. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. He wasn't too worried about his mechanical heart since it had a structured growth progression. What really piqued his curiosity was the potential new skill rewards he might receive. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for taking the risk in Clearwater Town and devouring that nuclear-powered turbine engine in the middle of the night. Gravity Lens had already saved his life 3 times. Though it drained his energy, in hindsight, it had been a bargain. Charging through the storm, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The United train convoy plowed through the blizzard, racing through the dark night. The rescue convoy, the Emperor Project team, and the investigation corps from Zilan City, hundreds of armored vehicles forming an unstoppable tide of steel, crushing the snow beneath their wheels as they pushed forward to Zilan City. Lin Xian had rested for a few hours, recovering a significant amount of energy. Seizing the downtime, he manufactured additional ammunition to prepare for any unexpected crises. However, not long after, thunderous explosions rumbled across the blizzard-stricken landscape. Boom. 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 A dense barrage of artillery fire erupted in the distance, jolting awake many passengers who had been sleeping inside the United train convoy. Instinctively, they grabbed their weapons. Survival had been engraved into their very DNA. In this world, there was no distinction between day and night, only between life and death. Incoming communication to all survivor convoys, Dragon Mountain No. 1, and Infinite Train. This is Commander Aizen of the 7th Investigation Corps. We are approaching Zilin City. Scout reports confirm the city is currently under attack by eerie entities, threat level, moderate. However, we have support firepower clearing a path. No need to panic, we're going straight into the city. Commander Aizen's voice carried a firm, commanding presence, invigorating everyone who heard it. His tone suggested that Zilin City's defense forces were well versed in handling these night horrors, which helped ease the tension in the convoy. Zilin City, a fortress that still stands. Looks like Zilin City is operating on a fortress defense strategy, meaning the entire inner city is likely still secure. On Infinite Train, Shu Ken's voice was filled with surprise upon hearing Commander Aizen's transmission. Seems like it. Lin Xian's spirit lifted. Throughout their journey, they had never encountered a city that hadn't already been overrun by zombies or eerie entities. No wonder Night Hawker courier Zhu Wuer had insisted on meeting them in the city. It seemed that, under the Phoenix organization's protection, Zilin City had somehow maintained a functioning urban infrastructure. I remember my father mentioning Zilin City once. Chen Sixuan added. Originally, it was an industrial city built over an iron ore deposit. Small, but equipped with nuclear-tier city defenses. Before the Federation was founded, this place was meant to be a northwestern defense stronghold for Longo. More importantly, it controls multiple key oil and natural gas transportation hubs, making it a strategic stronghold. This city even has full-fledged production lines for heavy tanks and mechas. A city built for war. With a lollipop in her mouth, Kiki tapped away at her computer keyboard. In moments, she pulled up a schematic of the city. This city isn't huge, but it was built into the mountains. Fenglin Mountain isn't that tall, only about 1,000 meters, but it's the largest peak in this entire grassland desert region. TSK, and look at this. The city still has a military defense wall. That wall was built last century. Oh, and check this out, Duggar radar array. It's an old relic from last century too, but it has a 10 megawatt power output. If they activate it, every radar system in the entire Yunjian Plains will experience interference. But nowadays, it's just a tourist attraction. I remember before Apocalypse Day, this place had a ton of heavy industry but barely any population. No one really came here for tourism. The Iron Fortress emerges. Look. On Infinite Train's tactical observation system, the image resolution gradually sharpened. A towering mountain silhouette emerged in the distance. As the snowstorm weakened, visibility improved, revealing a city of pure steel and concrete, an unshakable industrial fortress. From all directions, waves of snow wraiths surged toward the city, but they weren't attacking the convoy, they were charging straight at Zilin City. The city's massive military walls stood firm. Heavy artillery rained down from the fortifications, filling the night with the thunder of explosions and gunfire. On the snow-covered mountaintops, radar towers and searchlights illuminated the battlefield, casting an overwhelming aura of dominance over the city below. The final approach. The United Train convoy's first checkpoint was a massive oil refinery just outside the city. Giant pipelines crisscrossed the snow-covered land like the veins of the earth. Amidst these industrial structures, snow wraiths and eerie entities rampaged, some already rushing toward the convoy. Boom. The Investigation Corps support forces opened fire. Hellfire barrage. Boom. 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 A colossal explosion rocked the monster horde, detonating in the distance like divine thunder. A giant thermobaric bomb ignited kilometers ahead, forming a white-hot shockwave dome that expanded outward, crashing into the convoy with enough force to tilt every vehicle sideways. For a split second, everyone experienced deafening eardrum shock.